Hey guys, back with another fanfic. This one is called What If I Woke Up as Izuku Midoriya? How much will this change the original plot? Well, stay tuned to find out. But that's enough yapping, let's begin. Oh fuck me, Rukido had thought to himself, waking up with a groan. He sat up groggy, rubbing his eyes. He moved out his bed, stumbling a bit from some body pain. Wincing a bit, he slogged his way out the door and towards the bathroom. Without even thinking, he moved a small step ladder in front of the sink. Walking up it, he picked up a bright toothbrush and toothpaste before brushing his teeth. Spitting it out and washing it off, he moved on to his face to clean himself up. Waking up a bit, he blinked a few times to take in how he looked. Freckles, green hair, wait, the eyes of one Izuku Midoriya blinked in confusion. A few times before Rukido had taken in the fact that he was Izuku Midoriya. Wait, a 4-year-old screamed that day, making many believe a new quirk had come to be. Musudafu, Japan, Midoriya apartment. Are you sure you're alright, honey? Inko asked, looking at her son in concern. Reasonably so given how loud he had shrieked. Izuku could only nod, giving her a weak smile as he laughed nervously. Sorry, I thought I saw a villain in the mirror. The 4-year said, making her sigh softly. Just sit still for a moment. I'll make you some breakfast. Inko said, forcing a smile which he returned. Once she was out of sight, Izuku sighed before looking forward with a blank expression. He was Rukido Sato, a 32-year-old office worker who reads manga and watches anime in dub. That was about it when it came to his origin story. Being isekai'd into the My Hero Academia was not a normal thing that came with those types of origins. Well, that was a lie. Isekai was common in anime and manga, but still. The last thing he remembered was getting hammered because his British friend who couldn't get drunk to begin with had decided to get him drunk instead. Other than that, he had no clue if he had even died. More importantly, if he did die, why was he Izuku Midoriya? Of all people, wait, did he kill a kid? Memories had flooded in as he thought that. He was instantly annoyed with the face of Katsuki Bakugo coming up and the explosion that came right afterwards. Then came the day where he went to that quack of a quirk doctor that totally wasn't a villain and got the news of him being quirkless. After that came the natural-born tears of Inko, crying alongside him for the fact that becoming a hero wasn't possible without a quirk to this society. What a joke. That was his life now. As Izuku Midoriya, or more famously, Deku. Just what was he supposed to do now? Just continue as scripted. Deal with Katsuki's bull, inherit a quirk that would break him, and fight a villain who calls himself the Demon Lord. It would just be easier to try and live a normal life, right? The Izuku in him disagreed, although meekly. Rukido himself could only shift as he thought about it. He had merged with Izuku, that much was clear, and he was clearly the only one here. But that didn't mean he still didn't have his dream, and oddly enough he could share it. Being an officer worker wasn't the worst, depending on the company, but he has the opportunity of a lifetime to enjoy it. Besides, he liked helping people already. He'd just be doing it as a superhero. Izuku, honey, you've been staring at your breakfast for a little long. Izuku broke out of his internal monologue and greeted his mother with a bright smile. Sorry mommy, I was just thinking about being a hero. Izuku said, shocking Inko greatly. Izuku, I'm sorry for how I acted the other night. Anyone could tell that Inko was heartbroken and had hated herself for how she felt when it came to Izuku's dream. It had caused her to fall into a deep depression that needed to be prevented. It's okay mommy, I just have to try even harder when it comes to being a hero. Izuku said, giving her a cheery smile. If I'm gonna be a hero like All Might, then I just have to keep getting big and strong. I know, but Izuku without a quirk, Inko tried to say, but felt her tears come up once more. It doesn't matter if I have one or not, Izuku said suddenly, making her gasp. He was looking fiercely, but his smile had remained as a spark could be seen within his eyes. It was so much better than the dead eyes she was given the night before. I'll be a hero so I can help As many people as I can. So that's what I'll train for. That's that. Izuku. He looked so different than usual in her eyes. So much raw determination and energy ready to burst open. Not like he had been for the past few days. Yet she couldn't say it. Not yet. Don't worry. I'll show everyone I can be a great hero, even better than All Might. Izuku then suddenly hugged her. He then beamed up at her with the brightest smile imaginable. But mommy will always be an even better hero than All Might. Critical shot. Izuku. Inko had caught him in a glom, hugging him tightly while bursting out in tears. Izuku laughed loudly, knowing she was actually happy while crying and clung to her. Mostly out of fear of being caught in the famous Midoriya flood. Later, Izuku. Rukido. Midoriya looked at his computer, aggressively researching throughout history. He had already betted on this world being different from normal. He was reborn as Izuku Midoriya after all. He knew how the manga ended for the most part and he'd be damned if he believed that he expected it all to be the same. And he was right. UA is a university, huh? Neat. That actually made sense when you put logic to it. Granted, you never should when it comes to anime and superheroes, but MHA had always raised those kinds of questions. Let's see. Yup. Society is still messed up. Such questions involving MHA normally revolve around its society and its more than questionable state. 200 years of quirks had fucked the society of MHA by years. You would think that with all those powers coming to be, their world would be looking like the future. Instead, he was 87% sure that the cars outside were still from the age of quirks beginning. No real advancements at all for humanity, meaning they held themselves back for the longest time and never realized it. Never mind the actual hero society itself, they got screwed. The moment it all became commercialized bullshit with more heroes caring about rank and money rather than their actual job. Nowadays it was just petty criminals, being jackasses with their quirks and being considered villains because it brought more attention and fame to the hero catching them. Blah. He felt sick just thinking about this place. He was peaceful, in the false sense anyway. However, when the likes of All for One decided to move, Japan just fell apart and the other countries were frozen with fear on what to do. Which meant relying on the high school students to get the job done. Useless. Heroes. Was that just bad writing? Well, it's not an excuse when you're in the world itself. If I'm gonna do this hero thing, then I might as well try and change society too while I'm at it. Oh, that was a crazy sentence to say, but damn if it didn't sound worth it. All Might was already a good hero, so he would have help if they even met again. Blah. Not his concern at the moment, neither the whole society. For now he was Izuku Midoriya, age 4, in kindergarten and quirkless, with Katsuki Bakugo as a friend to deal with. Well, this is gonna be fun. Izuku, Rukido, Midoriya was gonna come into this world swinging, and not just with his fist. Chapter end. Chapter 2. The complexity of Katsuki Bakugo. Chapter summary, in which Izuku tries to help his 4-year-old friend turned bully with force. Musudafu, Japan, Hoth Kindergarten, classroom, next day. Have you heard of it? Worthless Deku is quirkess. Why bother saying all of that? They all mean the same thing in the end. You're right. Guess we can keep calling Deku. I heard him muttering again too. About being a hero still. Seriously. He's an even bigger loser than I thought. Katsuki sat at the table with his group, listening to them all insult Izuku. Upon hearing about that hero comment, he turned to glare over at the quirkless boy in question. Just like the day before, he had his nose stuck in a notebook, occasionally muttering to himself while being isolated from the other students. Yet the look in his eye looked different. Normally, he would have this dopey, bright expression. After hearing the news of his quirklessness, he should have been looking sad and disappointed. However, this Izuku's gaze seemed far more focused than normally, his gaze filled with more energy than ever before. And it made him mad. Meanwhile, Izuku didn't miss the insults or jeers in his direction. He certainly didn't miss the glare Katsuki Bakugo sent at him either. He by all means did not like Katsuki Bakugo. He was overall a bully, hot-headed and thought himself better than anyone, and if you showed any defiance to him, he'd just used his quirk on you specifically in order to make sure you learned your place. Can't forget the time he said, if you want a quirk so bad, then take a swan dive off the roof. And pray you get one in your next life. He especially loved that one. It was because of torment like that for 10 years that had forced Izuku's confidence to come to a standstill. By the time he was 14, Izuku was reduced to a scared, easily startled boy who would cave in at the most negative things while grasping at even the slightest compliment. Or anything good really. How he somehow changed, Rukido could only barely understand. The best reasoning came from him seeing people with quirks that were just as powerful or in some cases even far greater than his own. He was no longer the strongest and it only fueled his drive to be the very best. At the same time, it was because of those people who could challenge him that he could actually act civil, to a degree. The other thing came with the League of Villains. More specifically the end of All Might's career as a hero. He was clearly distraught about what happened, even going as far to blame himself despite All Might's quirk already fading. Then of course was the paranormal liberation war where society practically fell apart, heroes were giving up and a bunch of high schoolers were forced to grow. Katsuki included. By all means, the smart thing to do would be to just drop Katsuki Bakugo as a friend. It was not his job to make sure that Katsuki became a better person than he was. That was the job of his parents and not long after himself. He thought himself better than everyone and would let that be the deciding factor of when he became a PR scandal when he says or does the wrong thing, then fine, not his problem. Of course it was his problem. Because there was one very important factor that he had to consider. Katsuki was a dumb kid. An extremely dumb kid who let power go to his head, but a dumb kid all the same. It did not help that everyone from the other kids to the teacher promoted the idea that he would just automatically be the greatest hero. He couldn't fully blame Katsuki for how he was. The Midoriya in him also didn't want to let go of a friend either. Besides, what kind of hero would he be if he gave up like this? He then looked down at his drawing with a frown before tearing it out and tossing it away. Dagoba Park 1 week later. Alright, I say we're going this way, Katsuki claimed, holding a stick up. Tsubasa and 2 other boys agreed while Izuku followed behind with a notebook in hand. Hey, pay attention, Deku, you're a part of the Bakugo Hero Agency out of pity so act like it. I am, Izuku said, his nose never leaving his notebook as he wrote. Forget about that loser, Bakugo. Let's just head on and find some villains to beat up, Tsubasa claimed, already moving forward. Katsuki gave another look to Izuku before scoffing and walking ahead. How am I gonna make this work? Izuku thought, easily catching up. He needed to find a way to make sure their friendship doesn't sour any more than it already is. Then there's Tsubasa. Fuck me, I forgot that his grandfather is a villain and that kid is gonna become a Nomu. And what could he do? He was still a damn 4-year-old, with a weak body, no power, but most importantly, no one he could speak to. So many things he would just love to leave even the slightest note about or to just talk to someone about. There was no proof outside his own knowledge and that alone couldn't be taken seriously. The thought alone about so many people that could be helped out, it annoyed him to no end. You still writing in that stupid notebook, Deku? Katsuki questioned, a slight glare on his face. Yup, I still wanna be a hero after all, Kachin. Izuku said, making sure he had called the boy by his nickname. Are you stupid or something? You can't be a hero without a quirk, idiot. Katsuki hissed out, feeling annoyance build up. Says who? Say what? Says who? I don't remember hearing anyone needing a quirk. Izuku answered. What? Of course you need one. You can't be a great hero without one. Katsuki argued. Did All Might say that? Izuku asked, making Katsuki stop a bit. Or any hero. I only heard that from the others. Shut it, Deku. You don't know what you're talking about. Katsuki said, stopping and popping an explosion in front of them. You see this? I already know I'm gonna be an awesome hero. Just like All Might is. The teachers said so themselves. Of course you're gonna be an awesome hero. Katsuki smirked at the words. But I'm still gonna be a hero. The smirk died a cold, ugly death. You're nothing without a power, you moron. Katsuki claimed, his next explosion used to destroy the notebook in his hands. Weak, quirkless people like you Deku don't get to become heroes, so forget about it already. Katsuki growled as he turned away and started stomping to where the others were. Izuku watched him for a moment before pulling out a second notebook from his bag. He fully expected it and was just using it to draw. However, he bagged the burned notebook for later. Following behind, Izuku watched how they all played around and yelled out. Katsuki was still leading them, of course, with all of them following behind him. They all still made fun of him, make no mistake about that, but they hadn't tried anything physical yet either. He could handle it all the same. Perks of being mentally 32 as of the moment. Damn it, he was gonna be old as hell by the time he got into UA. This way, try and keep up already. Katsuki ordered them to a rickety bridge. It wasn't that high off the ground, there was even a small river underneath them that didn't look that deep. Wait, this looks familiar. Izuku thought before the memory came in full. Hang on, this isn't safe. Shut it, Deku. Bakugo knows better than you. Tsubasa claimed with a sneer. Katsuki was about to yell as well, but he was already on the bridge as he suddenly heard a loud creaking. The next thing he knew, he was falling into the river below. Son of a Kachan, Izuku yelled, dropping his notebook and rushing over. He spotted the others scared stiff before they started to move away. Hey, we need to get down there. Forget that. This is your fault as far as I'm concerned. Tsubasa said before turning heel and running. The others followed suit, leaving Izuku to scowl at them before shaking his head. Without any hesitation, he went along the side and made his way down to the river. He spotted Katsuki sitting in the river, clearly scared from what just happened despite it being such a little drop. Regardless, he made his way over, his hand extended out to help him up. Are you okay? Izuku asked, genuinely worried. Katsuki, however, didn't appreciate the gesture and showed it by not just slapping his hand. No, he had to use his quirk to do so, not caring about the burn he would no doubt leave. Ow, you little, I don't need your help Deku. Katsuki yelled, clearly angry and looking close to throwing a tantrum, least of all from a useless, quirkless, Deku of all things. He moved to stomp away, but Izuku stepped in front of him, much to his annoyance. Out of my way, no, quit acting like you're better than me, Deku. Katsuki yelled, firing off explosions in his hand. I said no. Why are you even acting like this? You weren't like this back then, but the moment you got your quirk you decided to be like this. Izuku fully planned on calling him out on his bullshit. Oh yes, this likely could have waited, but he knew that this was the moment that their friendship would have died. You have an amazing quirk, but you can't just bully people or act like they are beneath you because of it. You're better than that, I know. You are. Shut up, shut up. You don't know a thing, Deku. Katsuki yelled, his face turning red. He was having a tantrum, from his fall, from dealing with Izuku, from being talked to like he was lower. Everyone knows I'm better than them. Those extras, the teachers, even you said it, so quick acting like you're better than me. You have nothing and you won't be nothing. Quote. All Might would hate you. Izuku said bluntly. Something snapped in Katsuki as he lunged forward, ready to explode Izuku's face. However, the boy had surprised him, stepping out the way while Katsuki tripped over a rock. He slammed face first into a tree, before falling on his back unconscious. Quote. Seriously, you better be alright. I swear if I have to. A loud crack of lightning struck before it started to rain. Tsubasa and the boys heard a flurry of curses that they had assumed Katsuki had learned. Midoriya household later. Katsuki awoke with a groan, blinking a few times before he sat up slowly. It didn't take him longed to realize he was in Deku's home. He had been here far too many times. He heard the sound of All Might's laughter and snapped his head towards their TV. It was his debut video. The most popular video in the world, and right in front of it was Deku. Katsuki hissed, earning his attention. He was writing in a new notebook while his burnt one laid next to him. "Hey, Kachan, you alright?" Izuku asked, only to get a growl in response. "You quirkless bastard, who do you think you are?" Katsuki yelled, popping explosions as he jumped on his feet. He was about to show him his place until dread came in the form of a deafening scream. Katsuki Bakugo. He froze in place, slowly turning around to his mother standing in the kitchen. She alone looked pissed, his auntie Inko looked shocked and horrified while his father, Masuru, looked disappointed. "What did you just say? What are you doing here, hag?" Katsuki said, his face turning red. "What am I, you little brat? I came here because I got a call from your aunt that Izuku had carried you here through the rain. After you got hurt." Mitsuki was furious, that much was certain. "Of course that's after I heard from Inko that you've been bullying Izuku here. Who cares about that? It's just a Deku." Katsuki snarked before imminently freezing up. From Inko's stare, he was used to seeing it from his mother, but seeing his aunt stare at him with such a look was beyond unnerving. Scary. "His name is Izuku Midoriya and you should know better since you've known him since you were babies," Mitsuki yelled, while Katsuki flinched back a bit before snarling. "Like he matters. I know for a fact that he isn't gonna be anything beyond useless." Katsuki was so adamant. "Why do you care about him? Any of you?" Katsuki Bakugo. He yelped upon seeing the enraged look on Inko's face. Her eyes had a scary green glow around them. "That boy is my son. The one I raised. The one I took care of for all of his life. And you want to question why I care about my son?" The anger faded and it was a look of sadness. "Oh, when Izuku came home and showed me the burns on his hand, I thought it was just an accident, but..." Inko looked close to breaking down while Mitsuki comforted her. "Katsuki." Katsuki looked to his father. The look of disappointment was something far too new for him. No one, not even his mother, had ever made him feel like this. I don't know what to say. I know you've gotten a bit cocky after getting your quirk, but, son, this is wrong." Masuru pressed his fingers into his nose, no doubt having suffered from the sudden news and stress. "God, Katsuki, why would you do this to your best friend? Because he's nothing. That's all he is and that's all he's gonna be," Katsuki yelled, explosion popping. Izuku sighed behind him while sitting up, going unnoticed. "Why? Because he's a useless, quirkless, degak. Izuku." Inko yelled out from shock upon seeing her boy strike the top of Katsuki's head with a book. "Sorry, but he was talking stupid," Izuku said rather plainly. "Who do you think?" He freaked upon Izuku turning to him, book in hand and raised up. He gave him the same stare his mother just did, though it felt even more terrifying. "Zip it," Izuku said calmly before turning his attention to the adults. "Please don't be mad at Kachan. It isn't his fault that he's thinking stupid." "But Izuku, you heard what he said, right?" Inko asked, clearly worried for him. "It isn't right for any child to think like this. But it's not his fault, Mama. It was those teachers who kept saying that Kachan was gonna be the best and better than the rest of the class," Izuku said, using his best innocent tone. "They even said that I was stupid for wanting to be a hero and that Kachan shouldn't hang around me if he wanted to be the best." "They did what?" Inko questioned, rage clear in her tone. "Yeah, even the other kids were saying it," Izuku said. He wasn't a lie, they had honestly said he was delusional and that he would get nowhere, even trying to keep him away from the other kids. "TCH. That's because the teachers obviously know better, Deku. That's why they're teachers," Katsuki said as if it was a fact of life. Izuku could only shake his head while the parents went silent. "What? It's what everyone says. They know I'm the best and that Deku is nothing. See, he listens to stupid things." Izuku explained it so simply. "Quit that, and stop looking down on me, Deku." Katsuki said. And did Tsubasa say that? Seeing Katsuki growl, but nod, made him heavily resist the urge to facepalm. For fuck's sake, you dumb problem child. So it was the teachers overall. Mitsuki muttered, sounding like she was gonna murder someone, putting that bull in my child's ears. They're gonna have a handful when I get my hands on them. By both of us, Masura said, his glare even more serious. I should have known when we started receiving those letters from the teachers about how good Katsuki was that something was up. They're just telling the truth, Katsuki said, before imminently hissing in pain upon his mother striking his head. Ow, what was that for? For listening to stupid things at school, Mitsuki yelled. Inko in meantime moved over to her son while bringing him into a hug. Izuku, I'm so sorry, Inko exclaimed, tears threatening to break free. If I had known then I would have spoken to those teachers about what they've been doing. It's okay, mommy, it was gonna continue either way. Least at this school. Inko pulled away, wiping away. I just wanted to tell Kachan to be better. I am better. I'm gonna be the next #1 hero. You don't have a quirk so you can't, Katsuki yelled, feeling annoyed and confused about the whole situation. Before anyone could say anything, Izuku spoke first. You can be the #1 if you really want to, but that isn't gonna stop me from being a hero, Izuku said, shockingly giving a grin as he spoke. After all, it's what we talked about. Becoming heroes together so we can be as greater as All Might is. But you can't become a hero without a quirk. Everyone's always said that you need a quirk, Katsuki said, his mind not changing so easily. Mitsuki went to say something, but her husband shushed her. Let it sort itself out. We'll step in if it gets heated, Masuru said, making sure to keep an eye on Katsuki. The boy seemed far more temperamental than he had originally thought. Then I'll be the first quirkless hero. It sounds pretty cool to me, Izuku said. But you're weak. You aren't even good at things. Katsuki pointed at him as he said this, growling too. Yeah, I know I'm weak. He was a kid for crying out loud. That's why I have to get stronger and better so I can help people and fight bad guys in the future. Katsuki looked ready to argue, but Izuku quickly continued. That's why I want you to train with me. Huh, you heard me. We should train together so we can get even stronger than All Might, Izuku said, his grin turning teasing. You're gonna need to if you're gonna keep up with me for when I get super ultra strong after all. I don't need to train. I can just blow up whatever is in my way, Katsuki said, popping a small explosion to prove his point. I've seen sparklers with more firepower, Izuku said bluntly. Mitsuki snorted while covering his mouth to hide her laughter. Katsuki was merely smoldering in embarrassment, red in the face as he sputtered out. But I know it can get more powerful than it is right now. That's why I want you to train with me. Why should I train with you? I should be training with someone worth my time. Nada, Deku, Katsuki snarled dangerously. I'm not afraid of you for starters, Izuku said, not flinching upon seeing Katsuki's explosions. Tsubasa and the others ran off when you fell. I didn't even see anyone come on the way back. But I went down there and I carried you all the way back in the middle of the rain too. That doesn't mean that they're afraid of me, Katsuki yelled in disbelief. No, but it also means they aren't your friends either, Mitsuki added in, ignoring the glare her son sent her way. If they can't be bothered to help you after a fall like that, then they certainly aren't your friends. I don't need help. Heroes don't need help, Katsuki declared, shaking his sturb only. Even heroes need help every now and then. Even All Might. He teamed up with so many different heroes around the world. That wasn't too surprising. It was something he did back in canon too. Izuku just needed to push Katsuki into understanding it. Besides, we're gonna be heroes someday, and when we are, I won't run away from any kind of bad guy. Who do you think you are? Katsuki growled while Izuku smiled. Your best friend. The one who's gonna become a hero, Izuku claimed, unwavering throughout everything. He then held out his hand to Katsuki, who looked shaken by it. Well, what do you say? Wanna be heroes together? Katsuki looked at the hand for a moment, contemplating what he should do. He then slapped his hand into Izuku's, causing an explosion while gripping Izuku. Katsuki, brat. Katsuki froze, having done the small explosion by accidentally. He was about to pull away, but stopped upon realizing Izuku didn't scream. He looked up, seeing a somewhat forced smile, but unchanged eyes that Izuku held. He was even gripping his hand tighter than he had expected. "Don't forget our promise this time, Kachan," Izuku said firmly. "And don't you dare slow me down, Deku." Katsuki growled, yet having a feral grin as he did so. The parents smiled, happy with the outcome while fully planning that was the main issue when it came down to the complexity of Katsuki Bakugo. His ego was built upon hearing the praises of teachers and fellow classmates while they discouraged Izuku constantly right in front of him. Katsuki at the age of 4, listened to those same words for over 10 years, becoming a bully while taking everything to heart. Izuku needed to challenge that ego and break it ever so. Granted, it was just the start to make sure that Katsuki didn't become too much like his canon self. He was at the end of the day a kid who listened to annoying people. It was natural to do so. Kids absorb information like a sponge and take it to heart all the same. Katsuki was no different, and it shaped his mind over the years. Was he by all means manipulating him? No shit. Did he regret it? Fuck no. If there was one thing that he was not going to deal with, it was dealing with Katsuki Bakugo's bullying and threats. Besides, all he did was further along somewhat of how he changed. He was fairly certain that Katsuki was gonna be as aggressive when it came to being a hero, maybe more so with their promise reborn, especially with Mitsuki Bakugo as a mother. With this night, he managed to become friends with Katsuki Bakugo once again. Midoriya residence, Izuku's room, late night. Both Izuku and Katsuki had wanted to have a sleepover after that, and the parents couldn't help it after seeing their children work things out. They only watched the All Might debut video a few times before Katsuki called it at 8 p.m. on the dot. He still listened to what his parents had to say. Izuku, however, was still up, allowing Katsuki to have the bed tonight due to his fallen head still hurting a bit. He was fine with the floor, he had a camping bag and everything. Besides, he could listen in somewhat on their parents talking about what they were gonna do with their school. He didn't care that much, focusing more on his notebook. This, however, wasn't for hero work. It was a sketchbook. I may be in another world for right now, but I haven't forgotten anything from my home, Izuku thought, a sad smile as he looked at the small picture he had made. It was 4 adults, 3 male, 1 female, all dressed in suits, drinks in hands and laughing about. "I don't know if I'll see any of you again. I doubt it, but I'll keep your memory close to my heart until then." He then shut the notebook completely before hiding it behind his cabinet. He then laid back down, allowing sleep to take him over. Rest was needed for when it came up to the upcoming years, and he'd be ready for whatever comes. Well, as best as he could anyway. Chapter end. Chapter 3. In which a life can be changed. Chapter summary. Life goes on for Izuku, Rukido, Midoriya, yet an opportunity presents itself that he cannot screw up. Adela High School, homeroom. 10 years later. 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya wrote silently in his notebook, going over the notes he had for class while occasionally going over his own hero notes. It was another day of his high school life, having 3 years of his life here to look forward to. 6 months were done as of now. Now it was the last class, and he was just making sure he had everything down for the day. Katsuki was beside him, having not changed much in terms of his canon appearance. He wore his school uniform open without a care, doing his own homework ahead of time. As for Izuku, he wasn't nearly as scrawny as the original. He now stood as tall as Katsuki was, with a much more fit body in comparison to his scrawny self. However, that was where the changes ended, having attained the normal appearance of Izuku Midoriya that was faded. Even now, when being in this crap school, he respected the rules and wore his uniform like normal. He had worked hard these past 11 years, training his ass off whenever he got the chance, and being able to do so with much more intensity as he grew older. These muscles weren't for show after all. The height however came from lots of milk. He didn't want to short, what could he say? Besides, it paid off not only for him, but Katsuki too. Flashback RAAAAHHH. A young 9-year-old Katsuki roared as he charged forward at Izuku. The green-haired boy stood a long distance away, his arms crossed briefly before he suddenly threw his palm forward. Gah, damn it! Katsuki held his nose upon feeling the impact before growling and charging forward while firing an explosion. Whoever Izuku easily evaded them, his face straight the whole time. Before he suddenly circled around Katsuki. The boy turned around to attack but a light kick to his chest forced him backwards and into a tree. He moved to get up only to find a stick pointed at his chest. I win, Izuku said, before holding his hand out. Katsuki scoffed, getting up himself and growling. Again, Katsuki demanded. Sure, we'll go at it as many times as it takes. Izuku agreed, while stepping back. Katsuki stood up not long after, just as Izuku threw away the branch. Ready, go. Katsuki kicked into gear, charging forward, throwing his hands up and firing an explosion. Starting from his right, seeing this coming, Izuku dodged and moved out of the way of Katsuki's assault before finally shifting around him. However, Katsuki suddenly blasted himself backward while slamming his elbow into Izuku. Caught off guard, Izuku found himself flown off his feet while Katsuki turned around to attack. As he did so, Izuku suddenly kicked upwards into the boy's stomach before kicking him over into a tree. Damn it, Katsuki growled, quickly getting up with Izuku doing the same. Both of them were glaring at each other before rushing forward. Deku. Katsuki prepared to blast him away before stopping halfway and blasting the ground in front of them instead. Crap. Izuku moved his arm over his eyes to cover them from the smoke. Katsuki, however, suddenly tackled him through it while pinning him to the ground with a hand over his head. Double crap. Ha, I win. Katsuki cheered for himself while hopping back on his feet. Izuku sat up, watching in disbelief upon seeing him jumping around and dancing. It wasn't his first win, but this is probably the one he was extremely proud of. Hey, kids, Izuku thought with a grin as he hopped on his feet. You win all right, nice move. Damn right I win, and I'm gonna keep on winning until I become the #1 hero. Just you wait and see. Katsuki claimed while Izuku laughed at him. Huh, what's so funny, Deku? Nothing, it's just, is that gonna be your catchphrase? You say it a lot. Izuku responded, trying to keep his laughter down. No way, it's gonna be something awesome. Like, die, Katsuki claimed, blowing his hands to prove a point. Well, no one else is yelling that at the villains. Anyway, you won this time, so how about we hit up that ramen place and get you a spicy bowl? My treat, Izuku offered. He watched Katsuki's eyes widen in anticipation. Yeah, last one there has to bring back takeout. Katsuki yelled before immediately running away. Izuku followed behind, already planning on getting takeout too. Begin with present. Hard to believe how far I've come since then. Not really. Seriously, he had put their body through the ringer when it came to normal training. He actually managed to scare Katsuki at some points with some of his ideas on how to get better. Still, I had to prepare just in case. There's already so many changes to this world I wasn't expecting. Might as well get the big one out of the way. All Might was even more active than ever. The man lacked the black Scala eyes and could be seen almost at all times a day. Which meant that he had actually beat All for One and likely wasn't missing a lung this time. Whether or not All for One was dead or alive, however, was up for debate. All Might missed it before, he can miss it again. That was a matter that he could think about later. All Might was even more of a pillar than ever before thanks to his lack of injuries, even stronger too if he was a betting man. However, he wasn't just the #1 hero in Japan, but apparently the whole world. Now, on top of the hero ranking system in every country, there was now an official world hero system, and even now All Might stood at the top of that. What was even crazier was that All Might had apparently trained most of the ones on the board. Seriously, Talk about making use of that symbol of peace title. More or less MHA didn't explore the other countries too often for the reason of it being focused around the story of Izuku Midoriya, which took place in Japan. It wasn't to say that the other countries weren't important, but the main antagonist overall focused on Japan, and thus that's where the story remained. Regardless, the most important thing he had to note was that All Might was healthy as far as he knew, which brought another thing he had to think about as of recent. One for all. In the original timeline, All Might had dismissed the idea of a quirkless hero, which he believed for it to be bad timing on that part, until he saw Izuku Midoriya charge in to face the sludge villain. When other heroes had chosen to do nothing, it was a quirkless boy who ran forward to save his childhood bully of all people. Sure, he and Katsuki were still saved by All Might, but it was from that moment where Izuku Midoriya had been chosen to inherit the quirk of One for All. Now that may not even happen. He couldn't guarantee that those events could play out again, least of all when it came to meeting a specific villain that just happens to be chased down by All Might. He most definitely wasn't going to risk Katsuki's or anyone's life with that knowledge in mind. He was basically his uncle, or big brother. Was that a concern? Well, no, not really anyway. True, a quirkless hero has never been heard of, but there was always a factor that he took into full consideration. Hey Midoriya. Izuku barely turned his head to see a few classmates struggling to hold a bag. Let's see ya hold this. Izuku resisted the urge to sigh before nodding. Sure. He held out his hand and grabbed the bag from its handle. He held it up with little to no struggle, much to their disbelief. Is that all? Is that all? That's at least 480 pounds. A boy said. About 450 actually. Izuku said, feeling the weight before laying it on the floor. He turned back to his work while the boys groaned and dragged the bag away. That was the factor that no one seemed to take in. The superhuman factor. A constant reminder was that this world had followed completely different rules of logic that was different from the world Rukido was from. Some may say these feats just come with the job or their quirks, but there was a reminder that some feats are just part of the human body. And there lies a grand amount within this universe. Katsuki getting gut punched by All Might, through a building and coming back out blasting. Mirai effortlessly dodging Izuku's attacks when testing him. Seriously, future sight alone doesn't give you the proper speed needed to dodge someone like full cowling. Stain breaking through solid ice made by Shoto. Blood paralyzing power that doesn't give strength to just randomly do that. Hell, the greatest example was ironically All Might. 7 people, despite that power stacking up over time, didn't easily equate to giving him the power to change the weather with a single punch. Out of all the wielders before Izuku, he had the most time to train up his body to go beyond its normal limit. He pretty much powered up One for All into a state that went beyond superhuman limits, even beyond what it was likely meant to be. And that was just this world. Marvel, DC, other animes, all had their own definition of superhuman limits being surpassed and aiding the characters of those universes. Even back in his own world, there were more than a few superhuman feats, either earned by working towards it or by pure adrenaline alone. But those were topics for another time. Regardless, the superhuman factor was very much a real thing, ignoring the quirk factor and focusing more on what the human body can accomplish. The original Izuku had managed to get strong enough to pull a bulked up All Might while he was sitting on a fridge. As for him, well, he could certainly lift more. Those losers are still trying that shit. Katsuki asked, scoffing a bit. If you brought one of those weights from home, then you wouldn't need to worry about them asking you. Ah, it's fine. Not like they're doing me any harm. Izuku chuckled out. Still annoying. Especially when they were giving you shit all of last year. Katsuki scowled. A lot of the students had picked on him for being quirkless. Even some of the teachers joined in, either by trying to egg him on or just openly insult him. Katsuki was so damn pissed at that fact, especially when he and Izuku could take down the whole school if they ever felt like it. Why do you even bother dealing with them? Just because they listen to those kinds of people, doesn't mean they are bad per se. It's just how they grew up, Izuku said, with a shrug. He had the mentality of a full-grown adult. None of what they said or do could actually hurt. Whatever, they're just extras at the end of the day, and I know damn well you'll prove them wrong, Katsuki claimed with Izuku smiling. You're right about that. Speaking of, how about another sparring session when we get the chance? You're ahead by 3 and I just can't let that slide, Kachin. Izuku challenged. Oh, bring it the fuck on, Deku. Ah, the one thing that did stick was that stupid nickname. At least it wasn't out of spite anymore. Attention class. Their teacher spoke up, gaining some eyes, but not all. We have a new student joining us from today onward. Izuku looked up, his eyes widening upon seeing who came in. Allow me to introduce Himiko Toga. It was the Himiko Toga. Someone who worked under the League of Villains in the future. And was very much a dangerous person. However, the Himiko Toga here was herself before she finally snapped. Her hair was much cleaner. In place of her Cheshire-like smile was a nervous and restrained one. Her movements weren't remotely free and seemed strict and stoic. Even her eyes, which were now being supported by a pair of glasses, didn't seem as crazed. But she was getting close to snapping, he could tell. Hello, it's nice to meet everyone, Toga uttered after some time. She either got hellos, or some laughter. She looked down all the same, shaking a bit. Take a seat in the back. We'll have you get adjusted to the class in the upcoming days. The teacher uncaringly pushed her ahead, to which she yelped about. She recovered and walked to the back, ignoring some of the people talking to her. She went right for the darkest corner she could find before continuing. Now, please, be quiet. They were not quiet. While everyone was talking and working amongst themselves, Izuku had to resist the urge to glance over at Toga. He certainly didn't want to creep her out or make her uncomfortable. Still, there was a chance here. A chance to save Toga before things got bad. Adela High School courtyard. Where is she? Izuku thought worriedly. It was lunch now and the courtyard was filled. He had left Katsuki behind, saying he needed to check on something he forgot about. I don't know if I'll ever get another chance like this to do something for her. He'd regret it for the rest of his life. Himiko herself was trying to motivate herself to eat the lunch her parents had made her make. To anyone else, it would have been a good meal to have. For her, it was bland and tasteless. She glanced briefly from her meal and looked around at the crowd of people, her heart beating rapidly while her breathing was quickly becoming shallow. She then snapped her head back to her lunch, trying to get herself to focus more on it. I'm a good girl. Don't be a monster again. Just eat your food and ignore it. She couldn't. However, she had the taste for something that was considered abnormal, inhumane, something that even made her own flesh and blood call her a monster. I can hold myself back. I waited this long. I can go one for longer. Yet her vision blurred, as her ears twitched as she swore she could hear the very veins holding blood wanting to burst free. Yes, she wanted blood. She had wanted it for so long, ever since she was a child and killed a pretty bird, coated in it. Her parents were so mad, to the point they had forced her to never drink anything blood-related. And she listened, for so long too. But that was the thing that they didn't realize. Wanting blood, to drink it, to consume it, was part of her nature. Down to the very base of her most primal instincts. It would have scared others. It would give her parents trouble. She'd be a monster. Yet as time passed on, she found very little reason to care. She already cared enough when it came to a cute boy with curly hair and lied to her parents about wanting to change schools. She had wanted his blood so bad, and yet she managed to restrain herself greatly. Now there were so many fresh faces, no one that she could say she liked, but maybe, just maybe, she could finally let loose. No, be good, please, Himiko thought, shaking badly. She left because she didn't want to risk breaking, but now it was much harder. So many people here were far from kind. She heard what they said behind each other's back. But it shouldn't matter. It's just a little bit. No, I should have more. We have this for a reason. She glanced to her side, seeing her hand slithering down into her bag. She felt a box cutter in there. But I should be good. Not bad. Not a monster. Shouldn't I? She felt her mind go still as she reached to pull out the box cutter. Hi there. Eep. Himiko stopped any train of thought and ripped her hand away from her bag. Hi. There. You're new to our class, right? Toga Himiko. Right. Himiko nodded as the boy in front of her greeted her with a smile. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I hope everyone in our class has been treating you well. They've been fine. Lie. But whatever. Did you need something? She watched as he suddenly had a notebook and pencil in hand, leaving her wondering if she missed it or it was a quirk. Speaking of, would you mind if I asked you about your quirk? My quirk. Himiko felt herself sweat. She wanted to say no, but the idea of an opportunity came to mind. Sure. Great. Izuku sat down next to her, his notebook open as she remarked that it was labeled #13 inches before he spoke. So, what is your quirk? It was diagnosed as transform by my doctor. Himiko explained, watching as he instantly listed it. And how does it work? Can you transform by will or is something required? Izuku asked, innocently enough. He watched her shift in her spot, staying silent on the question. I would need some blood. Himiko whispered it out, knowing full well he still heard. She expected to hear some form of mockery or disgust. Fear came with both. That much was true. She felt her heart beat hard as her breath became much slower and harsher. Blood. I need it. I deserve it. And how would it work? Touch. Consumption. I drink it. A strong and harsh beat went through her body. I see. And do you need a certain amount in order to transform? I'd need a lot to make sure I can transform for long periods, I think. She licked her lips as she said this, her fangs bearing out as she looked directly at Izuku's neck. Is that why you have that box cutter there? Izuku asked, making her freeze. She looked down at her hand and saw it there, right out in the open. Himiko didn't know what to say. She didn't even know she was holding it. She thought she left it in her bag. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Izuku asked, not moving or even backing away from her. She was close and it could happen at this very moment. I asked if you're okay. Izuku asked, a hand coming across hers. She was clearly confused, far from being used to actually being asked that question. Does it have to do with your quirk? I don't understand, Himiko admitted, her mind racing as she held onto her weapon tightly. She wanted his blood, just from how nice he was being, but she felt strange about the question. He should be screaming. Why isn't he screaming? People with blood quirks are rare enough. Ones that need to drink blood are even rarer. Izuku started, not missing how uncomfortable she was while fidgeting in her seat. They need to consume blood on the regular, like it was food and water. Any attempts to do so may cause any long-lasting damage to them as a whole. Himiko heard this, but she seemed more frightened as she moved to get up. However, Izuku grabbed her arm. Easy there. If you need blood, you just need to ask. Ask. Himiko didn't make a move to leave, but she was still tense. In my case, yeah, I don't mind giving you some blood, Izuku claimed, letting out while holding out his arm. He watched her eyes quickly become cat-like, getting ready to pounce to attack and quickly spoke. No using the box cutter though, that can hurt bad and she didn't hesitate, lunging down and biting into his arm. Himiko couldn't help the moan that came from doing so. It felt so liberating, so freeing, so delicious. It was a wonder how she went so long without blood. Not even her own could ever satisfy her, but someone else's had hit all the right marks. It was strange to her all the same, however. No one had offered her blood before. Her own parents were revolted by everything that surrounded her quirk. Yet, even when she killed that bird, it didn't even compare to this. Though, she did admit it had hurt a little upon forcing her teeth to pierce his skin as quickly as she did. His skin was really hard. Well, I'm not getting stabbed at least, Izuku thought, his foot kicking the box cutter under the seat. Himiko had dropped it in favor of having his arm. He sat still, allowing Himiko to enjoy the taste while looking on top of her head. I wonder. Without having much thought, he petted her head gently. And she purred. Fuck, that's adorable. Himiko in the meantime was mewing happily, no doubt savoring every drop of his blood. He thankfully wasn't getting lightheaded, yet it would have been preferred compared to actually hearing some of the comments from the other students. What's going on over there? Did Midoriya bag a girl? How? It's probably just a quirk thing. Still weird though. Weird as all that loser Midoriya is. True that. Maybe we should help that poor girl. No way. If she wants to hang around that quirkless dreamer, then let her. She's right. After all, she has to be as much of a loser to even humor him. Seriously. Morons. Izuku thought with an eye roll. Seemed like Himiko was too far into her own world to even care about the comments. At least I prevented something bad happening. For now, anyway. Need to see this through before I could ever call it a save. Wait, does she have cat ears? The fuck is this? Looking up, Izuku was greeted with the sight of a glaring Katsuki. Just helping somebody out. Quirk instincts and whatnot. Izuku explained it all so casually. Yeah, that sounds about right. Katsuki said, turning around to the others staring. He then gave Tame a terrifying smirk as he popped an explosion. Hey, what are you punks talking about over there? They immediately scattered, making Katsuki snicker to himself while Izuku chuckled a bit. He felt his arm finally released and turned to see Himiko. She seemed more eager for blood. But given the fact he was still conscious and wasn't being drained dry, meant some form of sense came to her. So, am I good? I mean, I've tasted my blood before and I think it's alright. Izuku joked, while Katsuki gave him a weird look. When the hell did you? Every time you've busted my nose. Right, it was so good. Himiko stopped herself, realizing what just happened. She pulled away, her nerves hitting hard as her fear built up. I'm sorry. Hey, it's alright. Izuku started, but was interrupted. But it isn't. Himiko hissed, tears welding up in her eyes. I wasn't supposed to break my promise to my parents. Being inhumane or worse, monster. What are you on about? Why the hell would anyone call you a monster over that? If it's part of your quirk, then it's natural. Katsuki questioned, unknowingly making Izuku proud in his questioning. He's right. You're no monster when your following instincts are based on your quirk. Izuku said before quickly adding on. Which is why it's so dangerous that you haven't had any blood in so long. What do you mean? Himiko asked, genuinely confused. Some quirks have certain characteristics beyond their actual diagnosis. In your case, because you need blood in order to transform, you have a natural taste for it. Izuku explained with Himiko gulping before nodding. You need to consume because it's part of your base instincts. If you don't, it can negatively affect your mind. When was the last time you actually had blood? Since I was 4. Himiko said lowly. When I told my parents they called me a monster and made sure that I wouldn't do anything like that again. Your parents are serious fucking morons. Katsuki said, getting a violent flinch from her. A part of her wanted to retort, but any kind of defense was pointless when she found herself disliking them greatly. Seriously, quirk counseling is a thing for a reason. As much as I hate to say it, he's right. There are hundreds of programs that can ensure that would have helped you when it came to needing blood. Suppressing it like that is the worst thing they could have decided for you. Izuku would personally prefer to slap the soul out of her parents, but he'd settle for cursing them at some point. If it keeps going like this, you may snap someday. He didn't miss her flinch at that, but continued. We can tell someone, and they will help you. Do you really think so? Do you really think I'm not a monster? Himiko asked, tears growing in her eyes again. I know so, Izuku said with confidence. Himiko couldn't hold back anymore and latched onto him while crying freely. Izuku wrapped an arm around her, using his other to comfortably pat her back. Katsuki watched it all with his usual scowl, though there was a softness in it. Well, we're here now. I swear if any random bullshit ruins this I will personally destroy the cause. Midoriya household 2 weeks later. Single quote. Well, it's definitely random, but I can't call it bullshit. Izuku thought while sitting on the couch. He was reading through his phone with one hand while petting Himiko's head as she drew blood from his shoulder. After the incident, they went to the principal of the school to tell them about Himiko's case, with Katsuki leading the charge. Like they predicted, he listened to Katsuki without even addressing Izuku at all. Bastard, but he was a helpful bastard. He had contacted the police and Himiko had told them everything. Unsurprisingly, they went to her parents about this to hear it themselves. They didn't even deny it and even justified it. Fuckers. Fuckers that were arrested on the spot for child endangerment and abuse. Lucky them, he didn't get to slap them. It was a shut and open case with how proud they were about it and how thankful Himiko should have been. They were now imprisoned and wouldn't be allowed anywhere near Himiko unless she deemed it necessary, which was likely never. It finally came to the matter as to what to do with Himiko Toga. In terms of age, she could have lived on her own, making use of the money she gained from the case. However, the problem came in the form of her still needing support when it came to her blood and shouldn't be risked to live on her own just in case a health or mental problem arose. Thankfully, the answer came in the form of the wonderful mother being that of Inko Midoriya. She was one of the first people told about it and fully supported the decision of making sure that Himiko got all the help she needed. Naturally, they were going to be watched over by certain officials to make sure she didn't go through that ever again. Thankfully, she had accepted and was now happily accepted into their household. Not as a first either, but an actual member of the family. She was now Himiko Midoriya, his sister. He'd be lying if he said he had planned on that, but it was a welcome change. Make no mistake, she was very much adjusting. Not only to the program which had given her access to a plentiful supply of blood, not including his own, but also choosing who she actually wanted to be and who her parents wanted her as. She was like this for a long time, but she was still going to their school to build herself back up. For now, she was happy and calm, if a bit thirsty for his blood, but he was more than willing to help. Izuku, however, felt a sense of pride. He pretty much prevented someone from snapping and becoming something worse than who they are. Her parents were the major reason why she became a villain originally after all. Of course, that was also because they were trying to make social cues as well. Himiko's quirk was seen as strange and it angered him that many agreed with that. This society had a lot of issues. So many that he was genuinely shocked that they had survived so long after the emergence of heroes and villains. Superpowers were all the hype, after all, and it was either you had a good one or a bad one that decided how you would be treated. Everything was wrapped at the end of the series, but it felt like they were given so little information on the matter and how to go on. He very much doubted it took the near end of Japan to change the whole world. Not so much when it came to the standards of this world. But hey, that just meant he had an actual chance to try and improve things, at least he hoped. So, done. Himiko let go and allowed a satisfied smile to come across her face. Think that can hold you over till later? Izuku asked softly while Himiko nodded eagerly. Good. Surprised you still prefer to drink from me rather than your supply. Nothing ever beats the first drink, Himiko claimed. Don't I know it? Damn it, I'm missing drinking again. Izuku thought with a slight twitch. Con of being born as a kid, you had to wait to drink alcohol. He still remembered when he nabbed some sake from Auntie Mitsuki's cabinet. Best mistake ever, if you say so. Oh, your show is coming on soon. You're right. Himiko quickly got up and ran to the kitchen. Get up, we need to grab as many snacks for it. Izuku could only laugh as he listened to her. He could focus on hero books and society later. Living in the moment was the best choice he could make right now. Chapter End. Chapter 4. Are encounters rigged? Chapter Summary, in which Izuku wonders if some encounters are either random or rigged from the start. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Midoriya household, living room, 1 month. Hey, is anyone home? Katsuki said, opening the door and entering. He was wearing more casual clothes due to it being the weekend, and he had the full intention of spending it with their break. In the kitchen, he scoffed upon hearing Himiko's voice, hearing how cheerful she sounded. He stepped to find her happily cooking lunch, her own clothes slightly messy from how much she was making. "Hey cat sensei, didn't I tell you not to call me that, Fangs?" The boy growled while Himiko giggled in response. "You have me a nickname, so I gave you one," Himiko claimed while Katsuki continued to growl. "Besides, it works out given how you're teaching me how to cook properly." Himiko had to learn how to cook for herself thanks to how her parents were, but what she made had genuinely disgusted Katsuki and concerned Inko. Both agreed to help her cook so she could keep herself healthy. TCH. Someone had to. Katsuki scoffed, but didn't say any more. Thankfully, she was a quick learner, at least for basic things. "Where's Auntie and Deku at?" Midoriya had to go into work at the last minute while Izu is out shopping. Himiko answered, getting a small scowl from Katsuki. "I think you can still catch up with him if you hurry." "No point. The nerd won't be that long," Katsuki claimed as he joined her by the table. Seeing what she was making, he quirked an eyebrow. "Katsuden, I wanted to thank them," Himiko said, an honest smile replacing her teasing one. "They've done a lot for me and I wanted to pay them back. For helping me, for taking me into their family." "Huh, as if they'd take it. Both of them were too nice for their own good." It was a good thing. His family was more than willing to be their backbone when they needed it. When they didn't, well, that was never pretty. "Still, you good. With this whole deal they have you." "Oh, you mean my blood supply?" He nodded while she took off her apron and sat down. "It's been great for the most part. Their blood isn't the greatest in the world compared to Izuku's though. Nothing can beat having it from the source after all." TCH. Good. Katsuki wanted to make sure that Himiko's deal was still strong. Granted, he knew Izuku would have said something otherwise. "Just so you know, if you do ever run low and can't get any from Deku, then you can have some of my blood." Himiko perked up, not shocked, but definitely surprised. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm fucking sure. It's basically donating blood or something like that," Katsuki simplified. But I normally bite into Izuku and Midoriya when I do that," Himiko admitted, her fears coming up again. "It didn't go unnoticed." "Yeah, and you purr like a cat when you do so." "Big whoopee-doo," Katsuki said bluntly. Himiko hissed at that, but he ignored it in favor of getting to the point. "Listen, Fangs, I already made it clear I don't give a damn about what you need for your quirk. It's normal. Besides, if I get scared of giving some blood, then I might as well call it quits about being a hero." "If you're sure, would you mind if I have some now?" Himiko asked, clearly holding herself back. Katsuki just slammed his arm on the table with a raised eyebrow, making her eyes instantly lock on. However, unlike her first time, she simply leaned down and bit into his arm. Not getting so much of a flinch, she drew upon his blood while letting out a purr. "So, how'd I taste, Fangs?" Katsuki asked after a few minutes. "Spicy," Himiko admitted with a giggle. Katsuki rolled his eyes at that, but was glad that she was satisfied. "Thank you again, Bakugo." TCH, just call me Katsuki. Both sat in silence for a moment until he spoke up again. "Wanna raid Deku's room?" "Absolutely. As soon as I get done with lunch," Himiko agreed. Musudafu, streets. While Katsuki and Himiko were at home, Izuku was leaving another video store with a determined look. One thing that would never change about Izuku Midoriya was that he was a hero fanboy through and through. So when he heard about a video game brawler involving pro heroes within Japan, he had to get his hands on it. Of course everyone had wanted one too, which had left many stores treated like a Black Friday sale. And what's worse was that he had a bad habit of helping people around. "Here kitty. PSS. Izuku was currently in a tree trying to get a young boy's cat down. The cat glared at him spitefully and bit his hand. However, instead of flinching, he simply rubbed under its neck, causing it to stop its assault and purr. Izuku could only sweat drop as it then skillfully jumped from the tree and landed into the boy's arm. Well, that's Dawn. Then the branch broke. Thank you for the help, young man, an aged woman said, holding onto Izuku's arm as he helped her across the street. Anytime, ma'am. Izuku prepared to go only for her to suddenly grip his arm again. I think I left my purse, would you mind getting it for me? The woman asked, pointing across the aggressively fast-moving and busy street. Yes, I can. Izuku walked through the street, determined to head into a store for the game. However, he stopped upon seeing someone trying to move around with several bags of groceries. He sighed as several All Might fans pushed past him eagerly while he walked to the person to help them. But Izuku, Rukido, Midoriya was determined, and that was all he needed. He spotted another store that was on his list, one he hadn't been to in a few months now. Without waiting, he entered inside and instantly started scanning the shelves. It was surprisingly empty, but that worked in his favor as he quickly went into the back. His eyes instantly zeroed in on the sight of All Might's silhouette on a cover and snatched it right up. Ultimate Hero Vortex. Yes, mission accomplished. He knew Katsuki was gonna be jealous when he showed this off, but it would be worth it. Just need to avoid a flash mob this time. People are vicious when it comes to this stuff. However, before he could walk away, someone spoke up. Is that the last one? Turning around, he greeted a rather familiar-looking guy. He was wearing a simple gray hoodie with black cargo pants and shoes. He was tan-skinned, average height for their age range, narrow red eyes, short white hair and a pair of white rabbit ears. Please tell me you're a stock guy here and that you just happened to be putting that up. Sadly no, Izuku admitted, earning a groan from the guy. Damn it, I already went through 7 blocks too, the guy muttered, this meaning for it to go unintentional, no doubt, but Izuku heard it all the same. He winced ever so slightly. It was tough trying to get some things like this. In that case, how about you take it? Izuku said, holding out the game, surprising him. I know what it's like missing out on something you like. Hang on, I just can't do that. You found that first, fair and square. The guy said, clearly not on board with the idea. Least of all when I can't pay you back. Then how about you tell me more about your quirk? Izuku offered, suddenly holding up a notebook and pen. I like studying quirks whenever I can. If you can tell me about yours, then I'd consider it a good payment. He noticed the boy seemed slightly annoyed by it, but was determining if it was worth it or not. Fine, you have yourself a deal. He finally relented, much to Izuku's amusement. Good to hear. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Reiko Usajiyama. Fucking knew it. Later. Reiko Usajiyama. Quirk. Flash Rabbit. Flash Rabbit was a unique emitter, mutant type of quirk. The mutant type came obviously from his rabbit features, granting the user rabbit-like anatomy and abilities the quirk gives. The user enhanced senses of hearing and smelling. The user also possesses a rabbit's survival instincts, which alerts them of any nearby danger. It also provides immense leg strength to the point where they can bounce around as advanced movement, and to where their kicks would be able to break even the sturdiest things into dust. The second part of the quirk came in the form of a teleportation. The user is able to leave a mark on anything, and with it, they can teleport to it whenever they feel like. The teleportation itself came in silver, almost blinding light that was instant. The mark itself is a black mark, able to be ruined or destroyed if someone messes with it. Despite this, the current distance is across distracts with little need for break. The user can also teleport others with him, though with a bit of strain. If he was being honest, it seemed almost identical to the flying Raijin technique from Naruto, used by Minato Namaze. Though, no point in writing in the small detail. Got all you need? Reiko asked suddenly, bringing Izuku out his notebook. Yeah, it's really helpful. Izuku said, closing the book. How's the game? Better than I expected, honestly. Granted, it could use a story. Reiko said, looking down at his gamer Rad, which was now playing the new hero game. So, what's the deal with the whole hero notebook thing? You got a lot of them, apparently. 14 of them, you're actually my last entry for this one. Izuku answered, putting the book into his bag. He still had to make plenty of notes to make on it. And it's just a hobby of mine. Outside of school. Plus, it'll help me in the future. What? Planning to be a quirk analysis? Reiko asked, not looking up from his screen. Hero actually. Izuku answered without missing a beat. He didn't miss the slight frown on his before making it go away. Good for you, though I don't see how learning about other quirks helps you. Reiko said, making Izuku chuckle. It helps if a villain has a quirk like the one I noted down, meaning I can prepare for it. That, or I can help someone else out with another quirk. Izuku explained with Reiko humming. Sounds like you're taking it seriously. Well, a friend of mine would say that you shouldn't half-ass it when it comes to being a hero. Peef. Reiko couldn't help but to snort. Sorry, you just don't seem to be the type to curse. I try to keep to crap, if I can. Try being the key work when dealing with idiotic nonsense. Hey, so what is your quirk anyway? Reiko asked, his focus being solely on his game. Probably something with super intelligence. Those notes were terrifying to look at. Oh, I don't have one. Izuku said casually. Reiko slipped with his gamer rad, causing it to fall out of his hands. However, Izuku caught it before it could be broken. You don't have a quirk, and you want to be a hero. Izuku nodded, handing him back his game with the most carefree expression he had ever seen. Reiko could only let out a dry laugh, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. Well, that's the first I've ever heard of that. Well, guess I'm the first. Izuku shrugged. In all honesty, it was a little baffling that there wasn't an official quirkless hero. I guess you would be. Reiko muttered, looking down at his game. What about you? Izuku asked, earning his attention again. What are you gonna do in the future? Plan on being a hero? Fuck, I hate that question. Don't take this the wrong way, but I can't say it's appealing to me, Reiko said before quickly adding on. I don't think it's bad to be one or anything like that, but I've never been into heroes like that. I doubt I can see myself as one. Alright then. Reiko blinked, confusion clear on his face. I think you're the first person I've ever met that shrugged that off. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at his expression. He wasn't the one to convince people to go into the hero business. It wasn't his job. Your life is whatever you wish it to be, my friend. Izuku said, getting a snort in return. You get that from a fortune cookie? Reiko asked. No, just something I heard on the TV before. Both had laughed at this, going unnoticed or cared for by the populace. For Reiko, it was honestly the best day he had in a while. His perspective on heroes wasn't something that others appreciated, thus making it hard to actually have friends. For Izuku, it was hard being a quirkless and trying to make friends. He got lucky with Katsuki, but none other showed any real interest. So many people mocked him, but Reiko so far proved himself different in that regard. It was a nice feeling. You're a riot, you know Midoriya. Right back at you, Sagayama. Reiko allowed a smirk to come on his face before he put the game away. He took out a random card and pencil before writing on it and passing it to. I ain't the best when it comes to this, but here's my contact info. Reiko said, passing him the card. Sorry if this seems weird or anything, but I shouldn't be too long. No, not at all. Here, Izuku had done the same as Reiko and had written down his info before giving it to the rabbit boy. It's not every day I make a friend. Being quirkless and all, that makes people turn their eyes away from me most of the time. Hey, well, I appreciate it. I also left my gamer card there, just in case you ever felt like playing anything. Reiko added on with Izuku nodding. I definitely owe you one. Don't mention it, really. I wouldn't mind hanging out again. Izuku said, sitting up. Reiko did the same as Izuku held out his hand. I'll be sure to introduce another friend of mine whenever I get the chance. He's not a mutterer like you, right? Reiko asked while shaking his hand. No, he can be a bit explosive at times, but he means well. Izuku admitted as they let go. Ah, in that case I'll bring something to tune him out. Reiko joked with Izuku snorting. It was good meeting you. Same to you. Later. With that, they had gone their separate ways for the time being. I should take into consideration more changes like that. He never heard of the original Rumi Usajiyama having a brother of any kind. If that was possible, then who's to say that there weren't others that exist as well, or didn't exist? Well, that turned dark. Quick, wait, was the encounter rigged? Blah, focus on anything else. It certainly didn't take long upon hearing some commotion. Seeing a gathered crowd and the sound of fighting, his interest peaked. Study time. Might make me a little late, but nothing new. Stepping around the crowd, he saw the fight was actually between Endeavor and a bunch of villains with other fire quirks. It wasn't anything too special, given they were getting their asses handed to them by the number 2 hero of Japan, though he did seem noticeably more irritable than normal. It made him worry for Shoto. His thought process was ruined upon one of the villains suddenly breathing out a ball of fire. It blew up an upper floor building above the crowd and caused flaming debris to fall towards them. Naturally everyone panicked and quickly tried to avoid it as best they could. Izuku was about to do the same before he spotted someone on the ground. Without much thought, he dived at them and forced them both to roll out of the way of a flaming fridge. Fuck me, Izuku hissed while forcing himself to his feet. He didn't wait and grabbed the person out of the way before the fire could get any worse. As they made distance, he finally stopped and let out a breath of relief. Hey, are you okay? I'm fine. Izuku blinked upon recognizing the voice. Actually getting a good look, he realized that he wasn't just with anyone, but rather Kyoka Jiro. A future student of UAN. Pro-heroine to be. I just need a moment to get my bearings straight. Upon the sound of cheering, it was clear that Endeavor had dealt with the villains in question, and was now dealing with the damage caused by them. However, he focused his attention onto Kyoka instead, helping her sit down as she breathed calmly, her jacks safely tucked away into her hoodie while she was trying hard to not touch her ears. How are you feeling? Izuku asked softly. The last thing he wanted to be was loud, not after the fire fight. Not good, but better than I would have been, Kyoka admitted with a weak smile. The sound from the explosion had completely caught her off guard, and thanks to how close as he was to it, it put her into a state of shock from the pain. If no one had noticed her, she would have been badly injured or worse. Thanks dude, I owe you one. You're welcome, Izuku said, unable to help smiling. However, a thought came to him as he frowned. The fire department and the paramedics are gonna be here soon. Do you wanna get looked at by them, or do you think you're fine? Why yeah, I'm fine. It's not the first time it happened, just not that serious, Kyoka admitted, before shivering. But I could do without the sirens right now. I figured, Izuku said, standing up with her. Still, I really can't thank you enough dude, Kyoka said. That's all I need, really. You're safe, along with everyone else. That's what matters most, Izuku said, unable to help the smile on his face. He wasn't gonna downplay what he had down. Too many people did that enough as is. Still, he could be humble about it. Oh right, Izuku Midoriya by the way. Kyoka Jiro. Nice to meet you, Greenie. Izuku snorted upon the nickname. Right back at ya, Jax. Kyoka couldn't help laughing a bit at that. Yeah, you and I are gonna be good friends. We are. Izuku hadn't missed the look she had given him. It was the, "Are you dumb?" look. You saved me, remember? And you're acting humble about it compared to Endeavor at least, Kyoka claimed, her jacks pointing to the scene behind her. Fans of Endeavor were begging for autographs, but the number 2 hero was dismissing them with a glare. Quote. It's weird that they're into that, right? It's definitely a kink. On both ends I bet. Kyoka had to cover her mouth to stop herself from bursting out in laughter while Izuku chuckled to himself. Okay, give me your phone. You've officially earned my phone number, Kyoka said with Izuku shaking his head before doing as she said. Once she was done, she handed it back to him with a smile. You better not ghost me or else. Trust me, I won't. With that they said their goodbyes and headed their separate ways. Kyoka thought of the green-haired boy who saved her while Izuku was thinking about rigged encounters. Seriously, what was his luck? Midoriya household late. Izuku groaned as he entered the house, having been tired from today's events. Mom. Himiko. I'm home. Izu. Himiko practically jumped on him from behind and dug her fangs into his neck. He simply responded by patting her head as he continued walking. She surprisingly finished fast, and let go of him with a giggle. Yup, so much better than spicy blood. Spicy? Izuku questioned only to spot Katsuki coming out of his room. Ah, I understand. Now, where the hell have you been? Katsuki said, plopping down on the couch. Izuku and Himiko had done the same. I've been here all damn day waiting for your ass to get back. Because I thought we were gonna do something. Sorry about that. I was trying to find that new hero game, but the stores ran out. Izuku admitted while picking up the remote. However, he spotted several of his notebooks on the table. You raided my room. Again. What did you expect? We were bored and you weren't here. Katsuki said, snatching up the remote. In all seriousness, you are weirdly organized when it comes to your notebooks. Especially when it comes to hero stuff. Himiko said, remembering the huge bookshelf he had. I mean, you have hero notes, support gear, even crime scenarios. Katsuki growled in annoyance, and remembered reading some of those scenarios. Some of them had thought of ways that people could get into situations that could be used against him. Seriously, I think you're better than me when it comes to that. Maybe, but you're still top of the class. Izuku rubbed her head as he said this, making her purr. Still, I'm sorry for being late. On the bright side, I think I made some new friends. Did you? That's great. Himiko cheered. They know you're quirkless. Katsuki asked bluntly. Himiko glared at him for that, but Izuku merely shrugged. Only one of them. It didn't come up with Jiro. Izuku explained with Katsuki huffing in response. He had always made sure that people were real when they tried being friends with him. Not that he could blame him. There were more than a few that tried to mess with him. Best not tell them that I almost got crushed saving one of them. TCH. I'll make sure they aren't trying to pull some shit behind your back. Katsuki declared. And if they are, I'll give them a nice, messy cut, Toga admitted with a wide grin, pulling a kitchen knife from somewhere. Quote. You guys are so protective, it's genuinely adorable. Izuku said, getting a happy giggle from Himiko, but a blushing embarrassed growl from Katsuki. I ain't fucking adorable, Katsuki proclaimed quite loudly. I have seen your baby pictures, so I respectfully disagree. Izuku said calmly. I've seen yours too. Yeah, and I know I'm adorable. He's right, he looks so cute in that All Might onesie. Himiko gushed. I think I have one of Katsuki in one. From Auntie Mitsuki. Izuku added on with Katsuki gasping. Don't you dare, Deku. Oh no, I'm already gone. Izuku claimed, slamming a pillow into Katsuki's face before sprinting off. Himiko jumped after him while the stunned Katsuki leapt to his feet. Screaming and laughter filled the household as Inko listened from outside, having a large smile on her face as tears welled up in her eyes. She was so happy that Izuku was doing well. That he was happy, having friends, doing great. In school, everything. She always worried that she failed as a mother, especially after he was declared quirkless. However, hearing him laughing had diminished any worries she had. She entered inside, more than happy to be a part of it. Chapter end. Chapter end notes. Reminder. This is chapter is one of 20 I'm transferring over here. I hope you enjoy it. Chapter 5. The enjoyment of normality. Chapter summary. Izuku wants to train, but not solo. Katsuki isn't allowing it easily, not unless he meets them. Thankfully, a trip to the mall was all he needed for that. Takoba Municipal Beach 1 week later. I knew it was bad, but this is somehow worse than what I remember. Izuku muttered to himself. He stood before the current site of where Izuku Midoriya had trained months before the UA entrance exam, in order to build up his body in order to use the infamous quirk, one for all. Seriously, How does any of this go unnoticed? It was honestly disappointing given this beach was really nice before it was reduced to a dumping ground. Even more so that everyone else seemed to accept it as such. Oh well, it was hardly the reason why he was here. Why are we all the way out here, Deku? Katsuki questioned beside him. Well, remember that endeavor fight that took place near our usual spot the other day? Izuku asked, getting a growl from Katsuki. Yeah, that flaming asshat torched out some of the woods with one of his moves. What about it? Katsuki asked. Well, I tried heading around there the other day, but they're still dealing with the damage. There, it could be weeks before they actually get done. Izuku explained, getting a groan from Katsuki. Which is why I was looking around for quirk allowed use areas where we could train at. And you picked the dump? Katsuki questioned. I wouldn't need to if you actually considered going to quirk gyms. Izuku regretted those words as Katsuki snapped to him with a glare. Hell no. Why the fuck would I want to go to those quirkist assholes for training? They ain't good for shit if they won't let you in. Katsuki yelled, his anger clear as day. Izuku could only sigh at that, knowing he was right. They would tell him it was out of concern of distractions, but that was about as bogus as it got. I just think it would be good for you. That way you can study different quirks and learn how to counter them in the future. Izuku explained, not missing Katsuki's snarl in retaliation. Ignoring that, I know you wouldn't want me to leave you behind, so that's why I picked this place. Free of people outside those assholes who dump their shit here. Well, one of the reasons. What's the other reason? Katsuki asked, his anger lessened for now. I've seen pictures of this place before it was turned into a dump. It was an actual beach that was beyond beautiful before it became, well, this. I figured we could clean up and bring it back to how it used to be. After all, everyone deserves a chance to enjoy a place like this when it is at its greatest. Izuku explained with a wide smile. And honestly, it's been ignored long enough. It definitely hasn't done anything to deserve being left like, well, this. Izuku explained as best as he could, only to hear a snort from Katsuki. What, was I being cheesy? You were, but in the best possible way. Katsuki claimed while shaking his head. He could tell there likely more to it than that with how he was talking, but didn't want to push it for now. So, what, we just moved things here to an actual dump? Heck no. I planned on hiring a driver to take this stuff after we've moved it here. Izuku said, referring to the free space, large enough to place the garbage. Are you sure you can afford that? Katsuki questioned. You'd be surprised with how cheap they are. Izuku said with a shrug. We just need to keep it simple and efficient when doing so. Besides, it'll make good strength training just moving this stuff around. Fine, at least we'll be here by ourselves. Katsuki said, but didn't miss Izuku suddenly looking away. Deku. Well, I haven't asked anyone to join us, but I kinda want to. Izuku admitted, earning a scowl from Katsuki. Who? Those so-called friends that I haven't even met yet? Katsuki questioned. He still didn't get to meet Kyoka and Reiko, mostly because they did still have their own lives and didn't live close to them. You would if you actually joined the group chat. Izuku said, I'll join when I actually meet them. Katsuki declared, earning an eye roll in return. Fine. Without another word, he brought out his phone and began texting. He waited for a few moments before two dings went off as he put away the phone, turning to Katsuki. Congratulations, we have a playdate. Quote. Fuck. Hiyashi Ward Shopping Mall the very next day. Fuck. You said that already. Quote. Fuck. You. At least it's better. Izuku and Katsuki were currently waiting for both Kyoka and Reiko to come join them at the front of the hall. Both were dressed casually once again, taking note of the spring weather coming in. When are they getting here? Katsuki questioned. Soon. Try to keep that scowl down in the meantime, Kachan. Only when you stop wearing those stupid shirts, Deku. Ah, right. He had worn one of the many named shirts that Izuku owned. As of right now it said, shirt, and he liked it simple. Don't look down on a style you can't comprehend. Izuku said seriously, earning a dumbfounded look from his friend. The greenette only scoffed at the look and instead scanned around for his friends. Thankfully it didn't take long, spotting both of them, surprisingly coming from the same corner. Jiro, Usajiyama, over here. Didn't I tell you to just call me Reiko? Seriously, it's easier, Reiko said as they approached. Izuku just laughed while Katsuki remained silent. So that's them. Katsuki instantly locked onto the pair with a glare. He'd be lying if he said that he actually trusted them in being Izuku's friends. Of course he was going to be judging their every action, word and even their expressions to see if they could actually be worthy to be a part of their friend group. About time. Been waiting here forever. Don't mind him. He just wants to make sure we get in line for any new hero merch, Izuku said, ignoring the scowl. But seriously, I'm glad we could meet like this. It's no issue, dude, Kyoka said simply while spinning her earjack. It was bound to happen anyway. I'm just glad we could relax a little bit, Reiko admitted, not missing the small glance from Katsuki. This guy got a staring problem. TCH, let's get going already, Katsuki said, moving on and heading to the entrance. The others gave each other a look before they followed after him. Hiyashi Ward Shopping Mall, Heroes Gala. Katsuki had headed straight to one of many hero stores, noticing that Izuku and his friends had followed behind. He however paid no mind, already spotting what he wanted from the start and grabbed it. Fucking finally. The same game that Izuku had hunted for. He had managed to not grab one, but two of them. He then tossed one of the copies to his friend. Deku, catch. Don't throw stuff you haven't paid for, Izuku said, easily catching it as they entered. Seeing what it was, he then turned to Reiko. Looks like we can play together. Yeah, granted I'm a little ahead, but it shouldn't take you long to catch up, Reiko commented. Izuku hummed in agreement before turning to Kyoka. Do you wanna look around for a copy? Izuku asked, only to see her shake her head. He shrugged in understanding and moved to the counter with Katsuki. Not getting anything else. Don't need to. This is the newest game and I'll be damned if I let you get ahead of me, Katsuki declared proudly as they paid for the games. Now, what next? I don't plan on wasting my day, even with the extras. Both Kyoka and Reiko questioned while Izuku faked a cough. Isn't it obvious? We hit other stores, the arcade and finally the food court. Maybe see if there's a movie theater in this place, Izuku explained as it was obvious. It was all a mall was. Good for really hanging out. Maybe we can find one of those bootleg All Might movies too. Make fun of. Fuck it, fine. Katsuki relented, with Kyoka and Reiko agreeing. Izuku could only grin as he led the way this time. Hiyashi Ward Shopping Mall, arcade. Having fun playing catch up? Reiko asked, a smug grin settled on his face. Damn it, this shit is always busted, Katsuki raged, aggressively punching buttons rapidly. Never gonna catch up, RAAAHHH. Think he's taking it a little seriously? Kyoka asked, giving Katsuki a look. No, this is him enjoying himself, Izuku informed Kyoka, looking at him in disbelief. He's getting angry at Gum Man, the Pac-Man of this universe, using Fatgum as the famous gaming icon. Trust me when I say I've seen him go into full gamer rage before. This is pretty normal, Izuku admitted as they watched them play. Katsuki cursed repeatedly while Reiko couldn't help teasing him the entire time. Wanna try something here? Like what? Kyoka asked, only to see him pointing behind her. She couldn't help but to give him a deadpan look. Really? Guitar slammers. Guitar Hero, if that wasn't clear. You know all it is just pressing colorful buttons on a screen, right? Oh, I didn't think that would be too difficult for you, Izuku said, looking away. Her eyes snapped to him with a glare, pointing her earjacks at him. Excuse you, I'm just saying, if you can't keep up then we can play something else, Izuku offered, a slight grin plastered on her face. Quote. I know what you're doing, and I hate that it's working, Kyoka claimed with a groan. Fine, but after I beat you, we're hitting the music store. Fine by me. Prepare to get wrecked, Izuku said as they went to the game in question. Beats and boxers jam and records. You got annihilated. Katsuki said bluntly. Yeah, I know. Izuku said with a huff. Unsurprisingly, Kyoka was a champ when it came to anything music related. That's why I didn't even consider a bet. That would have left my wallet dried out. Well, it's not my fault you were an easy opponent, Kyoka said, making him pout. She then elbowed him with a chuckle. Ease up, that depressing look doesn't really fit your face. Seriously, who names these places? Reiko wondered while looking back at the sign. Who cares, either pick something or move on. Katsuki said rudely. Are you still salty about the game? Reiko asked, giving him a smug grin. Katsuki scowled hard and stomped through the store. I think he's still mad. He'll get over it, Izuku claimed with a shrug. He walked over to one of the shelves and looked around. You know, I never got into music when I was younger. He really couldn't, at least not without it being something automatically about some random pro hero. Never mind how many of them are about All Might. Not a fan of his? Kyoka asked, confused. The biggest fan, but I do like variety. That and he really missed the music from his world. None of them, not even the songs made for MHA, had existed. The best he had was replaying what he remembered. Ah, in that case. Kyoka picked one up and placed it in his hand. Try Deep Dope. Trust me, when I say you'll like it. Then I guess I have no choice but to trust the Guitar Slammers champ. Izuku said, accepting the disc. You got lucky. You'd be lost in a place like this without me. Kyoka added on with a smirk. If you two are gonna flirt, at least do it where I don't have to gag. Reiko said, pushing past them. Both of them turned red with Izuku looking away awkwardly and Kyoka glaring directly into Reiko's back, which he ignored happily. Sorry about that, Izuku said while Kyoka huffed. It's fine dude, he's just teasing, she claimed before going silent for a moment. I think I'll teach him a lesson. Go crazy, Izuku said as she slowly stalked after the rabbit. Once she was out of sight, he resisted the urge to let out a sigh, knowing she could still hear him. Fuck, relationships, romantic ones, were a strange and tough topic given his situation. Not concerning his quirkless nature, but rather the fact he was mentally vastly older. It made things like dates and whatnot difficult to think about when given the major difference between his physical and mental ages. He didn't want to be lonely in any regard, but he could hardly talk about these issues with anyone, not even Katsuki or his mother. And now I'm back to these issues, best put my thoughts elsewhere. Izuku thought, able to shift his face into a smile as he looked down at the Deep Dope cover. These actually look good. Jiro had taste and it wasn't the least bit surprising. Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall, food court. After hitting a few more stores and attacking the arcade one last time, the group had finally settled down and were now relaxing in the food court. You are officially the scariest person I know, Midoriya, Reiko claimed while scanning through a certain notebook. And I have to deal with my sister. Yeah, I didn't even think of any of this stuff, Kyoka added on, a disturbed yet highly intrigued look on her face. Come on, I'm not that bad am I? Izuku asked hopefully. However, the look he got said otherwise. Wow, the honest truth comes out. Shut up, Deku, Katsuki mumbled, while elbowing him. Right back at you, Kachin, Izuku said, giving him a look. So what's up with the whole nickname thing? Kyoka asked, looking between the two. And why does the Bomberanian keep calling us extras? Reiko asked, as a dumbfounded look came on Katsuki's face. WHO the fuck do you think you're calling that stupid ass name? Katsuki yelled, earning some attention. You called me an extra, what did you think I was gonna do? Reiko questioned, making Katsuki scowl. Before he could get another word in, Izuku butted in. It was something from back when we were kids. We couldn't say each other's names properly, so we gave each other nicknames. Izuku explained with Katsuki huffing. Yeah, but doesn't Deku mean, ya know? Kyoka trailed off, looking reasonably worried. Useless. Yeah, but it's hardly the worst thing I can be called. I mean, can you imagine being called Kachan at the playground? Izuku asked, sending a mocking look to the fuming Katsuki. Reiko snorted while Kyoka allowed a laugh to escape from behind her mouth. But, in all seriousness, it's just something that has stuck. He of all people knows I'm far from useless. Of course you're not useless, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you get ahead of me. Katsuki said with a growl. Right, who's ahead by 2 points now? Izuku asked, as Katsuki popped a small explosion. With a growl, ease up. Don't get yourself thrown out. You two fight a lot, don't you? Kyoka asked, throwing a glare in Katsuki's direction. He glared back briefly before huffing, mumbling out an apology. It wasn't much, but given his brash attitude it was the best she was gonna get. More than you think. Granted, we're actually trying out some more training and planning in advance for this summer, Izuku said, ignoring the side glance his friend sent. In fact, I was actually wondering if you wanted to train with us. Training in being a hero, Reiko said, trying really hard to not snort. Just in general, you do like exercise, last I remembered. Izuku added on, remembering some of their conversations. Plus, it's just something to do to hang out. Well, my hangouts normally involve more game time, but I can't say I wouldn't mind some extra exercise. It was a habit, either from his quirk or just something he grew into. He did indeed enjoy working out when he could. Plus, he could use the extra time away from home. Okay then, Midoriya, I don't mind joining you. Great, what about Yujiro? Izuku asked, turning to the girl in question. I'm not sure if I can keep up with any of you dudes. She was being honest in that regard. Even with seeing the notes on her own quirk, she'd be lying if she thought she was hero material. Well, I wouldn't say that. By all means, to other people I shouldn't be able to even begin to keep up with Katsuki, but the reality is that I can and even go as far as to beat him. Katsuki grumbled at that, but didn't deny it. It was honestly more shocking that he didn't deny the idea of them training, and I know for a fact he doesn't hold back. It's an insult to do so. Otherwise, and you think I can handle Blasty over there? Kyoka asked, pointing a jack at him. Not at all, but that's only because I don't know how you fight yet. Izuku said with a shrug. He knew she was more worried about his quirk, which was reasonable given her own. And, if you think you're weak, then get stronger. You only limit yourself by thinking solely on the negatives and not just on heroics either. So, wanna give it a shot with us? Kyoka couldn't help but agree with that. She had genuinely wanted to be a hero for a long time now. However, she never really admitted that to anyone, not even her parents. Now she was being offered a chance to at least be given that opportunity. She may have still held some reservations, yet hearing it from someone who had no quirk and was still working their ass off was honestly really damn inspiring. Do I have to start pouting? Izuku asked, sarcasm lacing from his voice. Please don't, Kyoka said, smiling before letting out a sigh. Fine, I guess it wouldn't hurt. Just don't expect me to go against my own schedule too much, Green. As long as you don't mind some extra work, then all is good. Izuku said, with a large smile. That sent shivers down everyone's spines. Even Katsuki, who knew how extra his friend could be when it came to his training. He had seen the weights. He could not pick up the weights. Yet, Izuku was already talking about getting new weights. Quote. You better be ready to deal with his bullshit like I am. Katsuki said, a blank look on his face. He watched as their faces were full of regret while Izuku merely gave him a look of annoyance. What? Might as well tell them this shit ain't gonna be easy. If they fall behind, then I'll happily leave them in the dust. That a challenge, Bomberanian? Reiko questioned, getting a snort in return. Rolling his eyes, he then turned to Izuku. Exercise is always gonna be a pain, so no complaints here. Might as well see it through. Where's this training spot anyway? Kyoka asked. Oh, it's Takoba Municipal's beach. Izuku answered. Quote. The dump. Both Reiko and Kyoka asked. Izuku could only nod, laughing a bit from seeing their expressions. That shouldn't be an issue, right? Takoba Municipal Beach after school, sunset. Izuku had to admit, even he didn't fully believe they'd agree so easily. He also knew that they could easily get this done within a few months if he followed that American dream plan that All Might had made up originally. Granted, he had to make more than a few alterations with it, while Reiko and himself were moving around, pulling around the more heavy things being that of old refrigerators, car pieces etc. Kyoka and Katsuki had focused on other aspects. Katsuki had went all out of the garbage, blowing them into the tiniest specks of dust. When he wasn't doing that, he was also moving around some large chunks of garbage. As for Kyoka, she was focusing on lifting things with her jacks or pummeling metal chunks of trash. Considered they were all working with a limited workspace, it was as productive as it could get. Even if there was one complaint from one of the officers, due to Katsuki's explosions, he laid off upon seeing the notice about it being a quirk training ground. Granted, he also gave Izuku a look for it, but didn't say anything. Fuck. This sucks, Kyoka admitted while sitting on the ground, suffering from exhaustion. Looking up, she couldn't help but glare over at the boys who were more or less tired, but nowhere near as bad as she was. Less complaining over their ears. Katsuki grunted, stretching out a limb. You agreed to this shit, you should have expected it. You definitely went harder than I thought you could go, Reiko admitted, earning him the glare from her. What? It was a compliment. Yeah, sure, Kyoka said, though with no real bite. She wasn't stupid, she understood that this was her first time doing this. Still, she kinda wished that she had done a little better. Still, it's a little rough, and the smell isn't much better. Trust me, it's much worse for me, Reiko mumbled, his nose wiggling a bit. Deal with it, hair fucker, Katsuki said, making Reiko's ear twitch. Ignoring him, he turned to Deku as a scowl grew on his face. Deku. Wah, Izuku mumbled, looking up from his laptop. Is something wrong? We just got done for the day, put down that stupid ass weight. Katsuki growled. Izuku blinked, looking at his offhand and realized he had brought a weight with him. Letting out an embarrassed chuckle, he lowered the weight and ignored their stares as best he could. Sorry about that, it's a bit of a habit. TCH, you say that shit until you crash and pass out. Katsuki said. Wait, you've passed out before from exercising too hard? Reiko questioned, concerned. Not recently, no. When I was younger, a lot more so, Izuku admitted, remembering how hard he had forced himself to train. He needed everything he could for when he headed into UA. So, what exactly are you doing there? Kyoka asked, leaning over a bit to see what he was doing. Wait, is that a chat box? Yup, Izuku confirmed. Oh right, you're using those nerds aren't you? Katsuki asked, confusing Reiko and Kyoka. Katsuki, we're nerds, remember? Izuku asked, getting a scoff from Katsuki. But yeah, I'm talking to them again. And you're talking to them because? Reiko asked. Because the internet is for idiots. What? Right, I should explain. You know how there's an enormous amount of people out there with intelligent enhancing quirks. Well, I've kinda been tricking them into teaching me how to make certain things, Izuku admitted while rubbing the back of his head. Is that legal? Kyoka asked concerned. Pretty much. It's as basic as asking a normal question online. Never mind how eager these people are to show off their intelligence. Surprisingly, they don't give me any ego most of the time, though I ran into a few, Izuku said, placing his focus back into the computer. Anyway, I've just been using them to cycle through support items for myself and Kachin. Here, Deku's already designed a few things, even these gauntlets for me to use normally, so whenever I punch, I can have a more focused explosion. Katsuki explained with a wicked grin. Izuku had stolen the idea of shotgun gauntlets for Katsuki to use. Then again, I made these big-ass gauntlets that can store up my sweat in large amounts for me to release a big-ass explosion. Katsuki knew what he wanted, he could admit that much. I keep forgetting how nasty your quirk is. Reiko said bluntly. Shut it, hair fucker. Gosh, you too, Kyoka groaned, looking between them. Izuku was looking between them, while trying hard to keep the biggest smile on his face. What's with that grin, Green? He failed. It's nothing, I guess, I'm just a little happy, that's all. Katsuki was the only one who could understand that, his expression softening just a bit. It's nice to have a hangout with more people, that's all. TCH, you losers better keep up with both of us, regardless if you're trying to be a hero or not, Katsuki declared, giving the two new friends a solid glare. If you want out, you best do so now or get with the program. So long as we're doing something beyond training in a junkyard, Reiko said, with an eye roll. Believe it or not, there are better ways of hanging out. There better be. I actually don't even know if I can get back home or not. Kyoka managed to get out, still tired from today. But, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing this again. Just go easy if I pass out on you. I'm glad to hear that. Izuku grinned, unable to help himself. It was a grand start to a friendship and he hoped it would only grow from here. Next time when we hang, I'll even bring Himiko along. Though she may be a little extra sometimes. What? Compared to Blasty over here? I don't believe it. Kyoka jabbed at Katsuki. Needless to say, Katsuki yelled. Like a lot. Chapter ends. Chapter 6. A night out. Chapter summary. Working on the beach is fun and all, but the real fun comes during the night. At least, that's what Izuku thinks. Chapter notes. Reminder. These chapters are being added from fanfic.net. Takoba Municipal Beach Park, 2 months later. The past 2 months had been more productive than Izuku had originally planned. Not just involving the beach, but also getting to know both Reiko and Kyoka further along. The best part was that Katsuki didn't even complain about them much. When it came to Reiko, his being related to Maruko went beyond what he had expected. Reiko had 8 other siblings besides Rumi, and following up with that was 5 different mothers and 1 single father. The man himself being the originator of the rabbit quirk. It was a polymorphic relationship, something that wasn't exactly common in both Rukidos, nor the original MHA universe. Here, however, things were a bit different. There were times where people wanted to salvage a certain quirk or combine it with another one, thus commencing a quirk marriage. However, there were times where others wanted to spread the use of another quirk and would take on multiple partners in order to do so. In most cases, this was done for the sake of business and power. In the case of the Usajiyama, it was anything but that. Going back to Reiko, he had revealed a few things about himself over time. Naturally, he loved games, but he also exercised as often as possible, making it easy for him to keep up with the crazy training regiment. He still had no interest in being a hero, something that ticked Katsuki off, yet the exploding friend didn't add anything else on the matter. The man was sassy, that was a fact, but he was also friendly. He didn't share any of Maruko's battle-hungry instincts, unless they involved a game. He was a perfectionist in that regard. Moving into Kyoka, she was for the most part exactly like her canon self. Pragmatic, unenthusiastic, blunt, and teasing were default, yet she saved that mostly for those she either deemed annoying or out of fun. Anger her enough and she'd stab you with her earphone. Jax as punishment. Despite all of that, she was still easily one of the more friendlier people you would know. Like her parents, Kyoka had a major interest in rock music and even admitted to owning some, much to his surprise. She was still more than embarrassed about it. However, both shared something with Katsuki, much to his growing annoyance. Come on, it'll just be for a few short sessions. Izuku pled. No. Quote, it'll be really good for you though. It's fine if they don't accept me inside. Pass. I get enough lessons at home. Can you please look past this whole thing for me? No. Plus, fuck you. Izuku groaned into his hands, ignoring the smug expression of Katsuki. No, not just him, but Kyoka and Reiko as well. He was trying to convince them to actually take part in Quirk Gym. Or even some fighting courses. However, because pretty much everyone in the area had denied Izuku due to his quirkless nature, and because of that, his friends had refused to enter any of them. Rukido was an office worker, not a fighting instructor. Everything he learned was from things he saw on TV, read in books and comics, or just happened to come across a random video for. I figured out my own style by myself and from fighting you bastards constantly, Katsuki claimed with a huff. Besides, I don't want to do that wash off, wash on shit you were going on about. It is wax on, wax on. It helps with circle punches and kicks away from you, Izuku explained with a slight growl. Katsuki may have been his best friend, but he wasn't going to disrespect Mr. Miyagi. He stopped upon seeing their expressions and groaned. Son of a, that doesn't mean anything. It's just some random bit of info I came across. And your rigorous training exercise makes me wonder if you're a demon sent from hell, Reiko asked dryly before shivering. Izuku's training was something different. Something inhuman. Seriously, I'm enhanced thanks to my quirk, yet somehow you terrified the fuck out of me with how you train, and somehow you're not bulked up all might's large ass. Every body is different, what do you want me to say? Izuku shrugged, finally taking in the beach. Quote. Honestly, we've made a lot of good progress. I'll say, we can actually walk around easier, Kyoka said, as they joined his view. It honestly wasn't too hard, especially with 4 people working when they could. Izuku took the most advantage of this, which in turn forced Katsuki to do the same. Which thanks to Green, here, and fucking me, yes, and fucking you, Katsuki growled as Kyoka went on. This place is actually looking pretty decent. I bet we'll be done by the end of summer. It is pretty nice here. Shame we won't get that much credit for it beyond a handshake. Reiko joked a bit before taking out his game. Then again, that might be too much. Who cares? The sight alone makes it worth it, Izuku said, humming as he looked at it. All. Quote. Good point, Reiko admitted, looking up briefly from his game. TCH, it's a decent training spot, that's all, Katsuki mumbled. Despite his words, he was sighed, glancing into the distance before growling. This place is going to look damn amazing when I'm done with it. When we're done with it, Bomberamian, Kyoka corrected. She'd be damn if she wasn't getting credited. I know what I said, ears, Katsuki scoffed. Kyoka looked ready to jab him before she took a breath and calmed down. Whatever, we're finished for the week, so what are we doing? Kyoka asked. In that case, I say we take a night around town, Izuku brought up, catching their attention. A night around town. Sounds like you wanna celebrate. Reiko snorted. And why not? Look at this place, Izuku said, referring to the beach. It may not be finished, but considering we couldn't even see the sand back then, I say this is a massive improvement. Deku has a point. We deserve a damn good reward for what we've done. Katsuki agreed, although crudely. It was hard to argue. Even if there wasn't a reward being given to them for doing this, that didn't mean that they couldn't give themselves one instead. Not like I mind. Reiko shrugged. He didn't really go out to do things like exploring the town, but he was in good company. Just gotta clear it with the folks privately. Same, but I know Mom wouldn't mind, Kyoka added. Her father may have been trouble, but her mother could easily rein him in. Then we have a plan, Izuku said, seeing the excitement in their eyes. Even someone as old as himself was feeling it. I'll even bring Himiko along. She deserves her own night out. Isn't she taking the summer to study for next year? Yeah, she needs it, Kyoka muttered. They then discussed the details of the night, with all of them brimming with excitement. Ought to be young again. Now, time to have fun, Kiryu style. Musudafu, Japan. The next night, the group had met up upon their agreed time and with permission from all their parents. Izuku was on his way there, having chosen a dark green dress shirt, black slacks and dress shoes. Himiko herself kept it normal, having worn a black blouse with a matching skirt, a navy blue jacket, white heels and her glasses. It was a simple style, but he felt like it suited him best, though he should invest into other colors in the future. Thanks for inviting me out again, Zuzu, Himiko cheered, twirling around while walking. Think of it as a gift for pretty much being the top of the school. Even now you're working hard despite the break. Originally it was Izuku who was top of the class, occasionally trading it with Katsuki, but Himiko had easily made her way to the top and stayed there. It helped that the school itself wouldn't risk any bias thanks to the scandal with her family being well known. And it's my treat if you want anything while we're out. Really? Yes. Himiko glomped on him while hugging him tightly. Best brother ever. I try. They spotted Katsuki up ahead, having been wearing a red All Might shirt, a black leather jacket, brown slacks and an iconic pair of blue and yellow All Might sneakers. There you fucks are. You're late. Katsuki growled out, earning stares from them. Katsuki, we're here 15 minutes early. Izuku deadpanned with Himiko nodding. Ha, I've been waiting longer, Katsuki claimed, having been half an hour advanced. And, look at that, you actually didn't use one of those stupid gag shirts. Don't disrespect my style, Katsuki, Izuku said with a narrow glare. He got a smug smirk in return. Cheeky brat, he would have said more, but he spotted Kyoka coming next. She was wearing a long purple shirt with a black vest, and slightly ripped blue jeans followed up with a pair of black boots. Hey Ajiro, you look cooler than Kachan. Oh, go eat shit and die. Eat shit and live. Kyoka could only shake her head as she approached. Well, at least I'm not the only one who came early. Jiro, Himiko cheered, bringing the girl into a tight hug. Naturally she blushed from the affectionate girl, but she still patted her head. Good to see you too, Himiko, Kyoka said as the girl let go. It's been a minute, that's for sure. Right. Gah, I wished we went to your school. She would have said that to their school, but she honestly hated it there. At least they were attempting to be kind, regardless of how fake it was. Then at least we wouldn't have to sit on the roof. Unfortunately, mine isn't much better, Kyoka admitted with a chuckle. Anyone see you Sajiyama on the way here? Didn't I tell you people to call me Reiko? They all turned to find their rabbit friend standing in a corner. He was wearing a white suit with a yellow dress shirt and black dress shoes. He even had a white fedora where his ears poked out from the top. Honestly, what? Somehow you look more smug than usual. It's the hat, Izuku decided while snapping his fingers. Definitely the hat, Katsuki agreed with an eye roll. Add a feather and it'll be perfect, Himiko claimed with glee. Then he'd be smug and asinine, Katsuki said. Quote, I like how it looks on me, Reiko said with a shrug while his ears wiggled a little. Can we go already? Of course. You're gonna love what I've thought of, Izuku said, leading them to their first stop. Bowling. Die. The bowling ball sped down the alley and the pins standing Katsuki's way. Strike. Yes. Suck it, hair fucker. Reiko only stepped by him, his own bowling ball in hand while letting out a lackluster die before rolling the ball. It moved so damn slow and yet somehow, someway it had knocked over every pin. He then turned to Katsuki with a smug expression. Grr, we're just getting started, right? Wait till your turn, Bomberian. Himiko. Reiko passed a ball to her to which she held eagerly. I got this, Himiko decided with a cheer. She then pulled the ball back before letting go. It struck some, but not all, much to her annoyance. Ah, you got another shot. Go for it, Himi, Izuku reminded her. Right, I got it. Himiko tried again and managed to get the last few. She cheered while throwing a fist in the air. My go, Izuku claimed as he stepped up. He went twice with some pins left up, making him frown while rubbing his arm. Dang it, step aside, Green. Gotta let that arm relax, Kyoka said, knowing he was pumping some iron before heading out. She picked up a bowling ball with her ear jacks before rolling it out with all her might. It struck the pins hard, making them explode around. And that's a strike for me. Damn it, I must be out of practice, Izuku groaned. The last time he went bowling was months before Rukido had perished and reincarnated into this world. Despite this, he slapped his cheeks for a moment before a determined look came on his face. It doesn't matter, the game's just getting started. He lost big time. Darts. Kyoka had gone first, thrilling 2 darts with her jacks before tossing them, striking close to the center, but not quite there. Katsuki had gone next and thrown with all his might, and missed and struck the ceiling. Much to his embarrassment, Reiko threw next, a bit higher than he meant, but he still at least managed to hit the board. Himiko giggled as she went next, holding several darts at once before going all in. It was terrifying to see how accurate she was, striking the center with 6 in a row. Izuku went next, surprising them by hitting dead center with 1, before repeating the process, breaking clean through each previous dart with the next one. I think I overdid it. You think? Fish catching. I thought this was only a festival thing. Izuku commented upon see the large tub of fish swimming around. I like being unique. The game owner claimed. Fair enough. Get in the fucking net, damn it. Katsuki snarled, trying and failing to catch a fish. Maybe if you didn't yell at them like they were presented with a shit dish, they would consider it. Reiko snarked. I don't know. Maybe it's from how ugly he looks. Kyoka added. Fuck you both. Katsuki yelled before swiping downward. His net came back up with a single fish in a net. Ha. Gotcha, y'all little fucker. I'm gonna grill you when I get home. He's not taking that fish. The owner muttered before coughing into his fist. Anyone else wanna give it a shot? Quote. Sure. Why not? Izuku shrugged while picking up a net. He approached the tub and prepared to head in only for a fish to jump in his net. Quote. He wasn't allowed time to finish as several more fish suddenly jumped in, followed up with the one fish that Katsuki caught, much to their disbelief. Quote. Why you fucking traitor? Katsuki yelled, glaring at the fish who had betrayed him. There likely would have been more, however the remaining ones were currently getting scared by how Himiko was staring at them with cat-like eyes. I think you're scaring them, Reiko said, giving her a strange look while stepping away. Huh. Himiko turned to him, her cat-like expression never changing as he sweat dropped. Never mind. Mighty's Grand Noodles. Seriously, who comes up with these names? Reiko mumbled in disbelief. The name may be a little bad, but the food is to die for. Izuku explained as they sat at a table. We came here ever since we were 4 and it's been the best way to get back our energy. Hey, 1 spicy steak and pork curry ramen, 1 ramen with chicken and soy for Deku, get the hair bastard here udon stir. Fired with extra carrots, ears gets miso ramen with extra bits of shrimp with hers, alongside a plate of dango for fangs. Katsuki yelled, having decided everyone's meal from the start. The worst part was that neither Kyoka nor Reiko could protest because it was exactly what they wanted. Yay, dango. Himiko cheered. Is that gonna be enough to fill you? Kyoka didn't get to finish upon Himiko choosing now to bite into Izuku's neck. Ah, right, she'll be fine. If she could survive on just my blood alone, she would. Izuku claimed, patting her ears and earning purrs in returns. They waited until their food came in as Izuku, Himiko and Katsuki began digging through their food. Is it that good? Kyoka questioned before taking her own bite. She couldn't help but hum happily to herself upon the taste alone. Everyone, forgive me for what you're about to see, Reiko declared after taking a mere sniff. He dug right in greedily just like the rest of them. Once they were done, they were completely stuffed to their satisfaction. This remains our secret. Everyone nodded unanimously before asking for seconds. Karaoke. Hey, I didn't say I wanted to sing, Kyoka claimed as Izuku pushed her onto the stage. They had managed to get a karaoke booth for themselves, and while Izuku agreed to sing for them, he had wanted Kyoka to go right after him. Besides, you sang well enough. But I'm not you. I've heard you sing a few times, briefly, but your voice blows me out of the water by a mile. It was true, she sang briefly at times whenever they finished training. But I wanna hear the real deal. But she cut herself off upon seeing his smile, making her flush a little. Fine. But don't expect this to happen every time. I can dream, Rukido claimed, making her flutter a little. She rolled her eyes and pushed him away before grabbing the mic. There really wasn't too many choices for her rock and roll preference here, but she could at least sing something a little simple. However simple for others, it was different from someone who has natural talent. Kyoka sang alright and it was beautiful honestly. She could go from a rock and roll show to a soft single performance on the snap. All of them, even Katsuki, were mesmerized by her voice. Izuku could only close his eyes and enjoy the song, finding today to be similar to his old life. Once she was done, Kyoka opened her eyes to see their reaction, and was instantly glomped on by Himiko. That was amazing. Himiko cheered on while hugging the blushing girl tightly. She's right, I knew you could sing, but, damn. Reiko admitted. TCH, it was alright. Katsuki claimed, looking away. A harsh elbow from Izuku made him recoil before growling. Fine. It was great. Happy. After that performance. Elated. Izuku claimed, only adding on to the girl's embarrassment. I wouldn't mind hearing another one. As if. Kyoka scoffed, trying her hardest to not smile. She failed, unsurprisingly. Musudafu, streets. All in all, it had been a shockingly good night for them. The fact that even Katsuki admitted this openly said a lot. Between school, studying and training, they all really needed this break time for themselves. I still don't understand why you told me to put it back. Himiko whined, giving a pout at Izuku. Because Uno destroys friendships and families. Neither of which I would wish on any of us, Izuku claimed, his tone firm as he glared back at the poor fool who had tried to sell them. Quote. Do we want to know? Reiko asked, looking at Katsuki. Him and the old hag didn't speak to each other for over a month. He explained, his expression blank as he said so. That was such an awkward time. Uno has been banned from game night ever since. Himiko pouted about it, making Izuku look away to make sure he didn't give in. His little sister now held power over him and he needed to put his attention elsewhere. It was at that moment where a scream could be heard and caught their attention. Thief. Thief. Somebody stop him. Call a hero. Single quote. Seriously. Izuku thought with an eye twitch. The criminal looked about as average as possible, outside the knife-like fingers sticking out his gloves, awkwardly clutching the purse he had stolen. Mind if I go for it? Reiko said, with him nodding. Agreeing, Izuku stepped in front the robber and proceeded to Spartan kick his stomach. The man went flying on his back as the purse went flying into his hand. The robber looked up, growling as he lunged at him with his knives aimed outwards, but a single kick from Reiko stopped that. The man went flying into a wall, collapsing while whining. TCH, punk. Reiko said, a little annoyed by the whining. Right, I'll just go return this. You just keep him here until the police arrive. Izuku said, while walking back towards the crowd with the purse held up. We caught the thief. Whose purse is this? While Izuku was doing that, the criminal got up with a groan. He snarled and tried to get up, only to feel a knife pressed up against his balls. Eep. So, you tried to stab my big brother? Himiko questioned with a gleam in her eye. The man whimpered and tried to look for help. Try anything and I'll blast your ass so hard, you'll turn the moon cherry red. Katsuki threatened, recalling some of the creative threats Izuku had come up with over the years. He didn't know where Izuku learned any of that, but damn if it wasn't good to use. The crook could only cry openly while Reiko and Kyoka looked blankly at the two of them. As they unknowingly shared the same thought. Who's gonna think this guy is a criminal compared to how they look? Later, you're lucky there were people able to identify the thief from you too. Kyoka snarked, while looking at Himiko and Katsuki. It's the officer's fault for thinking I was a fucking villain. Me, Katsuki growled. I don't know, you look like a feral dog when your face looks like that. Reiko said plainly, stopping for a moment before speaking again. Then again you always look like that, must suck a carrot hair fucker. Where did you hide the knife? Izuku questioned while Himiko giggled. Don't worry about that, it's my little secret, Himiko said, making him sweat drop. Right, just make sure that you use it safely. Izuku said, patting her head. Taking out his phone he checked the time before cursing. Oh boy, best we call it here. It's getting late. Damn it, I have to go with Dad and the old hag in the morning. Katsuki growled before he stomped off. See you later, nerds. Hear that, Kyoka? We've been promoted from extras to nerds. Reiko snarked, earning some snorts from everyone. I gotta get going myself. See ya. I gotta go too. It was a great night, Kyoka said as they started their way back home. Guess we better hey. Izuku tried talking, but was stopped upon Himiko jumping on his back while giggling. You wanna a piggyback ride? I never had one before, Himiko said simply. Alright, hang on tight. Shifting into maximum overdrive, Izuku yelled before he started sprinting faster than she expected. She shrieked happily as laughter exploded from both siblings. All in all, a good night. Chapter end. Chapter 7. The chance encounter of a lifetime. Chapter summary. Izuku has waited a long time for this day. He just hopes he's ready for it. Aldera High School, 3 years later. Now I know that I'm supposed to go over your futures as we enter our final year together. The teacher began holding printouts of his students' desired life courses. However, he then threw them up in the air with a knowing expression. We all know you wanna be heroes. The classroom exploded into a series of cheers as they used their quirks freely. Even as the teacher tried to calm them down, they continued to ignore him. He merely shrugged, not caring about the chaos going on. He just saw a lot of enthusiastic heroes to be, well, most of them. Don't group me with the rest of these extras, Katsuki announced for all to hear. He had no reason to give a shit about the glares he got for it. He hadn't changed much, growing taller, with his body becoming while he had a notable stubble growing on his chin. They ain't got nothing next to me. Easy there, your ego is showing, Izuku said from far behind. His hair had grown out a bit, allowing Himiko to tie the back into a ponytail, and he had started showing a lot more muscle on his body. If he was guessing right, he had the same build as Captain America. Cease interrupting class, Midoriya, or else you can stay once the day is over, the teacher said, only to gulp upon feeling a pair of eyes on him. What was that, sensei? Himiko asked in the back. She had her own hair tied into a perfect ponytail, her body growing naturally and attracting a lot of attention from the boys in the room. Sadly for them, a mere glance in their direction had stopped them frozen. You want to see me after class? And no, I was referring to never mind, the teacher groaned, his eyes twitching at the snickers going on at last. Deciding to take the attention off himself, he decided to bring up the most popular of them. Anyway, it's hardly shocking at all that Katsuki is going to the UA. Never mind Himiko as well. Of course he's going to the best hero school. I couldn't even begin to understand that exam. Himiko did too. I'm going to be the best of the best, and getting through UA is going to be another step in becoming the #1 hero, Katsuki boldly claimed. Heh, I'm only going in for the general course, Himiko admitted with a wink. True, she could have been a great hero. Izuku told her so, but she knew she didn't want that. You're looking at Himiko Midoriya, future ace attorney at law. Of course, we did ensure you two had the best, the teacher said, missing the looks sent his way. The teacher then frowned before sighing as he spoke out in a bored tone. Oh right, you applied for UA too, Izuku Midoriya. For the hero course too. All gazes turned to the quirkless boy in the back, who merely gave his teacher a deadpan stare. Guy had it out for him ever since he corrected the class on quirk evolution theory. Multiple times actually. Of course his teacher also naturally saw quirkless people as less, even going into a lecture about it. Only reason he never got in trouble was that he had the backing of the rest of the school and could easily deny it. Loser. Seriously, how can he be this delusional? His sister has a better chance at getting into the hero course. Anyone does, so long as they actually have a quirk. But Midoriya doesn't. That's the joke, and so is he. Correction. Losers. Now, quiet class, the teacher said, his tone completely bored. He even managed to ignore the combined glare from both Himiko and Katsuki. Ignore Mr. Midoriya and enjoy the rest of class. You all have bright futures to look forward to. As the class did just that, the teacher turned away and started looking at his phone. Himiko, was thinking about whether or not it would be worth grabbing her knife or not. Katsuki was growling, yet he was more annoyed than murderous. Turning back to see Izuku's reaction, they saw that he was typing on his laptop while having one of his notebooks out. He didn't seem the least bit fazed by what the teacher had tried, which was a good thing. Now if only they could figure out what he was thinking about. It's today. It has to be fucking today, Izuku thought, raging in his mind. The talk, the atmosphere. It was the day of the startling line of MHA. The day Izuku met All Might. The day Katsuki was taken by the sludge villain. The day Izuku tried with all his power to save him. The day All Might had offered Izuku Midoriya his quirk, one for all. But could it all be the same? Did he want it all to be the same? What the hell was he going to do? He could worry about all of that after school. After school. Crap, that was too fast. Hey, stop spacing out and let's get going, nerd. Katsuki said, getting impatient. Oh right, sorry. Izuku apologized, closing his laptop. He didn't miss the stares his friends had, however. What's up? You're not bothered by what the rest of the class has been saying, all right? Hamiko asked, reasonably concerned. Katsuki even had his glare soften for a moment before bringing it back. At full force. Crap, do I look that off today? Izuku thought with a slight eye twitch. They were both at the point where they could tell if something was wrong, meaning lying was out of the question. So was the truth, mostly. Guess I have an off feeling about today. Not sure if that's a good or bad thing yet. TCH, don't worry about stupid things like that, Katsuki said after a moment. Make it your damn day and fuck everything negative that tires to turn it bad. Old hag said, putting that shit into the universe is bad. Izuku could only blink at that. Not because it was bad advice, but because it was the same advice he had gotten from his own mother. Rukido's mother. Hey, it's good advice from what I'm hearing, Izuku said, flipping his bag on his back and walking out the door. I'll take it to heart. Now let's get going. What do you think I was telling you? Stupid, Katsuki muttered while Hamiko giggled. Izuku laughed, feeling much better than before. I guess it really doesn't matter how it goes. If it happens, then it happens. If not, then all well, Izuku thought, calming down thanks to them. Still, he would be ready all the same. He needed to be. Musudafu, Japan, streets. The group had left their high school, with Izuku and Katsuki quickly catching up on the latest hero news. Hamiko was reading up on old law cases for fun and for reference. As they were carefully making their way through, Izuku caught the news he had been waiting on. All Might last seen chasing after sludge-like villain in Musudafu. Izuku questioned, catching their attention. All Might's here, and he's kicking ass. Katsuki grinned, showing an unusual amount of excitement. Chasing ass by the sound of it, Hamiko added, earning a snort from Izuku and a disgusted look from Katsuki. That's nasty to think about. Don't put those kinds of images in my head, Katsuki ordered, trying not to gag. Sorry, Kat-chan, and stop using that nickname. Never. Izuku could only hold back a laugh at the two. At the same time, he was keeping as close as an eye out for the sludge villain. If there was one thing he was going to avoid, it would be Katsuki or Hamiko getting caught by the bastard. That being said, All Might better have caught him by now, and it's just the news being slow to the update. And then he spotted the very alley where Izuku had met the sludge villain. Crap, how was he gonna deal with this? Katsuki wanted to go see All Might. Heck, even he wanted to. He didn't want any of them around at the risk of being caught by the villain. Were they ready? Possibly. He carried around an insurance tool, just in case. As they walked through the street, Izuku occasionally glanced behind them and towards the manholes. The sludge villain was sneaky and would likely use anybody to make sure he could escape. Realizing that they were heading down the shadiest of alleys, he realized he needed to change their course. But how? Fuck, Katsuki yelled, startling them as he looked down at his phone. The hag wants me to pick up some bullshit from the market. Lazy ass. Oh, I wanted to pick up some stuff for dinner. Thanks, Kat-chan. Hamiko thanked while Katsuki growled. She then turned to him. You don't have to wait for me, Izu. I don't wanna keep you waiting. If you see All Might, make sure to get me an autograph. Katsuki ordered as he and Himiko went off in the complete opposite direction. What just happened? Izuku thought in disbelief, before he heard a noise down the alleyway, along with seeing the manhole shake a bit. Stealing himself, he thought about his choices before going down it. Even though there's no telling what this creep will do to anyone else. If I can actually lead him out in the open, one of the heroes would be able to stop it before it got too serious. Plus, he really wanted to try out his little trick. Moving into the alley, he kept his eye on the manhole as he walked past before the sound of rapid footsteps were heard from ahead. Snapping his head around, he managed to duck under a long arm that had attempted to grab him. Taking a step back, he saw a man dressed in a black and white spandex. Foolish hostage. How dare you? Izuku didn't wait, pulling a taser from behind before pressing it into the man's stretched arm. Instantly he spazzed out, falling to the ground while twitching in pain. That would have been really awkward if his quirk was rubber-based. Izuku mumbled to himself while switching the taser off. It was then he heard another pair of footsteps coming in as swift as the wind. Have no fear. No way, for I am here. All Might awkwardly stopped, his booming voice becoming normal. He was dressed in casual clothes like Cannon, though there was a radio in his pocket. He spotted him, noticing his taser before nodding. I see you dealt with this criminal. No doubt. To defend yourself, young man. Well done. It was nothing special, Izuku admitted while putting it away. Shouldn't you? Oh, right, All Might said, pulling out a pair of cuffs from behind. He placed the man into custody as the cuffs suddenly expanded and wrapped the man's hands together. No more arm swinging for you. Huh, his voice sounds like it's in bold text. Izuku blinked before shaking his head. He quickly held out his own notebook, along with a few spares. Can I have your autograph, sir? If you have the time, that is. Well, of course. He took out a pen from nowhere and signed them all happily. And who might I be making this out to? One is for a friend of mine, Katsuki Bakugo, and another for Kyoka Jiro. She would likely want one too. Corvus likely wouldn't, and Himiko wasn't interested. As for me, Izuku, Midoriya, we're going to UA next year and going straight for the hero course. Ha ha ha. Going straight for the gold, huh? All Might asked, writing down the names in swift fashion. Well, you already caught your first bad guy. Even if I'll have to write it down as self-defense. That's fine, I don't really care about that stuff. Izuku claimed before remembering. Wait, shouldn't you be after the sludge villain? No need to worry, young Midoriya. All Might exclaimed, pulling out his radio. My fellow heroes have already been informed of his presence and are chasing after him as well. He will not get away. That was barely reassuring if he was being honest, if he remembered who was around here. But I should get this one to the wagon before he wakes up. All Might said, making Izuku's eyes widen. Even if Rukido knew the scene by heart, Izuku still needed to hear it. Hold it, Izuku said firmly, surprising All Might a bit. There's something I need to ask, and if I don't do it now it'll bother me later. Can someone become a hero without a quirk? Without a quirk, you say? All Might muttered in understanding. He seemed quiet for a moment before he finally spoke up. In this line of work, as heroes are always putting our lives in the line. There are many risks when it comes to the job, and without a proper means to defend yourself, you may risk your life along with the people you try and protect. Wait for him to finish, he told himself, resisting the urge to tell the hero off. However, do I think you need a quirk to become a hero? Absolutely not, All Might boomed, making Izuku jump a bit. Heroes are defined by a grand measure of things, but their quirk is not one of them. I know plenty of heroes who cannot rely on their quirk alone in order to get the job done. A quirk will always be a helpful tool, but a tool it is. All the same, a true hero is born through their merit, by how far they put their time and energy into making themselves into the hero they inspire to become. Well, consider him surprised. Hearing an All Might pep talk in person, rather than behind a screen was so much better. I take it you are quirkless yourself? All Might questioned, as Izuku nodded. Automatically. Have no fear then. I can tell just by looking at you that you've put in that hard work I speak of. That being said, keep up with what you're doing. UA is going to be harsh for you and your friends after all, but keep your head held high and make sure to always go beyond. Plus ultra. Izuku laughed while All Might pouted. Hey, I wanted to say that. The hero said normally before coughing. Forget you. Heard that. He wouldn't. Dork. Update on the sludge villain. All Might turned down his walkie-talkie. Last seen in Tokyo, Japan, and that would be my cue to leave. All Might claimed while picking up the stretchy criminal. I'll drop this one off along the way. Until next time we meet, young Midoriya. With that, they jumped off with a single keep, the villain silently screaming the whole time. Meanwhile Izuku couldn't help but to feel great honestly. He had been fully preparing himself to hear All Might pretty much deny his dream, but instead he encouraged it. He was already going to be a hero. No one was going to stop that, but to hear from All Might, it felt great. Kacchan is gonna be so jealous. With Himiko and Katsuki. Damn hag, couldn't be bothered to get this shit herself. Katsuki snarled, as he stopped around with a bag. Himiko could only giggle at his attire as they started walking back home. And when All Might's in town? What are the fucking chances? Do you want that answer? Himiko teased while Katsuki could only growl. She couldn't help teasing and poking him despite his constant smack talk about it. He clearly liked it. Shut it Fang's eye. Katsuki soon stopped as he caught something behind them. Move. The next few seconds went by in a blur for Himiko. First she was pushed out of the way by Katsuki. From what? Living sludge to be exact. It wrapped around Katsuki, who had tried to blast it away only for it to evade it, if only barely. Once it was fully wrapped around Katsuki, it used his body like a puppet. Katsuki. Himiko screamed, afraid for her friend who struggled to get free. Thanks for the body, friend. The sludge villain said, having a complete hold on Katsuki. Much better than those officers, but they served their use. I'm going to have plenty of fun with you and that quirk is yours. Ha ha ha. Get off him. Himiko snapped, only to find Katsuki's hand pointed at her. Katsuki himself was working hard to break free, but to no avail. Outta my way brat, he would have fired in point-blank range if it wasn't for the wood that quickly encased him. Stand down villain. Kamui Woods announced, having halted the attack. Himiko stood up. Get to Katsuki, but a police officer suddenly picked her up and pulled her away. Just in time as the sludge villain finally found a way to get Katsuki's explosion working, easily burning through the wood while forcing Kamui back. All the while, Katsuki was completely helpless, his air cut off completely as he started to panic. No, Katsuki. Katsuki. Ha 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 ha. Come on out All Might. I got a bargain for you. The sludge villain cackled, firing explosions wherever he pleased. With Izuku. Upon hearing the mighty explosions, Izuku only ran forward towards them. No. Those useless fucks. If this was just like before, then the other heroes who were around normally would cower back, and he was right. Kamui, he could at least understand. His quirk was useless against the explosions. Any one of them could have killed him. Mount Lady was too far in the back, staying in her massive form while people were around her. And Death Arms, just fucking standing there. There's nothing we can do. We have to wait for a proper hero to come and assist with the situation. Death Arms claimed as he answered the question asked to him. He would have said more, but then suddenly yelled, "What the kid, get back here." Izuku didn't even realize he had started running in. But he wasn't surprised either. Katsuki was not going to be okay, not long enough for All Might to come in time. The sludge villain didn't take long to notice him, getting Katsuki to do so as well. He tried to yell something, but had his mouth completely covered. The villain moved his hand to fire off a blast at him, only for Izuku to spin around his bag and toss it directly into his eye, same as before. I can't attack one place, but he has a clear weakness. Izuku thought as he rushed forward. The villain was distracted with his eye, his body slightly spazzing out. Shifting his hand into a motion, he lunged forward, ignoring the growing fire and flames around them. With a claw-like grip, he yanked at the villain's eye, causing him to scream out in pain while unknowingly freeing Katsuki's hand. Katsuki, die. There was no hesitation on Katsuki's part, blowing up the sludge villain's body. Freeing himself, he fell forward while coughing, unable to keep himself up. Izuku, however, was already reaching behind as the sludge villain reformed. You little shit, I'm gonna gagagaga, the villain screamed upon getting tased. Izuku watched with a blank expression as the villain spazzed on the floor before getting covered by wood. You've been caught, evildoer, Kamui declared as the crowd let out a wave of cheers. Izuku ignored them in favor of Katsuki, who was still coughing and trying to gasp for air. You good? Izuku asked, seriously. That was the most disgusting thing that has ever happened to me. Katsuki managed to get out. He would have said more if he and Izuku weren't suddenly hugged by Himiko. Fangs. Get off. Did you have to make me so worried? Himiko cried, making them both go stiff. I thought that you were going to too. Well, I didn't. Katsuki snarled before taking a breath. Now wasn't the time to get angry. Least of all at her. He patted her head gently. I'm fine. Now quit your whining. I'm fine. We both are. Izuku affirmed, earning a weak nod. All right. Himiko hiccuped, yet held them tighter. Himiko couldn't stand the thought of losing her brother and friends. They accepted her, helped her. Mom's so gonna be mad. I don't doubt that for a minute. Izuku said dryly. Later, after the sludge villain was properly detained, the trio had gotten themselves checked up on by the paramedics on scene. Katsuki was the only one close to hurt due to near suffocation. But his breathing was perfectly fine, thankfully. A few heroes were praising him for his bravery, even if he clearly wasn't in the mood for it. Back off, Katsuki said bluntly, making them all step away. He snorted upon them, awkwardly making excuses to leave before turning to his friends. Are we good to go? I already have to buy that shit again for the hag. I'll help with that if you want, Izuku said before a hand fell on his shoulder. He was roughly turned around and was greeted with an irritated Death Arms. Oh, his patience was going to be tested today. You dumb little bastard. Why did you go running in there? Death Arms growled, clearly annoyed. Don't get in the way of the heroes again or else you'll be charged for vigilantism. I wouldn't have gotten in the way if any of you had done your job. Crap, he didn't mean to say that out loud. Judging by his expression, he wasn't expecting it either. Well into the fire. Might as well make it blazing. What was it you said? Wait for another hero. I can at least understand Kamui, given he's made of wood, but even he put more effort into helping than you did. Listen here. No, you listen. This guy is my best friend and he was being choked by that villain. Something that you somehow missed despite it happening right in front of you. Izuku interrupted, his anger made clear. Death Arms had the nerve to glare harder, but it fell short. Upon seeing that they were getting some attention, you could have gotten yourself killed by doing something so stupid. I had the situation completely handled, and if you hadn't interfered, your little friend would have been safe. Death Arm claimed, earning a look of complete doubt. Don't you look at me like that. No, normal human can handle those types of explosions your friend was dishing out. And yet, I did. What does that say about you? Izuku said, turning away from the stunned hero and walking to his friends, both sharing wide-eyed looks. So, wanna get those groceries? Deku. The fuck was that? Katsuki questioned. He was used to him talking back to other students and even some teachers, but those were a lot more tame. What? I'm not gonna be judged by that jerk for helping you, Izuku explained with a shrug. Besides, I could have said worse. Like going into detail about he and the others' heroes. Could have helped you, and you didn't because I already saved you and left them at the mercy of the reporters. It was then where Izuku started sprinting, prompting the others to do the same. Speaking of, let's dash out of here. Hey, wait up. While they were leaving the scene, they didn't realize that they were being watched from afar by someone. Musudafu, Japan streets. And, done, Izuku said, putting away his phone. Mom's finally calmed down, but we'll be getting an earful when we get home. Though Kyoka and Reiko want to kill us. The fuck I do? Katsuki questioned, having done the same thing with his parents. He was expecting a hit and a hug. They're just worried, Kachin. Himiko said, elbow bumping him. He scoffed, but didn't deny it. They grew on him. Like mold, as he would say. Whatever, I just want today to be done with. Katsuki grunted before going silent for a minute. Before they could continue, he suddenly stopped and pointed at Izuku. Don't think that you'll be saving me again. I got caught off guard, it won't happen again. But next time I ain't gonna have anyone save my ass, Katsuki declared, determination clear in his tone. It's 1 year until we can go to UA, and I'm only going to get stronger. Not only to become the #1 hero, but the greatest one there ever was. So you better work extra hard to keep up with me, Deku. Kachan. Alright then, I guess I have to up my training a little bit to make sure you don't try and get ahead of me. Izuku snickered. Bullshit, you're ahead of me. Katsuki cackled, his grin made clear. Quote. Boys. Himiko shrugged, before giggling. They kept on going, talking and laughing until they finally started to reach around a corner before I am here, All Might yelled, running around a corner out of nowhere. Holy shit, hey there. Izuku waved with a smile. He wasn't sure if All Might was gonna seek him out or not, but hey, better to be ready than scared. Good to see you once again, young Midoriya. All Might greeted while Izuku rubbed his ear. No need to yell, Yano, I'm right in front of you. Oh, sorry. All Might brought it down as Katsuki and Himiko finally made the realization of who was in front of them. That's All Might. Himiko said slowly. The #1 hero. Katsuki gasped. You must be friends with young Midoriya. All Might smiled at them. Yup, this is my little sister, Himiko Midoriya. And this is my best friend, Katsuki. Bakugo. Izuku introduced them. It's nice to meet you, sir. Himiko managed to say, getting a hold of her nerves. All Might. I'm gonna surpass you. Katsuki declared, shaking in spot while showing a forced grin. I'll become the #1 hero and show the world how great I am. I'll do it and go beyond you as a hero. Don't mind him. Kachan's just excited to meet you, that's all. Izuku claimed, making Katsuki go red. Shut it. Hey, I love your attitude, kid. It's good to meet you both. All Might said, making their chest swell up a bit. I heard about what happened. Forgive me for not being able to be there at the time. I had it handled, Katsuki muttered, trying to look strong in front of his hero. He saved me from the sludge villain. Himiko smiled widely. He's a real hero, that's for sure. Same for my brother. They're the greatest. Cue quiet, Fangs. Katsuki yelled, yet unable to keep the grin off his face. Thanks, Himi. Izuku said, patting her head. Ha ha ha, it's great to see such good friends together. It reminded the hero of his own friends. However, he came over here for a reason. I, however, wished to speak to you, young Midoriya. About what? Izuku said, having a feeling on where this was going. What were you thinking when you ran in there? All Might asked, wanting to confirm. Honestly, I saw Katsuki being choked and couldn't think about anything else. I didn't even realize I was running in until someone called me out. Izuku chuckled, not missing the look he got from Katsuki. I guess it just came naturally. I always enjoy helping people, it's why I want to be a hero after all. I see. While I normally shouldn't condone such acts, your heroic spirit showed today. All Might smiled, his posture relaxed as he continued in a softer tone. There are stories about every hero, how they became great. Most have one thing in common, their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own. And today that's what happened to you, All Might claimed, his smile growing larger while their eyes grew wider. That's why I can proudly say that despite your quirkless nature, you too can become a hero. Izuku heard it before, yet it felt even more impactful after what he did. He even had to wipe His eyes real quick to not make it look like he was crying. Knowing that it was coming didn't help at all. He could feel Katsuki smirking at him for it. He'd get him back for it. Himiko could only grin, no doubt happy to hear him get praised by All Might of all people. Now before I continue on, there is something I'd like to tell you about. Privately if you don't mind, All Might said, giving a look to his friends. TCH. Don't keep us waiting. Katsuki looked like a kicked puppy while being kept out of the loop, but he forced up a glare as he and Himiko made their distance from them. What did you want to talk about? Izuku asked. Well, I've been at this hero gig for a long time now and I've put in a lot of work and effort to help others. Yet I know one day I must retire and allow for the next generation to take charge in my stead. All Might began while Izuku blinked in surprise. He always figured the man would keep going until he was forced to quit. With that in mind, it isn't happening anytime soon, but I would like to do it someday. But that's not why I bring this up. You see, my quirk is unlike any other. Here we go. Izuku thought. My power is known as One for All, and it has been passed down several times before, falling into my hands by my master. All Might stopped for a moment before continuing. Which is why I put much thought into this and wanted to give away my power to Sumworthy before my retirement. After hearing your tale and your reasoning of wanting to be a hero, I All Might declare you worthy of this power. Do you accept it, young Midoriya? ... Fuck. He actually had to think about this. On one hand, it would be crazy to not accept it. It was a very powerful quirk and he had a good understanding of how it worked. With how much he had trained, he wouldn't be surprised if he had a good amount of control over it at the start. Never mind the extra quirks that came with it, if the vestiges were the same, that is. Plus this would likely be his only chance at having an opportunity to accept such an amazing power. On the other hand, if All Might didn't kill All for One, then he would become a target of the Demon Lord, him and his league of villains. There was also the fact that had taken a large amount of pride over what he accomplished as a man with no quirk. He'd be throwing that all away if he accepted the quirk, wouldn't he? Besides, he could always be a quirkless hero, as he originally planned, to show the world that you didn't need a superpower in order to be great. ... Then again, was it too much to ask for both? He could easily still show everyone that a quirk was just that, a quirk. It was how you trained yourself, both mentally and physically, that had decided on how you were as a hero. There were more than a few situations that One for All wouldn't have an advantage in still. Those required a bit more brain work and a little special something to give a surprise. One for All, while a part of him, did not define his own merits and skill. It was at the end of the day a quirk after all, and if All for One was still alive, well, he'd be ready. ... Okay, All Might, I accept. He was gonna flip this world upside down on its head. Chapter 8. The Training Arc. Chapter Summary. Training begins, leading many to think over the next few months before the UA entrance exam. When it ends, Izuku takes upon the power that would change the world. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Musudafu, Takoba Municipal Beach Park, the next day. 10 months until the UA entrance exam. Reiko sat on a bench and looked towards the shockingly active beach. Why? Because they had finished cleaning it some time ago. Now it was an actual normal beach, making it back on the map. He could see surfers, store owners, couples, kids, everyone and everything that you would expect. However, that was not why he was here. He was waiting for his friends to come by to talk about exactly what happened the day before Usajiyama residence yesterday afternoon. Reiko was furious at his annoying, pushing hero of a sister for pulling a fast one over his head. He hadn't changed much, his hair growing out a little more and standing a little taller. What also hadn't changed was Rumi's constant nagging on him wanting to be a hero. So, what did she do? Apply him for the hero courses UA University. He didn't want one thing, and she couldn't even respect that much. He could feel his blood pressure rise, and despite how much he hated her attitude, he didn't Hate her directly. Why? Well, the answer was simple. She loved him. She loved him like any good sibling would. However, she also held high expectations. For him, she had generally believed that he could be the next great hero. That kind of idea, in her head, had led to how they were today, with Rumi having the social awareness of a brick wall and failing to understand how little interest he had in being a hero. Because of that, he had been forced to train with her nearly every day since he was a child. Granted, it had started off small, pushing his small body beyond the normal limits and never having a break, unironically starting his habit of exercising. But when he got older, Rumi started forcing him into fights, each one more brutal and painful than the last. Some would say that it was just training or sparring, but no. It was always a fight. A fight he had never come close to winning. Worst was the criticism. Every mistake, every miss, every attempt was mocked, treated as a joke, all without realizing how demeaning it was. Encouragement to be better is what she would say. That was all they had done up till now. She only cared about fighting in the end, and that angered him to no end. He genuinely could not remember the last time they had a normal moment beyond their family getting together. He was actually thankful she was a hero. It took up time she had used to enjoy with him. Granted, when she did find time, it was worse than usual. It was one of the reasons why he was thankful for his friends. They always had something going on and always invited him for it. A perfect way to stay away from her. Of course, you could question their parents. Well, that one was on him, admittedly. For as much as he did hate Rumi's attitude, he still loved her and would never want their folks to see her in a bad light. So he lied about how he really felt. Was it unhealthy? Yes. Did he care very much? Was he gonna do anything about it? No. He cared for his sister in the end, and he knew she loved him, but this thing with his application was a step too far. Son of a fuck. Anger struck him like lightning as he turned around and smashed his cabinet in with a punch. Pulling his fist out with a growl, he forced himself to sit down and picked up the phone. Need to get out. Be gone before she has the chance to talk to me about. He stopped short upon a latest news report, showing Katsuki caught by a villain and Izuku running towards the scene. Present. Reiko hated the idea of being a hero. They always made it seem like it was more of a job than an actual responsibility. Some would even go so far to treat it as being a celebrity. His sister just enjoyed the brawling. Not all of them were like that, All Might being a prime example, along with his aspiring friends. He knew they would be great at their job. He never, ever thought about being one. Until he saw the news yesterday. His quirkless, determined best friend had saved his other friend from a villain while other heroes weren't able to assist or just decided to wait around. He moved on his own, without a thought in mind. He wasn't looking for fame or fortune, he just cared about his friend. He hated how inspiring that was. It had actually struck something within him when it came to his view on heroics. Damn it, Midoriya, why couldn't you just be a normal person for once? His anger at his sister was overloaded by the save, and it confounded him to no end. Am I actually considering this? Yo, Bun. His thoughts were interrupted upon seeing Kyoka. She herself had gone through her own changes. Her hair, while still cut short, now had a white dyed patch at the top of her head. She was also noticeably a lot more limber now, but he wouldn't dare voice it. Those jacks scared him in his ears. So what's our plan? Reiko questioned. You know, punishment for those knuckleheads. Referring mostly to Izuku. Oh right, you jack an arm, I'll punch it. Kyoka agreed to that as they found themselves waiting for their friends to arrive. Still, Midoriya sounded excited for us to come here today. Any idea why? No clue. Kyoka shrugged. Maybe he got an autograph from All Might. He was in the area. TCH. That better not be it. Reiko muttered, willing to kick Izuku's head if that was the case. Jiro. Reiko. They turned to see Izuku waving at them, a wide grin on his face. Katsuki was right beside, an unreadable expression on his face. Finally behind them was a really tall, buff guy trying to hide his face with a very thick coat. For starters, I'm sorry for what happened. I wasn't thinking at the time and just ran in. Don't worry, you're forgiven. Not. Kyoka took the chance and jabbed Izuku's arm briefly. Once she pulled away, Reiko punched the spot, making him wince and pull away. Ow. Izuku pouted at them, making them smirk. Ha, nerd. Katsuki snorted until he was slapped upside his head. The fuck hair. That was making us worry, dumbass. Reiko deadpanned at Katsuki's expression. They would have started their scheduled spat if not the tall figure that laughed behind. Ha ha ha, you have quite the friend dynamic. It's great to see how much they care for you, the man said, his voice booming while earning their attention. And who's this? Kyoka asked, annoyed by the loud voice. I'll give you a hint, Izuku said, taking out a notebook and giving it to her. She blinked alongside Reiko upon seeing it. Their eyes slowly widened as they looked up to the tall figure. Do you need another hint or? All Might, you got All Might here. Kyoka squeaked, wondering how that happened. Yup, how? Reiko questioned, disbelief clear. It was quite a tale. All Might interrupted, making them jump. However, we haven't got time to waste. There's a lot to discuss after all. What could be so important that you felt the need to include us? Reiko asked, confused. Deku here is becoming All Might's successor. Katsuki scowled, purposefully jabbing a thumb in the greenette's face. Gay. Later. And that is why I've decided to give young Midoriya here my quirk. All Might explained the tale to their friends. They were in a very secluded area on the beach, keeping a lookout to make sure they weren't being listened to by anyone. Once All Might revealed himself, he told the tale of what had transpired and his feelings on someday retiring. Which led to now. Quote. I wasn't drugged, was I? Reiko questioned, looking around to make sure. Seeing the head shakes, he could only groan. Okay. This is my life now. A quirk that can be transferred. That's so crazy, but neither of you are lying. Kyoka said, trying to stay cool about the whole thing. Seriously, did you have to drop this on us after the whole sludge villain thing? Sorry, I didn't want to keep any of this hidden from you guys. I mean, I have been quirkless the entire time. Seriously, there was no way he was gonna be able to explain that with it being a late quirk awakening. Not with how well they knew them. Plus, it's not like I could keep this from you anyway. You're all my friends. Well yeah, okay. Kyoka huffed, unable to fault that. They'd probably hurt him for trying to hide it if he did. But still, that's amazing. And you're the 8th? Reiko asked, looking at All Might, who had nodded with a smile. How the heck does this even become a thing? All Might had noticeably stiffed, his smile becoming a bit more forced. Forgive me, young Usajiyama. Reiko. Young Reiko. All Might corrected himself. That is a very long and difficult tale for me at this time. Just know that there was a good reason for it at the time. However, giving this quirk to young Midoriya has nothing to do with that. All Might seemed a little tense at that before he suddenly brightened up. Have no fear, however. My intent is to aid young Midoriya in his career of becoming a hero. Better keep it down, unless you want a horde of fangirls and fanboys to notice you. Izuku chided while All Might quickly went quiet. Quote. And this isn't some bullshit scheme? Reiko asked, not caring about the looks he received. The fuck you say? Katsuki growled. This was his idol he was talking about. Excuse me for being skeptical about this whole quirk transfer thing. Reiko scoffed, not caring about how Katsuki was acting. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just some sort of joke or something like that. This is All Might. You really think he's like those asshats from our school? Katsuki said, not having the slightest bit of doubt. I'm making sure my friend isn't being played with. Because if he is, then I might be going on the record for beating the shit out of the #1 hero. Reiko claimed with a glare. All Might met his gaze and found self unable to falter at the idea of taking back his word. Then he smiled. Hey, you have good friends. All Might said, his voicing shockingly normal. Right, Izuku grinned. I understand your worry, but you have nothing to fear. Upon my name, I assure you that my only intent is to help him achieve his goal as a hero. All Might said, giving them a normal Smile as he rested an elbow on Izuku's head. Helps there were kindred spirits in a way. Huh, well, I was quirkless as well before my master passed on one for all to me. All Might laughed, stunning most of them. Kyoka, Reiko asked, wanting to make sure. He hasn't lied yet, she confirmed, still surprised. Who would have thought, the most powerful hero in the world used to be quirkless? Told you, Katsuki snarked, earning a scoff in return. Piss off, Bomberanian. Katsuki looked ready to go off on a tangent, but was ignored. Instead he turned to Izuku. So this means you can punch the weather now? Not yet, I haven't accepted it just yet. Izuku said, confusing them. What, why not? Kyoka said while Reiko looked between him and All Might. It didn't take too long for it to click. Body mass, Reiko suddenly brought up. Their bodies are so drastically different that the power of one for all would be too much. Add on how much powerful All Might has become. Over the years, it might cause you to, well, pop, Izuku said, putting the bloody image in their heads. Pop. They all shivered at the image. So you have to get as jacked as All Might? Kyoka questioned in shock. She imagined his dorky-looking face on All Might's body and couldn't help but shiver. That is not a good look. No, not really. Izuku quickly brought up, not happy about the imagery either. Even right now, I'm more than confident that I can handle it right now. However, I wouldn't be able to have the whole 100% of that power either. The idea is that I strengthen my body enough to where I can use more than just a single percent. It'll also help one for all to actually get used to my body easier. There was also the fact that one for all did evolve upon transferring to him, but none of them knew that, not even All Might. Full cowling and the extra quirks of the vestiges were proof of that. This was just to help him gain more control over power for when the time came. Indeed, All Might boomed, reminding them how loud he was naturally. While I am more than confident he can handle this power as is, having access to more so right off the bat is also a grand plan. Which is why I came up with this. He brought up a book, which was named The American Dream Plan, by All Might. I personally planned out a training schedule for young Midoriya to take part in order to gain not only to prepare his body, but also to go plus ultra. Right, and when does he actually get one for all? Reiko questioned, rolling his eyes at the name. 1 month before the entrance exam. That way he'll have just enough time to make that quirk his own, All Might declared. Is that enough time? Kyoka asked, unsure if it was that easy. But of course, after all, when using it all I need to do is clench my ass cheeks and yell smash, in order to get the job done. All Might explained, matter-of-factly. Clench your ass cheeks, Katsuki muttered. And yell smash, Kyoka added. Precisely, All Might declared proudly, even posing. Oh my gosh, he's a dork. Everyone, but Izuku and All Might said in utter bewilderment. Izuku couldn't help but bust a gut laughing while All Might gasped. Once they had settled down, they continued their talk. Anyway, young Midoriya will be training hard these next few months, which would mean cutting time with you all, if he hadn't suggested you all train with him. All Might laughed upon seeing their expressions. Though he was a bit confused by their sudden shiver, he was quite adamant about letting you know. I saw no reason to disagree and wanted to add in your own training regiments. Even though he wanted to control it, not sure why. They knew well, the devil. But you don't have to join obviously. Izuku said, as if they would really say now. I know, this is more or less a me thing, so I can always go at it myself. TCH. Pass off a chance to train with All Might. Only an idiot would pass that offer. He passed a glance over to the duo who hadn't spoken up yet. It really wouldn't hurt. I'm trying to become a hero too, you know. Kyoka said, twirling her earjack around with a hint of embarrassment. She was trying to seem cool. That only leaves Reiko. If you don't want to, I'd understand, ya know. Izuku said simply, giving him an out. Reiko actually thought over what he'd say in that moment, knowing it would mean a lot for his future. He thought about Rumi, his anger coming quickly, yet it instantly faded at the thought. of his friends. Quote TCH. You know what, fuck it. I'll give it a shot. Reiko said before suddenly adding on. The hero course doesn't sound that bad, I guess. Wait, you're going for the hero course? Izuku questioned, voicing their confusion. What changed? Kyoka asked, concerned. They had all known about his relationship with Rumi being difficult and the fact that he had shoved off the idea of being a hero for the longest time. So what did change? Quote I guess I felt a little inspired, that's all. Reiko decided to leave it at that. This mushy stuff was not his style and he needed to pass it off. So what's first on the hell training? Quote Hell training? All Might questioned. A familiar shiver came to him upon seeing his chosen successor smile like an old teacher of his. He actually had his leg shaking and had to slap it for a moment. I am overthinking it. Young Midoriya is nothing like him. Right. He would learn. Quote Wait, how did your mom take this? You did tell her, right? Kyoka asked, seeing both Izuku and All Might turn to each other. Midoriya household the day before. And that's the story. Izuku explained as best he could to his mother. Inko could only blink several times, in fact, as she sat there silently. Is she okay? All Might asked out of concern. However, as he turned to his student and his sister dressed in raincoats. Wah, my baby boy. Inko exploded in tears, drowning the apartment while taking out All Might in a sea of tears. Present. Yeah, she took it pretty well. Izuku answered, knowing that there would be a long talk. When they did get home. Musudafu, Takoba Municipal Beach Park, 3 months later. 7 months before the UA entrance exam, Katsuki always knew he would be great. He had a powerful quirk, an intelligent mind, a large skill set beyond them both. He was awesome. It was something people had told him since he was a small child. Yet instead of growing arrogant like he would have, he grew more confident in not only his quirk, but everything he could accomplish as well. He had a good family, loyal friends, and the most badass rival as his best friend. Yet even with all of that, he still couldn't hide his envy. All Might, his idol, had chosen his rival to inherit a quirk of legacy. Basically, it had made him mad. Honestly, it didn't help with the reason behind the choice, ironically being his capture against the sludge villain. Deku had saved him and he was grateful for that. Though, the smallest part of him had wished for their roles to be reversed. That he would have been the one who had actually proven himself as true hero material in that moment. He recalled blasting himself in the face for thinking like that. It was a dumb fucking thought, brought upon wanting to look good in front of his idol. As much as he would have loved to be worthy of one for all, he knew that his friend had earned it. Since they were toddlers, Deku had his determination set on being a hero. He had trained, researched, planned everything he had needed to become heroes. The only thing that had set them apart was that he was quirkless while he had a powerful one. It had never bothered him about it, it only made him work harder for their goal to become heroes together. Which was why he was currently face down in cement right now. All Might's training, alongside Izuku's add-ons, had brought upon a harsh feeling upon their bodies. Weighted running, hours of sparring, even some aggressive form of weight training. Everything that would help make them greater than they already were. As usual, however, Izuku had his habit of overdoing it, by the maximum. You overdid it, again. Katsuki stated bluntly, standing over him. It was close to nighttime, and they were all supposed to take a day off. However, his best friend's dumbass had decided to not take the break and train for the day, which had only caused his body to collapse and give in to the pain. Lost my second wind. Izuku chuckled between breaths. Katsuki could only roll his eyes before he picked up Izuku by his arm and led him over to a bench. You smell like shit. He had unceremoniously dropped the greenette on the bench, who had groaned on the impact. You better fucking shower when you get home. I will, as soon as I can. Move my legs. Izuku breathed, remaining in place. Katsuki huffed, before sitting down next to his rival. They sat in silence for a moment, enjoying the peace they had Quote dot dot dot. What brought you out here? Your fault for being predictable. He knew how his friend was like by now and his harsh methods for himself. Honestly, the hell were you thinking? That I need to catch up. Izuku revealed it easily. He always did that when it was necessary. There's so much more I have to learn when it comes down to it. We aren't even at the starting line yet. True, but they all knew that already. More than that, I don't want to be held back by anything when I do accept All Might's quirk. And you think burning yourself out is a good idea? Well, yeah, no, I ain't got an argument for that. Izuku admitted with a chuckle. Dumbass, you're gonna do fine. Katsuki huffed, annoyed. I know I am. I just have a lot on my mind. Katsuki knew that. Izuku always seemed to be thinking ahead, yet would never tell him what. It wasn't serious, he would tell him if he was ever doing bad, emotionally, anyway. But I'll be ready, we all will be. Ha, I was born ready. Just because you got All Might's quirk, doesn't mean a damn thing to me. Katsuki chuckled, giving him a feral-like smile. Doesn't matter what you get, I'm gonna be the #1 hero and kick your ass. Oh hey, you updated your catchphrase. Izuku said, earning a deadpan look. He was then slapped across his head, making him yelp. Ow, what was that for? For talking shit, what else? You're mean. Katsuki snorted, turning his head to not laugh. To think he was jealous of the nerd. Musudafu, Takoba Municipal Beach Park, 2 months later. 5 months until the entrance exam. Kyoka didn't think much of herself while as a teenager. She had an above-average quirk. She didn't consider herself pretty, and she wasn't exactly the easiest to get along with due to her attitude. She had wanted to be a hero as well, alongside being a musical, combining the two of them. She wasn't always confident about either at the time. Then she got saved by Living Broccoli aka Izuku Midoriya one day. How did one describe him? Well, he was crazy for one thing. Not for wanting to be a hero, but just how he worked for it. Working himself beyond the bone and forcing himself to go even further. He claimed to believe in limits, he just preferred to break them by any means necessary. That, however, also made him determined as well, showing it at nearly every chance they had, be it education, physical training, even the most simple game. Something he shared with Reiko, but it went beyond that. His determination was infectious. It helped when he had personally deconstructed and reconstructed her quirk. It wasn't anywhere close to average as she had thought. Her quirk had the potential to be quite destructive if they got their hands on the right equipment, but that was for another time. He had made that feel so special, and that was just a casual conversation. It was a great friendship, and it only grew as they shared their passions on becoming heroes. This one guy had inspired her to take her own goals seriously by a major degree, between actually writing down and singing out her songs while also joining him and their friends on the hellish training seasons. It was a lot, make no mistake about that, but she couldn't help but to appreciate it all at the same time. Heck, she had good friends who didn't just feel like people she barely talked to. Actual, good, willful and honest friends. It was nice, even if she didn't expect to get a crew. A punch in the face threw her thought process off as she went flying on her back. She groaned, laying a hand on her cheek. Jiro, Kyoka. Izuku knelt down next to her, a worried look clear on his face. Are you okay? I'm fine. Kyoka nodded, sitting up a little. But you're not. Not giving him a chance, she forced a kick to his side, forcing him to lose balance. She then used her other leg to kick under his feet and quickly pin him back to the ground, her jacks aiming at his neck. Finally, my win. Why yeah, your win. Now get off me, Izuku said, looking away awkwardly. She blushed upon realizing their position and quickly got off of him. They sat up, looking at each other for a moment before laughing awkwardly. A few minutes later they were sitting by the beach, near the coast while enjoying a cold drink. Phew, that hit the spot. No kidding. Surprised though, I figured you were a machine under all that skin. Kyoka said, finishing her own drink. Still, you hit pretty damn hard. Sorry, but it's not like villains won't use everything they have. Izuku explained while she groaned in understanding. Not like he didn't have a point, she could agree completely. But I can tone it down if you like. No, the last thing I need is to get screwed because I didn't take my training seriously. Kyoka sighed. Izuku nodded approvingly, making her smile a little. Still, do you think I improved enough? Is for the best after all. Then you'll fit in right. Same as the rest of us. Izuku said as casually as ever, and he still meant it. Perks of having a hearing quirk, she could always tell when he was lying. Always. That's good, though, I could use some extra help studying for the written portion. Kyoka admitted, looking off to the side. She could do a lot better on those practice tests and there wasn't any point of taking that risk. We might have to adjust the schedule a little bit, but I think it's something we should do, Izuku said after some thought. Not like we shouldn't make sure that we missed something there. Great. This weekend sounds good. Yeah, but I think it's gonna be us. Katsuki's going rock climbing at Mount Ogawayama with his parents and Reiko is visiting his parents too. Even All Might has a patrol to do, so it'll just be us. Izuku explained simply, not noticing the expression on Kyoka's face. Alone with him. When was the last time she had ever been alone with him? Never. Didn't help that she felt her face flush a little at the thought, never mind her heartbeat. Was this a bad time to mention the crush? No. Well, she did, and for a long while now. Years, actually. Sure. She dismissed it at first at the start. They were just beginning as friends at the time, and there was always time for them to stop being that much. Except it didn't, and they only got to know each other better. She didn't just think about how determined and how kind he was just casually. She had genuinely fallen for Izuku for who he was. Yet she never acted on those feelings. She certainly wasn't going to now, not when they had to focus on getting into UA first. They were trying to become heroes after all. Then of course the fear of rejection and making things awkward, even if she knew he wouldn't allow their friendship to end. Maybe she'd tell him once they were finally in the university. Maybe. So my place or you? Definitely your place. No way was she gonna deal with her parents, more importantly her dad. They figured her out in a week and have been trying to get her to ignite her friends over. She'd die of embarrassment. Besides, I recall missing out on some baby pictures of yours. You know I'm proud of those pictures, right? I was talking about the Bomberanian. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, we still have the copies. Kyoka could only hum, deciding she could enjoy the moments had now. Maybe no, it would grow later on. Musudafu, Takoba Municipal Beach Park, 4 months later. 1 month until the UA entrance exam. It's time. That's all Izuku could think about as he and All Might stood before each other. It was still early in the morning, yet they couldn't wait any longer. You've grown, young Midoriya, All Might said, his tone calmed down for the moment. No doubt from only waking up. You were already set to become a hero with how you were. Both mentally and physically. Yet now, I can say for sure you've gone beyond the limit, even if the changes aren't shown. I can tell just by looking at you. You are more than ready to receive one for all. I have you and everyone else to thank for, Izuku said with a knowing chuckle. He knew he was working hard on his own to get here, but he couldn't say he would have liked to go at this on his own. Not like a lot of heroes do. Be proud of yourself as well. You put in the effort after all. I'm merely the provider and trainer. Though, that goes out to your friends as well. All Might smiled, no doubt proud of not only his results, but the results of his friends as well. Now then. Wait. Why yes, I've been meaning to ask this for a while, but I never found the time, and with how awkward it feels, Izuku claimed, scratching his cheek while confusing All Might. What's your name? My name. Oh, All Might understood, holding his hand out. Yagi Toshinori, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku met his hand, groaning within his mind from how long that took. They let go as Toshinori made a pose. Now then, are you ready to inherit one for all? Toshi said, his grin going a little forced. Oh, this part, yes. Then, he casually plucked a long hair from his head while pulling out a bottle of water from nowhere before holding them out to him. Eat this. ... This was not gonna be fun. Later. You ate his hair? Katsuki questioned, looking between them in disbelief. I knew you were a fanboy, but come on. Reiko shook his head, sharing his disbelief. Quote ... If this doesn't work, I'm going to kick you. Right in the balls, Kyoka claimed, giving all might a glare. It was humorous to see the number one hero hide behind him, but that was enough. Alright, I ate his hair. It was pretty much the least nastiest way to transfer the quirk. Judging by the growing look of disgust, they understood completely. That being said, if this doesn't work, we can all take turns kicking him in the balls. Wah young Midoriya, Toshi sounded betrayed. Quote ... I'm down for that. Reiko agreed, while Toshi hid once again. Can you just use it already? I want to see if this is something I'm gonna be working harder against. Katsuki said impatiently. Does someone feel threatened? Reiko questioned. The fuck you say? Katsuki growled. Enough you two. Izuku interrupted with a sigh. I think enough time has passed for it to digest. So, I'm gonna go punch the ocean. Seeing their looks, he gave them a look of disbelief. What? Did you think I was gonna hit something that I would have to pay for? I mean, can't he pay for any property damage? Reiko said, poking a thumb at All Might. I am no piggy bank. He totally didn't have a very well furnished house filled to the brim with everything he could ever want and could retire right here and now, living a life of comfort until he passed of old age. Nope, not at all. Whatever. Stand by and prepare to be astonished. Izuku claimed, walking closer to the coast. He looked out at it before he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Okay, 1-4. All. Let's start. He felt nothing at first, as expected, but he felt something stir. Almost as though awakening, he felt a flicker of something unfamiliar. He focused purely on that feeling, wanting to take it in as best he could. And boy did he, as he felt it come forth in full, making his eyes snap open, similar in green, his veins becoming a notable red, his fist clenched and reared back. He punched forward. The sand exploded around him as the ocean split while shooting. Everywhere, even behind him, a large gust of wind had formed, blowing past them all as they blocked their eyes from it. Once it had finally settled, the group had looked towards Izuku. And the damage done. There was now a notable dent in the sand where Izuku stood, alongside, with the ocean still trying to refill itself. Oh my goodness, Toshi exclaimed upon seeing the power display. That was fucking awesome, Katsuki yelled, completely out of character while shaking in place. Son of oh fuck, Reiko yelled, suddenly in panic. What are you? Oh my god. Izuku, Kyoka screamed, her hands to her mouth. Izuku was ahead of them, standing in place while part of his shirt was gone. However, his entire left arm was broken, bruised purple and black while completely limp. Izuku himself was just shaking in place, no doubt from the pain as he trembled. It wasn't enough. Reiko growled in annoyance. It was the whole point of waiting so long. And yet the best they were able to do was make sure he didn't explode. However, just as he was about to rush over, he saw that Izuku's veins were still glowing red. Young Midoriya, deactivate one for all now. Toshi yelled in a panic as he stepped forward. However, the trembling form of Izuku merely waved him off, baffling him. Leave him, Katsuki growled, stopping their tracks. He too looked startled by the broken arm, yet he didn't dare interrupt. Come on, you fucking nerd. Figure this shit out. Quote ... Hey, Izuku suddenly chuckled, clenching his free hand tightly. I got you now. 1-4. All. His declaration had startled them, but he didn't care as held on to the feeling. I know exactly how you feel now, and I don't plan to let go just yet. He had focused purely on that feeling, that power, in order to control it properly. In the end, power like this worked in combination with meditation and focus. Thinking back to how things like ki and life energy were explained, he followed those same principles when it came to finding and controlling One for All's power. Once he did, following it through him at the lowest percentage possible was ki. And, well, that's exactly what he did. His hair had flowed upward a bit as green electricity appeared around him. The red in his veins had vanished while his eyes had shimmered into a brilliant emerald color. He then threw his free fist towards the ocean, only causing a massive circle of wind to fly through sea. And slightly parted it, yet his arm remained broken as he looked down at it while breathing. Slightly. One for all. Full cowling. You're mine, Izuku said firmly, his eyes changing yellow briefly as he threw a fist into the air while laughing. He then fell on his back, full cowling deactivating as he laid there groaning in pain. Everyone quickly ran over to zero check on him while he withered in pain. They were saying all kinds of things, but overall they were just happy to see him alive. Now, all that remained was 1 month before they would start their journey into becoming heroes. Chapter end. Chapter end notes. Reminder. These chapters are being transferred from fanfiction.net. Chapter 9. The entrance exam. Chapter summary. The day of the entrance exam is here and there are more than a few faces across the board who are willing to give it their all to start their journey. However, not everyone can make it with so few spots available. UA. University. Entrance 1 month later. Day of the entrance exam. It's surreal really, being here after all this time, Izuku thought as he looked up at the famous hero school. 15 years since I've come to this world and this was the only place I had in mind the whole time. He just hoped it wouldn't disappoint and be one of the shitty versions of UA. This is so much bigger than what I thought it would be, Himiko admitted, a little intimidated by how large the school was. She was dressed professionally, her hair tied up and wearing her glasses, because they would be wearing track suits for their examinations. Izuku dressed more casually because of that. Having second thoughts, Izuku asked knowingly, "No way, I just don't wanna get lost here. You know how bad I am with directions." Himiko giggled, "Yet you can find me almost instantly no matter where I am." It was true, no matter where he was in Japan, she always had a knack for finding him. No matter what, a girl like me always remembers her favorite restaurant, Himiko stated proudly while earning a deadpan look. It only made her giggle as she started walking off, her head still turned to him. "But aren't you a little nervous?" Just a bit," Izuku said, shrugging. He wasn't sure if the entrance exam would be the same or not, but he felt like he was ready all the same. "But we won't find out standing here." "No duh. Let's get moving before." Eep. Himiko tripped while attempting to walk backwards and found herself heading to the ground. She had expected for Izuku to catch her at the last second only to suddenly find herself suspended in the air, much to her confusion. Are you alright?" A bright, cheerful voice said as Himiko looked up and couldn't help but to freeze. Izuku in the meantime couldn't help but to quirk an eyebrow upon his sister's savior. "Enter Uraraka Ochako. I stopped you with my quirk," Uraraka explained as she helped Himiko onto her feet. The blonde was unnaturally quiet, but Uraraka missed it completely. "I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you." "Nope, not at all," Himiko said, almost robotically, almost as though she was rebooting her mind. "Isn't this all way nerve-wracking?" Uraraka said, with a smile before turning away. "I have to get going. I hope your exams go well." "You too," Izuku said, waving her off. Once she was out of sight, he then turned to his sister. To see her looking towards Uraraka's back, her eyes slit like cat eyes finding its prey. "So, got any nerves now or?" He didn't get to finish upon Himiko lunging at and biting his arm. It was quite the sight for the passing examinees, wondering if being crazed was part of their respective exams for UA, University, classroom. Later, Izuku was currently dressed in a tracksuit, along with everyone else in the room. Him and Himiko had to split apart due to their own exams to take. He had to admit, he was thankful for the studying he had done prior. It had made the written exam less stressful. Katsuki sat beside him, confident as ever, while Kyoka sat on his other side while Reiko sat next to her. All donning the same tracksuits as everyone else. Everyone had it easy, right? Izuku asked, turning to their friends. "No shit," Katsuki scoffed. I fucking destroyed that exam. He did. I heard his growling from the other room. Kyoka said, ignoring the glare sent her way. Me on the other hand, that was beyond stressful. Especially when I heard how some of the others here tried cheating. Seriously. Fucking morons. Katsuki rolled his eyes, but otherwise didn't care. It wasn't that bad. Glad we took the time to actually study for it though. Reiko sighed, feeling a little relieved. Still kind of surprised to see you here to be honest. Izuku said, still shocked by the sudden change of heart. They were never given a proper answer as to why he decided to change, but it had been welcoming all the same. What did his sister have to say about it though? It wasn't much of a secret about how he and Rumi didn't have the best relationship, judging by some of the faces he made while joining up with them. What can I say? I'm just full of surprises. Reiko waved off casually. Despite the changes, he still looked like he was feeling off just from being here. Think we'll get done with this soon. I still like some free time for myself when I can get it. Just waiting for the teacher. Speaking of, Izuku turned to the opening door as Kyoka perked up. Isn't that? Kyoka asked, slowly covering her ears while putting her jacks away. Yup. In came Hisashi Yamada, aka Present Mike, ever present in his hero costume. The man was easily one of the more higher-up heroes, one who was a teacher at UAN. Famous for his radio show as well. Many people called in order to understand the other side. To heroics with Mike always answered when he could and was always honest about it. Candidates, are you excited for your exam? Mike shouted, trying to hype up the class. Woo-hoo, Reiko said, rather dually with a half-spirited fist bump. This had actually gotten some snickers from the other candidates while Mike deflated a little. There was also a single glare sent his way, but it went unnoticed. Keeping it mellow. I getcha. Mike perked right back up as if nothing had happened. I gotta keep this brief due to how many of you are here today. Think this is our biggest roster yet. Pressure game. He could work with that. Anyway, as the application mentioned, you're all rockin' to participate in a 10-minute mock battle within a simulated suburban city. After I finish up things here, you'll be taken to your designated battle center, Mike explained as everyone looked down at the cards they had gotten before. So they don't want people teaming up in order to get through the exam easier. Katsuki muttered before a feral grin came on. Shame, I would have loved to get the same on field as one of you. Then I could crush you in front of those teachers. Seriously, what is the budget of this place? Reiko questioned aloud, stumped by how much was going into a hero school. I think the answer to that is yes. Izuku muttered. Listen up folks. We have 3 types of mock villains for you to beat. You'll earn types based on the difficulty, so choose wisely when out there. Mike brought out a remote as a screen appeared behind him, displaying the normal robots. However, he pressed it again, showing more humanoid-looking machines. But be careful, as heroes in training you need to make sure you don't hurt civilians either. Introducing our mock civilian. Make sure to not mistake them for the villains, okay? Izuku couldn't help thinking about how clever the disguise was. Rescue points weren't meant to be common knowledge after all, and it only mattered originally when saving another student. However, the addition of these civilian bots made it easier to attain them. It also tested exactly how reckless certain students could be and would likely result in a failure. Clever. Excuse me sir, I have a question. A voice full of authority suddenly brought up. And here's Iida Tenya. Go ahead, listener. On the printout, you listed exactly 4 villains, never mind these civilian bots were not mentioned in the slightest. With all due respect, if this is an error on UA's part then it is inexcusable. As students aiming for Japan's top hero school, we expect nothing but the best. A mistake like this is disgraceful, Iida declared, his arm chopping repeatedly. He then suddenly turned around and settled his eyes upon their group. And you and your group, have been distracting this whole time. If you're here to treat this as a joke, then you should leave now. Surprisingly, Reiko was the one who spoke up before Katsuki did. If we were in trouble, we would know about it. You want to know what's actually distracting, along with annoying. Standing up in the middle of a teacher's explanation, demanding answers that he was going to give anyway. I merely wanted clarification before he was going to explain it. Now quit wasting time, Reiko added on, his annoyance made clear. Iida found himself unable to retort and sat back down quietly. Now, settle down, listeners. Now to answer that question with the civil bots, this is to be treated like an actual part of the city. Villains and civilians are out there after all. As for the other question, Mike suddenly grinned, a bit maliciously. To put it simply, ya know. How in games where you got your normal standard enemies? Well, our special fourth bot would be considered a trap. If you fight it, you lose all your points. Isn't that exciting? No one made a sound while Izuku was enjoying the fear tactic used. Oh yeah, there was no reason to fight it. It was a big, fucking robot. Not everyone could face that head on, but that wasn't the point of it. Now with the addition of these civil bots, that message was as clear as day. But hey, it didn't mean he had to say any of that. University, Mock Battle Zone A. His friends were separated from him, each being in their own zone for the sake of their test. Izuku wasn't worried about any of them, however. As far as they were concerned, they were going to pass this exam and enter the university. Call him overconfident, but he knew damn well they were going to make it. He spotted Uraraka, who was shifting nervously in place. Deciding to give her some encouragement, he moved ahead to gently poking her shoulder. She jumped and turned around with her fist ready only to stop. Oh, hi again, Uraraka said, a bright look on her face as she lowered her fist. You're that guy with the blonde girl with the cute glasses. Oh, he was so telling Himiko that later. That was my little sister, Himiko Midoriya. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Uraraka Ochako. It's so nice to meet you. Uraraka smiled cheerfully before she became a little nervous. Sorry for almost hitting you, by the way. Don't apologize, it's good reflexes alone for being a hero. Even more so when you stopped yourself before you clocked my face in. Izuku joked, earning a loud laugh from the brunette. Then of course he felt a hand on his shoulder. Oh right, Iida, can you be quiet? There are people trying to focus. Iida declared, settling a glare onto the two. Oh, sorry, Uraraka said, shifting nervously. Izuku, however, and yet, you're the one yelling. Izuku said, making Iida sputter a bit. Now calm down. People have their own ways to relax, or do you not hear everyone else have their own conversations? That appears to be the case. Iida deflated a little. It was enough to make Izuku sigh and rethink his approach. He did not need any enemies going into this school. You know what, maybe we got off at the wrong foot. Izuku said, holding his head to the boy. I'm Izuku Midoriya and this is Uraraka Ochako. We're trying to become heroes. Oh, I am Iida Tenya. I too am aiming to become a hero. Iida reignited with life, meeting his hand and shaking it. It's nice to meet you. Uraraka added cheerfully. That was good, they were talking and being friendly. He just had to keep it that way. So, are you guys nervous as well, or only slightly? But I am confident in my ability as I am now. Iida proclaimed proudly. Same here. Helps to have a plan in mind. Izuku said, earning their attention. Plan, sure. Take to the corners of the city, away from the other competitors, and take out as many villains as I can. It was a simple plan, but it was an effective one. In an exam like this, everyone is gonna be grabbing as many points as they can right from the start. Being near all that chaos isn't gonna do me any good. Besides, I bet the bots with the most points are gonna be in the back, rather than the front. That's quite thoughtful of you, Iida admitted, having not thought of that. I could actually get there fastest and save myself some time. That's a great idea. Mind if I use it? Uraraka asked. The more, the merrier. He really didn't care. He and the others fully planned to crush this test. There wasn't time to talk anymore as the doors suddenly opened, making him get ready. Well, time to go. Wait, full cowling. 1%. The moment he had the chance, he boosted straight out of there. He leapt over anyone in his way, quickly bouncing off the ground to force his way up a small building. Running faster, he jumped off again, this time going between buildings and disappearing. The heck are you all waiting for? There's no countdown in a real-life situation. Get going. Naturally they all panicked, quickly scrambling their way to victory. Meanwhile, Izuku already spotted several mock villains threatening to bash into a storefront. He could only smirk as he lunged down with his fist reeled back. They were destroyed without so much of a chance. University, Mock Battle Zone B. Katsuki was cackling like a madman. The moment the exam started, he blasted himself away from the extras taking the exam and had easily blasted himself into the nearest group of mock villains. There was a big difference of enjoyment when it came to blasting random trash apart and blasting robots apart. Seriously, he always wanted to blast apart a bunch of robots, and here he was doing it now. All for the sake of becoming a hero. Die, die, die. Okay, he was having a lot of fun. He didn't even see any of the other competitors, which was a good thing. He didn't want anyone to get in the middle of his fun here after all. Besides, his strategy was simple: blast himself around the area and overwhelm any of the machines in his way. It was clearly the best help. Oh dear, oh dear. Katsuki grunted upon hearing the voice. He turned around from his wrecked pile to see the civil bots running from a pack of one-pointers. Without so much of another word, he blasted himself past the screaming bot and blew apart the mock villains. Scoffing, he fully intended to blast himself away only for the civil bot to grab him. Oh, thank you, kind sir. What is your name? Son of Katsuki. Katsuki Bakugo. Future #1 hero. He didn't have time for this. He wanted first place. Katsuki Bakugo. I shall save it within my eternal data system so I may never forgive it. The civil bot claimed it dramatically, while earning a deadpan expression. Now go on. Future #1 hero. Save the day and all that. TCH. Always. Katsuki blasted himself away, unable to keep the wide grin off his face. The civil bot waved him off all the while. I cannot wait to tell my family about this momentous encounter. University, Mock Battle Zone U. Death to all heroes. Death to all heroes. Death to all BZZZZZ. It suddenly fell limp, its body spazzing out as Kyoka stood over it. Her jacks pulled from its body. Another one bites the dust. Kyoka had to admit, she was doing better than she thought she would do. Sneaking around these guys was easy enough. It also helped that they weren't super durable either. Going into their bodies and unleashing vibrations through them just made it all the better for her. Though it was a little difficult as well. From explosions, yelling, collapsing buildings and, weirdly enough, some gunshots, she could hear it all for the most part. However, when you grow up in a society like this, you kinda get used to it while just being on the street. Didn't help, however, that she knew she was gonna need an aspirin after this was all done. Oh well, hero life and all that. Speaking of, several one-pointers were heading her way after spotting her. She took a step back, her jacks ready to attack. Then upon spotting a long piece of scrap from one of the robots, she chose to pull it from the wreckage. It was light for her, thankfully, long enough, and had a heavy piece. At the end, without another word, she lunged down at one of them and caved its dome. The other two had tried to attack, but found the scrap struck over their heads as well. Huh, neat, Kyoka mumbled, remembering one of Izuku's ideas for a support item. She then noticed several more coming her way, making her lift up the new weapon while her jacks were ready. You wanna rock? Then come at me. They did so, and she prepared to get them, only for a girl to walk right past her. Before she could even think to stop her, she brought her fingers together and pressed onwards. The villain's bots made a move to attack, but she shifted around them and only gave them a tap. The next thing Kyoka knew, they were shrieking down to the size of toys before the girl had just casually stepped on them. Gee thanks, Kyoka said, still stunned by the display. The girl looked back at her, hummed and gave a thumbs up before going on her way. Kyoka could only stand there for a moment, wondering what just happened. University, Mock Battle Zone X. What the fuck is the budget here? Reiko raged, his foot aggressively stomping down another robot. Robots I can understand, but what is with the amount of mock cities around here? Seriously, how much did UA earn doing things like this? And for an exam no less. How much went into actual classes here? How about support items? What kind of deals did that have with those types of companies? Costumes. It was actually ridiculous to think about it. Hell, how much could have gone to something more meaningful? They were still using gas up cars for crying out loud. He couldn't help the annoyance and embarrassment he felt thinking about it. Upon seeing several more robots coming his way, he couldn't help but to scoff as he held up a single kitchen knife. They were allowed to bring in certain things into the exam, and this was the closest thing he had thought. With it held up to his face and his foot lightly tapping the ground, he watched as they came ever so closer before tossing it. The villain bot was pierced clean in its glass visor until he teleported right to it, his hand on the handle as he kicked another bot away. Another had tried to catch him off guard, but he simply shifted around it and kicked under its feet. It didn't even hit the ground as he stabbed into its head before immediately lifting it back up. Feels like this is too easy. Reiko couldn't help muttering before a scream cut his thought. Why did I say anything? Help me, I'm trapped. Reiko perked his ears up upon hearing the robotic voice. He followed out of curiosity alone and found himself in an alleyway. He found a civil bot trapped within a car that looked like it had crashed. Please assist me. Huh, oh right. Reiko wordlessly moved over and found that the car door had been caved in. With his strength alone, he just ripped it off just enough for the machine to crawl out. It had then reached back inside carrying an even smaller version of it in its arms. Oh, what the fuck. Thank you, sir. We won't ever forget this. The civil bot thanked as he took the smaller bot and left. Anytime, Reiko muttered, feeling oddly warm, oddly happy and weirdly relieved. However, he shook his head and remembered where he was at. He quickly turned heel to find more villains to take down. He could question the emotional damage he just took later. He was more concerned about the rumbling footsteps. UA University, Mock Battle Zone A. A building entrance was currently blocked off, trapping several of them inside. They panicked, trying to find a way out with little time to think. They didn't need to, thankfully. Upon the rubble being lifted out of the way as the form of Izuku Midoriya came on. Don't be afraid, you're safe now. They didn't need to be told twice. Oh, thank you again, young man. A civil bot thanked as he and several others like him were struggling to make their way out. Izuku only nodded, moving away from the building and keeping his pace around the area. He had long since lost count on how much time had passed, but he was sure he had attained more than enough points to not only pass, but to also be amongst the top of them. However, the real test would begin soon enough. Upon hearing the screams of panic following up with the heavy footsteps, he couldn't help the feral grin on his face. Alright then, let's see who needs saving. Izuku seemingly blitzed from his spot and left a trail of lightning behind. He was jumping from building to building at max speed. He may not have been nearly as fast as someone like Ida or even All Might at this stage, but anyone who wasn't trained to see these things wouldn't have been able to keep up with him. He stopped upon the building and looked upon the zero-pointer. It was stupidly large, walking around like it owned the place and causing a mass panic to the other contenders. Just how Nezu liked it, he would assume. He instantly spotted the others quickly running away as fast as they could. He could understand why they were. It was worth no points and they risked losing their own points. What had filled him with imminent disappointment was them ignoring the civil bots that were pleading for help. Some were even pushing them out of the way or even stepping over them. Safe to say who failed. That must help out a lot, thinning the numbers. However, upon spotting Uraraka trying to lead a few of them out of the zero-pointer, he was reminded that there were still good ones. Oh right, isn't this where she? He trailed from his thoughts upon seeing the zero-pointer smash into a building near her. Pieces of the building were falling towards her unknowingly while Izuku's eyes sparked emerald. Not this time. Full cowling, Uraraka heard the rumbling and finally saw the debris coming down at her. She had tried to shield herself, knowing it was too late only for a green form to suddenly appear in between. It was Izuku and he had swung his leg around, kicking the falling debris into dust in a single motion before it could hit her. Shoot style. Whoa, Uraraka gasped as Izuku landed next to her and the civil bots. You came out of nowhere. I do that sometimes. Izuku smiled while the civil bots cheered. However, the rumbling caught their attention, making them turn back to see the zero-pointer still moving towards them. Not only that, but the remaining villain bots were rapidly making their way towards them. Get them to safety. I'll take care of this. Right, Uraraka agreed. She had no reason to argue with him after seeing that kick. And she was proven right as he dashed forward, laying out the machines with strikes and devastating axe kicks. Wow, so cool, Uraraka-san. She turned around and found Iida running up to her. We should head out. That is the zero-pointer. No kidding, but we gotta make sure these guys are safe. Iida blinked in surprise upon seeing the civil bots gather up to them. However, he quickly straightened up and chopped his hand. Right, this way everyone. Evacuate the area in a clean and formal manner. Iida barked orders like it came naturally. Uraraka had helped him do so, leading the civil bots further away from the zero-pointer. Meanwhile, Izuku was doing everything that he could do. He was defeating the other mock villains rapidly while ensuring the safety of the other civil bots and other would-be students alike. One for All was working perfectly and the shoot style was aiding him greatly in moving between buildings easily enough. Best part was that he hadn't been forced to fight the zero-pointer as of yet. Street Lewis smash. The axe kick he delivered upon the robot had created a shockwave. Any of the other villain machines around him were sent flying. Good timing. This shouldn't last that much long. His own thoughts were interrupted upon a building falling down, followed up with some screaming. His eyes widened upon seeing a few people having been caught in the destruction. Seeing them scrambling on the ground as debris fell towards them. Kicking it to 2%, Izuku rushed towards them, quickly destroying any of the falling debris before it reached them. Get going, Izuku yelled, unable to wait and see them do so. He kept his eyes out for anyone else and spotted the colors of the tracksuit closer to the zero-pointer. He rushed forward quickly and grabbed up whoever it was just before it could get any closer. However, it did take notice of him and moved its hand to grab him. However, Izuku was quick to jump between its legs and hop onto the building, his passenger screaming in his arms. The zero-pointer swung its arm to attack, but Izuku managed to land on top of it. Instead, running at full speed, he rushed to the head and jumped clean off of it, leaving a small dent on the process. He landed on the ground, a few blocks away from the zero-pointer. As he settled on it with a glare, excuse me. He turned down the person he picked up and found himself face to face with nothing. Blinking, he realized he was carrying the invincible form of one Toru Hagakure, who was shifting a little. Can you put me down now? Izuku only nodded, gently, letting her on feet, to which she winced a little. Thank you. I completely stepped the wrong way and hurt my ankle badly during that. I thought it was gonna flatten me. Don't worry, I doubt they would risk doing anything that major. Then again, they were a bit too casual with how destructive they were. Any one of the buildings that broke could have killed any student if debris struck them hard enough. Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Toru Hagakure, thank you again for the save. Toru thanked once more, with Izuku giving her a grin. However, it was interrupted upon the stomping of the zero-pointer. Gah, that thing is chasing us. She waved her arms in a panic, reminding him how animated she was. However, he focused more on the incoming giant robot and got ready to go, until she grabbed his arm. Come on. That thing is definitely the zero-pointer. Yeah, I know, Izuku said, feeling a wave of anxiety hit him. It was a giant fucking robot, after all, and he had to admit been acting on adrenaline. At the same time, there was a sense of protection that had come on as well. But there's still too many people around to ignore it. But you'd lose your points. He forgot that everyone had believed in that, not that he could fully blame them. You'd be crazy to do that. You might lose your chance of getting in here. That's the risk of being a hero, I guess. Izuku said, giving her a small smile. But hey, I'll give it a chance to surrender. Sir. Toru didn't get to finish her thought upon Izuku already taking off. He ran from the screen and hopped between buildings. He landed on top of one, where he found himself standing across from the zero-pointer. Hey there, mind stopping all of this? Izuku yelled, gaining its attention. You're causing too much destruction and hurting a lot of people. We can do all about this if you want. Of course there were comments from the others below. The heck is that idiot doing? It's a giant robot, not a person. Forget him. Let's book it out of here. Ah, that's nice. At the zero-pointer actually seemed to stop for the moment and look down at him. However, its eyes blurred red and slowly raised up its arm. Oh well, no one can say that I haven't tried, Izuku claimed, feeling full cowling spark around him. If that's the case, how about something a little new? His hands went to his pockets as he raised a single leg forward. This may be a copy of the original, but any fighter knows the best way to inherit a style. You gotta start with the art of impersonation. Full cowling. Black leg style. One might be confused on the use of a second kicking style, but the answer was simple. Shoot style was built for super moves involving his legs while mostly just fighting with them. However, the black leg style was built for fast, hard impact kicks that came in rapid fashion while being assisted with acrobatic movement. Sanji Vinsmoke was hardly the first person whose style he tried implemented into this world, and it wouldn't be the last. Okay, let's cook, Izuku claimed as the 0 point swung down at him. He ran from his spot and lunged from his spot faster than what could be anticipated. With his leg aimed out, he lunged for his target. Apal shoot. He swung himself around and landed his heel onto the giant machine's left shoulder, easily bending it as sparks came out. Launching himself off it, he jumped over and swung his leg around into its lower back. Cell. The zero-pointer trembled in place, but managed to keep its balance. However, that would soon change upon Izuku landing behind. He jumped immediately from his spot and aimed clean for the thigh of the machine. Quiso. This seemed to cause it to finally lose its foot and actually fall to one knee, trying to use a building to keep itself up. It tried to use its free arm to smash down, but it was much slower thanks to the previous kick done to it. Izuku easily ran right past it and stopped just under it before lunging upwards. Muton shot. Rapid kicks were sent clean into the zero-pointer's chest, tearing apart at the metal plating. The zero-pointer wasn't able to move from the assault, forced to stay in place as it suddenly found itself flying backwards, losing its arm in the process. Its visor was glitching badly, yet it could still acknowledge the fact that Izuku was above it with his foot aimed downward. Here's a little add-on for the style, so get ready. The zero-pointer could only raise its remaining arm up to defend itself as full cowling bursted around Izuku. He dived down with a wide grin, pumping a little more power to his leg for this move. Dynamic entry. He pierced through and through its hand and head, destroying it easily. He skid off the ground for a moment before finally stopping, one smoking leg raised up as the zero-pointer collapsed behind him. He slowly lowered it while removing his hands from his pockets. Time's up. The entrance exam is over, Mike announced while Izuku couldn't help but to smirk upon seeing the looks of disbelief. Well, that was fun, he admitted aloud. Testing out one for all in the exam couldn't have gone any better. Not too many ways he could go all out without risking. That was so cool. Uraraka cheered loudly, throwing off a lot of people. He really did it. Woo. Toru cheered as well, waving her arms around. Even the civil bots were doing the same thing, completely catching Izuku off guard. He looked away while scratching his cheek, trying to hide his smile. Incredible. To think he was capable of such a feat. Iida muttered in disbelief. However, he also thought of how the boy no doubt lost his points for facing the zero-pointer. Didn't he? Wait, the judges should have seen that. Which means, UA. Test observation room. My machines. Power Loader cried out, seeing how badly his zero-pointers were beaten. The others around him could only watch the crying hero awkwardly. Nezu was the one of the few who managed to ignore it and instead found himself laughing with glee. Why are you laughing? Why? Because we have so many promising heroes this year. Nezu laughed as he looked upon the screens. So many have the potential to be great heroes, yet only those who truly shine would be allowed to take that chance. No kidding. This roster is insane this year. Mike added on, sweat dripping from his face as he smiled. Just hope they make it on their first day, Eraser. Only if they can get to the starting line. If not, then they'll waste my time. Aizawa said as blunt and unimpressed as ever. Yesh. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Mike joked only to quickly turn away upon Aizawa's glare on him. Boys, we still have a lot of work to get done, Midnight claimed, giving them both smirks. Miss Midnight is correct, All Might announced, his usual smile clear on his face. We have a long list to go over and plenty of students to pick from. Let's get to it and shut it, Aizawa said, already crawling into his sleeping bag. Rude, All Might muttered in a normal voice, only going heard by Nezu. These classes are going to be quite different from our regular students. I can feel it, Nezu chuckled, wondering why he felt this way. Was it merely excitement, or a sense of fear? Oh well, he could figure it out later. Midoriya household, living room 1 week later. 1 week had passed since then and everyone was awaiting to see the response of Uan. If they would actually get inside. Now while others may have been feeling fear or worry, Izuku was not such a person. Knowing how things went definitely helped, though even he had to admit that he was slightly worried about the prospect of him being wrong. But that was very small. Right now he was sitting in the living room, writing down notes on his own training routine. He was gonna need to adjust it greatly depending on how things are in UA actually went down. Either they would force him to improve on it or lessen on it, depending on how they treated them. Then again, he also wanted to take into account of his classmates' training as well, their support gear, super moves and Himi. Izuku perked up from his spot while Himiko popped out from the kitchen. Inko came in through the door, sprawling about on the floor. She was holding up a pair of letters, both having the UA emblems. It's UA, EEE. Himiko bolted from the kitchen and quickly snatched them up. She jumped on the couch while looking at her own while Izuku caught his as it fell out of her hands. Ladies first. Izuku smiled as Inko joined them in anticipation. Himiko could only nod before she slowly opened the letter. To their shock, it was a hologram device revealing Nezu. They really do have the budget for this, greeting Himiko Midoriya. I am the dean of the university, Nezu. Allow me to say that I am quite fond of how you handled your essay and your assignment. Lawyers here are rare, even rarer are those who actually have the right mindset to do good. With that, I am proud to say that you have passed and have earned your place within UA. I cannot wait to see you here, Miss Midoriya. The messages ended after that. Yippee. Himiko cheered, her arms thrown up in the air before glomping on both Izuku and Inko. They could only laugh as they returned the hug for a few more seconds until Himiko suddenly freed herself. We're going to UA together. I haven't even opened my letter yet. Izuku laughed, still holding the letter. They'd be stupid to not pick you. You're one of the best people I know. If they didn't, then I'm taking myself to the next school that will take you, Himiko declared with a pout. She was completely attached to him for helping her and it was absolutely adorable. However, don't put all your focus on staying with me, Himiko, Izuku said seriously, making her jump a little. You have your own life to live. UA is gonna look great on your resume in the future and I can't think of anyone more thoughtful that deserves that opportunity. But nothing. Even if we go to different schools, you'll always be my little sister. The same, one that I'll happily rush to if she needs me, Izuku said, laying a hand on her shoulder. You understand. I do, Himiko muttered, no doubt not wanting to agree. But he still had a good point. But, at least look at it first. I would like to know as well, you know. Inko added, though having a hint of worry in her tone. She understood the details of the exam, where he had to fight to earn points in order to pass. Even the idea of facing just robots scared her, but Izuku reassured her and came back unharmed. Izuku could only nod. Taking a deep breath, he opened the letter and showed his own little hologram. However, rather than Nezu, he had received All Might. I am here, and as loud as ever. Ha ha ha, I bet you didn't expect me to tell you your results. Well, I am to teach the newest heroes of this generation, so I'll be taking a bit of a backseat when it comes to my hero work. But have no fear, for whenever dangers arise, I will be what do you mean? I'm taking too long. Quote. He's such a dork, Izuku and Himiko said while Inko shushed them. How many more? Geez, I better get a move on. All Might coughed into his hand before straightening up. Now then, Izuku Midoriya. For your written exam, you passed with flying colors. Now onto the villain points, and the 0 pointer. Facing it causes the automatic loss of all points. Quote. I'm getting my rusty knife. Himiko slowly got up, only to be held down by Izuku. Wait, as what I would have said if it wasn't a ruse. And there it is. That's right, it was a trick. Choosing to push away heroes who fight against any villain is not our way. All Might laughed, unaware of the deadpan stares he received. In actuality, you went beyond the expectation, Izuku Midoriya. You had fought and attained an incredible amount of villain points, but you have also seen through our deception in regards to our civil bots, treating them as actual civilians rather than just another machine to ignore, which has earned you our hidden rescue points. For what kind of hero would we be if we just focused solely on battle? Bad ones, Himiko answered. However, when it came to your battle with the 0 pointer, you've done something that not even we considered to be part of it. You attempted to talk it down. The screen changed to show Izuku standing in front of the 0 pointer talking. Inko was gasping at the size of it. While All Might reappeared, you showed a grand deal of heroism, reminding many of my colleagues that it takes more than throwing a mighty fist. Why, you even inspired others during your exam as they helped those around you. The screen changed, showing the likes of Iida and Uraraka moving around to help the civil bots. Even Toru could be seen doing so, despite her injury. Izuku couldn't help but smile at them for it. A large sum of points shall be sent your way for it. Speaking of, you scored 250 points on your exam, 100 villains points, 100 rescue points and a solid extra 50 hero points. Outstanding. All Might laughed while Izuku wondered if there was a cap. He and Katsuki had dwelled on how many points they had gotten, like the battle maniacs they were, and that didn't seem all too close to what they had gotten. With that in mind, I welcome you to UA University with open arms. This is your hero academia. Hey, he said the thing. Now how do I turn this off again? The hologram ended after that. Silence was within the household before Himiko screamed and hugged Izuku. You got in. I told you. You did. You did. Izuku laughed, returning the hug. He was then blindsided by their mother, who joined in on the hug. Mom, I'm so happy for you. Both of you, Inko said, tears building up. So many years she had feared for Izuku and his choice in wanting to be a hero. Even with how much he had trained, even when he was given a quirk, she still had fears. Himiko becoming part of their family only added on to those fears when she decided to go to UA even if she wasn't aiming to be a hero. She was a mother after all. You're both growing into wonderful people. I'm just taking after the best woman who raised me, Izuku said, hugging her closer. You're the best, Mama Inko. Himiko agreed, doing the same. Inko couldn't help it after that. She bursted out into tears. My babies, Inko cried, hugging the life out of them. This lasted for a few minutes, until she finally let go. Wiping her tears away, she offered them a wide smile. We should celebrate. I'll make sure to whip up something right now. Oh, let me help. Himiko and Inko went straight to the kitchen with Izuku smiling behind them. He was about to join in before he felt the hologram vibrate. Looking down at it, a letter appeared, making his eyes widen a little. What? It was a confirmation of his class, showing that he was indeed in 1A. That wasn't what was bothering him. What did bother him was the fact that it had specifically said that he was 1 in 16 students for the class. 4 people were cut short. Fuck. That means certain people won't make it. There's only 2 hero course classes too, meaning only 32 other people would make it. Wait. Quickly taking out his phone, he went straight to the group chat he and his friends made for themselves. Viridian, Izuku, Midoriya, hey. I passed the exam. Songheart, sad face, Kyoka Jiro, sup. Same here. Bomberanian, Katsuki Bakugo, no shit, we all stop changing my chat. Name you hair F asterisk Kerr. He who kicks, Reiko Usajiyama, not sorry, also I made it, somehow. Songheart, sad face, Kyoka Jiro, dude, you can teleport and kick hard as fuck. It's not that crazy. He who kicks, Reiko Usajiyama, maybe. You know what's crazy? That place's budget. Viridian, Izuku, Midoriya, hold that thought. What class did everyone get? Mine said 1A. He who kicks, Reiko Usajiyama, huh. Oh right. He who kicks, Reiko Usajiyama, 1A. Songheart, sad face, Kyoka Jiro, same here. Looks like we got lucky. Bomberanian, Katsuki Bakugo. Viridian, Izuku, Midoriya, Katsuki. Bomberanian, Katsuki Bakugo. Class 1B. Ah, crap baskets. Chapter end. Chapter 10. First day of UA. University. Chapter summary. The first day of UA begins. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Usajiyama residence 2 weeks later. Well, this is it. Reiko thought, looking across his semi-empty room. He had already packed everything he had wanted to bring to their new dorms, along with some things he just couldn't bring himself to leave behind. Superhero University. Fuck, how did I get roped into this shit? Oh right, his friends. Regardless, despite having more than a few hesitations, it would be because of them that he would find it bearable at all. He was just happy to keep spending time with them, knowing how busy the hero life was gonna be. Besides, if it didn't work out for him and if he felt like it wasn't for him, he could always join the general education course. Unsurprisingly, UA was more than ready for such a scenario. Now if only he could figure out that damn emotional damage he suffered during the exam. Still, he passed, his parents and family were happy, and he could finally be away from cue the door being kicked in. Hey, you packed up yet? Rumi asked, coming in without a care. She was in her hero costume, most likely about to head out on another patrol. Or as she loved to call it, beating time. She whistled upon entering. Yesh, the only thing you didn't take was the wallpaper. Well, I'll be there for a while. Longer if he could help it. Besides, you always talked about getting an official gym here. Might as well make it this room. Ha, much as I want to, this is your room. Rumi claimed, while Reiko had to resist the urge to roll his eyes. Don't know about that. You have a habit of breaking in here whenever you feel like. Reiko said dryly, recalling one too many times his space had been invaded. What? I had to make sure you weren't wasting away playing your games. Reiko twitched at that, but like many times before he held it down. Right, don't you have some sort of patrol or something you gotta do? Reiko said, referring to her costume. Excuse me for wanting to see my little brother off to his first day of UA. Rumi huffed, clearly annoyed. Sorry, just having some jitters. He lied. He was pretty sure she knew how to tell that kind of bullshit, but he had been at it long enough that it was diluted when it came to him. New school and all that. Faye, is that all? Rumi laughed, making him frown. You're gonna do great there. Trust me, and you know that because if I can make my way through, then you definitely can. It helps that you're more level-headed than I ever was. Reiko actually couldn't help but to snort at that, yet quickly turned his head away. Hope you filled out your course list, by the way. Was hell for me when I got told I wouldn't just be doing heroics. More or less. He still wasn't fully sure on the whole hero thing, but he wasn't going to Dismiss it as a joke or something easy. Speaking of, I do have to get going though. University and all that. Fine. Just don't slack off while you're over there. I'd hate to have to come by and give you a beating in front of all your classmates. Rumi teased while punching his shoulder. He could only let out a dry chuckle as she left the room. He waited until he was absolutely sure she was gone, and once the front door was heard to close, he let out a growl. He'd hate that too. University. Class 1A. First day of a new school, a new class, and the first step of their career into becoming heroes. For one Izuku Midoriya, he made sure he actually got there first before any of that could really begin. Staff bots had already collected both his and Himiko's belongings from their home, and after a tearful goodbye from their mother, they were on their way. Naturally, they had separate classes to attend, but had promised to meet up with each other as often as they could. For now, he was thinking about his classmates and who they could be. With the reality of there only being 16 students per hero class and Katsuki being in a different class, there was the chance of things being completely different. Reiko was already confirmed in his class, along with Kyoka, but that still left a wide margin of unknown. And he needed to be on the lookout for who that was, as annoying as it was. Yuga Aoyama would have easily made his list if he was in this class. The poor boy was forced to play spy for all for one with his family's life within his hands. While he could understand, Izuku still needed to play that safe. Not like he could really expose him off the bat, and that was if he or someone else could be a traitor. He really hated these kinds of thoughts, but he still needed some form of confirmation on all for one being around. You guys feel like talking yet, or am I just not there yet? Yeah, that figures. In order to actually gain some sort of help during all of this, he had been trying to form some sort of contact with the other users of One for All. So far, no such luck. But it would only be a matter of time. He hoped anyway. Guess I better keep waiting until. It's you. Izuku perked up upon seeing Iida come into the room with Uraraka right behind. I had hoped to run into you again in UA. It's great to see you again, Midoriya. Uraraka said, her tone as bubbly as normal. Uraraka, Tenya, glad to see you both made it. That was honestly reassuring. Both of them were easily some of the friendliest people you could ever meet. I take it you got enough points then. No kidding. Your plan worked like a charm. Uraraka smiled as she threw her fist up into the air. Not to mention how you figured out the secret to the exam. Iida pressed up his glasses as he said this. Secret? Oh, you mean the whole hero points thing? Not really something to figure out. More like what's expected as a hero. Izuku chuckled upon seeing their expressions. After all, there's more to being a hero than just beating up a bunch of crooks. When you say it out loud, it feels kinda silly not realizing it before. Uraraka muttered, with Iida looking down. Hey, why the down faces? Izuku asked, continuing before they could speak. You passed the exam and are now at the starting line. Take some pride in getting here. Wise words, Midoriya. Iida agreed, as they both perked back up. Good. Looking sad just didn't fit them. We have come this far and should give it our all in order to meet UA's expectations of us. That's the spirit. A grin came upon his face as he raised up a new notebook. Say, would you mind telling me about your quirks? I like recording them and thinking of ideas on how they can be improved upon. Upon seeing their expressions, he knew he had them hooked. It was actually at that moment where Reiko had come in, his expression neutral yet having been annoyed. He spotted him, and was about to come over until Iida suddenly came up to him, making him bite back the urge to growl. Can I help you? Reiko asked dryly. Greetings. I would like to apologize for my behavior from the day of the entrance exam. Iida claimed, all while bowing his head. It had honestly freaked Reiko out a little as he stepped back. I had allowed my nerves to take over and had taken it out on others. I do hope you accept my apology. Sure. Just stop with the bowing thing. Reiko accepted with a sweat drop. How stiff is this guy? Of course, Iida stood right back up, yet as stiff as ever. He held up his hand to him. Iida, Tenya, it is good to properly meet you. Reiko. He merely sighed, deciding to meet his hand. They shook, though it was clearly more than awkward on both sides. They soon let go, letting him finally meet up with Izuku at the desk. Sup? Guess we're here. We all are, Izuku said, spotting Kyoka coming in next and waved her over. It wasn't long until other students came in, and so far, he knew them all. Mina Ishido and Toru Hagakure came in together, already talking and sparking up their friendship. Mina was cheerful, easygoing, highly social and excitable, who enjoyed hanging out with her friends. She seemed to have an endless amount of energy and wouldn't hesitate to tease anyone, especially when it comes to relationships. Toru was bubbly, cheery, easygoing and had a very upbeat attitude. She was just as socially eager as Mina was, but far more animated about her movements compared to the pink girl, which just added on to the cuteness factor she had going on. Her own energy had easily made her a reliable and kind-hearted classmate to everyone, always willing to lend a hand. Eijiro Kirishima was right behind them, holding up their bags with a wide shark-like grin on his face. Boisterous, outgoing and had a fondness for mannerlessness, which matched his determined and selfless attitude. He was also very honest and kind-hearted, especially when it came to his friends, where his loyalty showed best. Fumikage Tokiyami had come in silently, going straight to the back, seemingly brooding, but judging by the way his beck was moving, he was likely trying to control Dark Shadow. Reserved, serious and focused would be the best way to describe him, but he could just as easily be embarrassed, especially with Dark Shadow, who enjoyed messing with Tokiyami. Shoto Todoroki had done the same, having sat up front and merely waited for their teacher to come in. Given his scar, it looked like he had the same family issues. Currently he was cold, focused and looked completely emotionless. Something that was going to need to change if he could get the opportunity. Momo Yaoyorozu stepped in, taking notes on them all with how her gaze fell between them. Likely to figure out what they were like. Level-headed, kind and poetic, what you would expect from someone who aimed for becoming a professional hero. Though she was relatively innocent in certain manners and could falter if overwhelmed, she'd bounce right back. Tsuyu Asui had done somewhat of the same thing when she came in, though her gaze seemed to be more out of curiosity than examination of them. Straightforward and aloof, speaking her mind freely and not hesitating to tell others what she thinks about them. She cared a lot for her friends, which is why she always tried to keep them out of trouble. Tried being the keyword, and that was the last of everyone who had normally made it into 1A. Now there were a few extras he wasn't expecting. First and foremost, Nito Monoma, in another life 1A's biggest hater, is now a classmate. He seemed to be trying to strike up a conversation with Shoto, who overall was ignoring him or lost in thought. He was loud, sarcastic and mocking when it came to the rival class. Normally, he was calm, kind and intelligent when it came to his actual class. He also had a bit of an inferiority complex, seeing himself as a side character surrounded by main characters. Next was Yui Kodai, another shock, who was currently writing in her notebook, but he couldn't tell what for. Yui was a quiet girl who rarely expresses emotions. Some classmates even consider her a cooter. It didn't mean she was emotionless, just had trouble showing it. Yet despite her silent demeanor, she, like all the class, were reliable friends. Second to last was Togaru Kamakiri, who was currently in the corner, closer to where Tokiyami was, but not interacting with anyone. He was a hot-blooded person, who came off as aggressive, almost like Katsuki was. Very excitable when it came to combat, even saying he wanted to tear apart his opponents. Right now, however, he seemed angrier. And the last one was what the fuck? Izuku thought, his mind currently racing as he slowly looked away from the last one, keeping his face as neutral as possible. What the hell is she doing here? Last classmate, Kana Tsutsumi, aka Lady Nagant, but as a student now. So apparently age changes are fucking allowed. Okay, What did he remember on her? Quirk. Rifle for starters. Had extra quirks, but that was thanks to All for One. She was also once the assassin of the Hero Commission, who used her to secretly dispose of villains planning to commit acts of terrorism and corrupt heroes seeking more fame and fortune. Even though she was a pro-hero working under them, the stress built up heavily over time until she finally decided to shoot the last president of the Hero Commission. So, there were more than a few red flags to look out for already. Great. But what if he was actually wrong? The girl in question was currently minding her own business, seemingly just wanting to be left alone. She was obviously as young as they were, her hair currently tied into a ponytail, but that serious gaze she held was putting him off. He recalled how excited the girl was in the original, more than happy to be a hero and help people. It soured when she came in contact with the Hero Commission and became their lapdog. So that begged the question on why she was here. Sometimes knowing these things were not worth the headaches that came with it, and his was coming on fast. Okay. Was already gonna have to watch out for the Hero Commission. What? Even with how mediocre they felt, they were still a present annoyance in society. He already felt guilty enough about thinking about this, but he would rather not just one day wake up with a bullet in his head. Single quote ... When did I start thinking dark like that? Oh well, the best thing I can do now. As obvious. Leave it Nezu. He very much doubted that Nezu would just openly ignore anyone from the Hero Commission. Coming along. You alright? Reiko asked, seeing his expression. Yeah, just thinking about the future. Izuku said, hoping only for the best. That and to put his mind elsewhere. Thankfully, his next distraction came right on in the form of a moving sleeping bag. Single quote ... How does no one else not notice this? Izuku blinked, looking directly at the bag. He turned his head briefly only to find Kyoka and Reiko also looking blankly at the bag. Oh, thank goodness. No hope is lost. Shoto Aizawa, the teacher of Class 1A, was mixed in his opinion. Maybe it was because it wasn't fully shown, but his skills as a teacher were questionable. Sure, he was a great hero. One who instantly threw his life away for his students like they were his own kids. His teacher ethic, however, could have used a lot of work beyond just being a gritty, harsh man. He locked eyes with the man as he unzipped himself, keeping the stare for a moment until he casually lifted up his hand showing his juice. However, Izuku's eyes zeroed in on his exposed hand and couldn't help the audible gasp. A golden band around his finger. He got hitched. Given he was reborn as Izuku, he spent as much time as possible to actually study up on heroes as much as possible. However, try as he might, he never once had an inkling of info when it came to Aizawa's love life. Huh, strange. I think I just felt a bunch of shippers lock in for some reason. Weird enough. Aizawa finally spoke up. The sudden interruption made the class go silent, looking down from their spots to see their teacher slowly as he rose. Welcome to UA's hero course. You all went silent quickly. Good. I would have been annoyed if you didn't. This guy is a hero teacher. Why the heck is he wearing a onesie? Aizawa Shoto, Eraserhead. Quirk. Erase. My name is Shota Aizawa and I'll be your teacher. Aizawa explained, his tone as dull as ever. Anyway, let's get to it. Head to the locker rooms and gather your gym clothes before meeting me in the front field. But sir, what about orientation? Iida asked before he immediately felt silent under the red eye gaze sent his way. You're here to be heroes, not to waste time on things you'll learn later. Now, what are you waiting for? Aizawa asked darkly. The class quickly scrambled for the door with their teacher sighing before going after them. Let's see how this year does. UA. University. Field. The class was gathered together, all dressed in their gym uniforms while standing in front of their teacher. Most of them were nervous to be within range of the seemingly annoyed man, wondering exactly who this guy was. Aizawa, however, could care less, scanning throughout the class before finally speaking. Good, you're not lazy, Aizawa said simply to them. They all stayed silent, unsure of what he would do if they disobeyed. No interruptions. Even better. Today you'll be taking a quirk assignment test in order to test your limits properly. Standardized tests are good, but without knowing where you stand you'll never rise to UA's expectations. That at least made sense to the students, but it barely eased them. With that note, Izuku Midoriya. The greenette perked up from his thought before catching a throwing ball. You got first place on the entrance exam, which means you get to go first. Throw the ball as hard as you can using your quirk. Izuku could only shrug as he moved forward. Standing next to Aizawa, he entered the best pitching pose he had before finally activated one for all at 10%. With a power throw, it was out of sight and in the sky, leaving behind a booming wind that had startled nearly everyone. He could only nod his head as he allowed one for all to fade before looking at the huge score of -999. Wow, it was capped. Talk about disappointing. There are only 3 years until you can become heroes. We cannot afford to waste time being friendly. These tests will judge what your strengths and weaknesses are. What you can or can't do, Aizawa explained, his tone completely serious as he looked upon them before turning to Izuku. Head back to your spot. Yes sir. He did as he was told, moving back to his friend group. However, upon seeing the growing excitement in some of the others, he knew what was coming up. Oh boy, so we don't have to hold back? Kamikiri asked with a hint of glee. Nothing more manly than a way to show off. Hiroshima claimed happily. All right, this seems like fun. Mina chimed in with a giggle. And it was all cut off with a mere glare. Fun? You think this is fun? Aizawa asked, his red eyes glimmering as he glared at his would-be students. Fine then. In that case, how about this? The person who shows the least amount of potential will be kicked out from the hero course and placed into a general education class. If you all fail to impress, then you all get to go there together. Huh, not getting kicked out. Whoever got married to him definitely made him a bit softer. Izuku thought, not fully fazed by it. Knowing it was coming helped obviously, and now the impact was a bit softer. Talk about overkill, Reiko muttered, feeling himself sweat a little. So this is UA's hero course? Shoto questioned, oddly calm. Yet there was a slight shake to his hand. That's not fair. Uraraka stuttered out her words, no doubt suffering from the shock shared with the rest of the class. A lot of us worked hard to get here. Life's not fair, Aizawa claimed, his glare remaining solid while many of them flinched. I won't teach those who don't show the slightest bit of potential. So, who's ready to prove themselves? Many could only remain silent, knowing how serious their teacher was now. It was completely different for many of them to have a teacher such as Aizawa. Izuku, however, was more than confident in not just himself, but the class as a whole. At least, he hopped 50-meter dash. Iida, Usajiyama, get to the line. It wasn't hard for the class to not recognize the family names. Both belonged to prominent heroes within their community. While Iida didn't seem to mind it, Reiko could only bristle at it. Let us do our best, Usajiyama-san, Iida said, more than ready to go. Reiko could only give him a look before he patted him on his shoulder as he walked by. Just call me Reiko. Okay bud, he said his piece and made his way over to the track. They both entered their own running positions, Iida's being a lot more professional in comparison to Reiko's more relaxed approach, even picking up a rock and jumping it on his foot. Ready, set, go, Aizawa said plainly, starting the timer. With his engines ready, Iida took off in a full sprint, barely needing a head start at all. He was more than prepared for such a mere track sight. Of course, he expected to leave Reiko in the dust, though it wasn't out of malice. Just mere sportsmanship while testing the limits of their quirks. He was ready to win this all the same, however. At least that was what he thought until Reiko suddenly appeared next to him, a quick, silver flash with a bored look on his face. His face mixed with shock upon seeing him, but Reiko paid no mind in favor of kicking the rock he had picked up away. It flew towards the finish line as Reiko vanished in a flash again, appearing once more at the line with the rock in hand, glancing at it briefly before huffing and dropping it. Time, Aizawa said plainly. though was admittedly impressed with Reiko's plan to not only catch up with Iida, but also get past. Amazing. You completely outpaced me, Iida said, stopping next to him. Reiko glanced at him, a bit surprised to see him not upset by it. Nothing like that, I just teleport. Well, instantly. Reiko explained lazily while pointing to the back of Iida. The mark's help of course. Pulling his uniform around, he was shocked to see a simple little swirl there. My gym uniform. Relax. It doesn't stay. As said, the mark vanished moments later. Kinda need to mark places to actually use my quirk. I just happened to use you for a little boost with it. I see. How versatile. Never mind its cleanliness, Iida added on, more than happy to have his uniform unmarked. Reiko could only sweat drop, realizing that was the part he was more impressed by. You two, move, now, Aizawa ordered from afar. Both had quickly done as they were told. As the next duo moved up, grip strength, Kirishima roared, his quirk activated as he clenched the handheld device as hard as he could, earning a solid score of 400.0 kilogram. He gave a fanged grin upon seeing it. Alright, wow, you got a score that high, Mina exclaimed, looking at Kyoka. She blushed in a bit of embarrassment seeing how she got 68.0. It's not serious, just some serious training. Kyoka briefly explained. What kind of training is that? Mina asked curiously. A loud crunch caught their attention, making them turn their heads. Izuku was currently using one for all and slowly crushing the device in hand as the number was already in the 700s and rising. That kind, Kyoka muttered while watching Izuku with a light flush. Unknowing to her, Mina spotted it and couldn't help the grin on her face. Standing long jump. Aizawa watched as Su had easily made the jump over the sandbox with no difficulty. Uraraka had done the same, floating over just enough to make it. He made a note on her nauseous expression, but nothing major. Finally it was Monoma's turn as he stepped up, patting Uraraka on the back and praising her for her quirk. Once he was in position, he then pressed his fingers and then jumped. Just like Uraraka, he floated across easily enough, much to her shock. He can use float too? Uraraka questioned while Monoma made it over the sandbox. However, right after, he nearly hurled upon releasing himself. He gets sick too. And not quite, Monoma said, weakly. However, he forced himself to stand up with a slight smirk, ignoring the terrible feeling in his stomach. My quirk is copy. Skin contact makes it possible for me to copy a quirk for 5 minutes at a time. Whoa, that's super useful, Uraraka said, making Monoma blink in surprise. There were similar comments made by the others, only adding onto his shock. However, he put up a confident smirk as he looked back at them. Thank you for the compliments, my dear classmates. Rest assured that it's only Gak. Monoma tried to speak, but Eraserhead suddenly wrapped his capture weapon around his head far tighter than expected. Quit wasting my time. The test is still in effect, Aizawa said, clearly annoyed by the commentary. Seriously, they could do the meet and greet later. Much later. Repeating side steps, sit-ups, seated toe touch, ECT. A lot of tests, but nothing that Izuku could not handle. His class was also doing well, even taking into consideration that some of their quirks just couldn't help out in everything. Now it was officially the end of the tests and the results were up. First Izuku Midoriya, second Momo Yaoyorozu, third Shoto Todoroki, fourth Tenya Iida, fifth Fumikage Tokiyami, sixth Reiko Usajiyama, 7th Eriho Kirishima, 8th Togaru Kamakiri, 9th Kyoka Jiro, 10th Mina Ashido, 11th Uraraka Ochako, 12th Tsuyu Asui, 13th Kana Tsutsumi, 14th Yui Kodai, 15th Nito Monoma, 16th Toru Hakuger. Toru tried to hide her whimper from seeing how low she was. It wasn't by much, but there wasn't much else she could really do when it came to her quirk for the test provided. She couldn't help but to shiver upon seeing Aizawa's gaze lay upon her with a red gleam. Then a slight nudge from her side made her jump, making her turn her to Izuku. His was a lot more comforting, easing her a little. Okay, let's see how they handle this one. Aizawa thought before finally speaking up. Well done, you managed by at the very least. However, Toru Hakuga, you placed last in the test. With that, you will be transferred to a general course class. The reactions were instant. What? You were serious? Oh come on, that's not even fair. I thought he was merely testing us, but to actually go through with it. Mr. Aizawa, this is a gross misuse of power by someone with your position. Within UA, no less, Iida chanted, voicing their disagreement quite loudly. It was actually kinda nice how everyone one way or another had decided to speak out for Toru's sake. Oh, and you think you know better than a teacher here? Than a hero? Aizawa asked, his gaze settling onto the group. However, a slight smirk came across his face, his glowing red eyes fading. Fine then, I suppose I've been a bit unfair. Wait for it, Izuku thought to himself upon seeing the Toru and the class perk up. In exchange to allow her into the hero course, one of you can happily give it. Aizawa added, the smugness on his face only added upon seeing their shock and horror. There it is, Izuku thought with a sigh. Leave it to Aizawa to think of some kind of test that could ruin people's views. Iida was trying to gather his words to counter, but Aizawa continued on. In fact, I would even go as far as to ask that person to drop out of UA completely. Aizawa added on, only adding onto the level of fear. UA can only accept those who have the potential of becoming heroes. If you think someone else deserves it, then feel free to give up. That spot, everyone had shifted uncomfortably at the words, and who could blame them? They had already earned the right to get into UA and to lose that chance after working hard for so many years of working towards it. Well, it wasn't something that anyone could say they could do without so much of a thought. Yo, she can have my spot, Izuku said, raising his hand rather lazily. Silence could be seen among the class as they slowly turned towards him. What? No, you can't just say, what, after that. Reiko yelled, annoyed with how nonchalant he was acting. He said one of us would have to go if Hagakure wanted to stay. I really don't mind, Izuku said honestly, while Reiko couldn't help but to gasp at him. He was the reason he was even here. Fucking dick. Wait a moment. Toru quickly grabbed his arm, forcing him to look down at her. You can't do that. You literally got the highest score in the entrance exam. If anyone deserves to be here, it's you. It's just a bunch of numbers at the end of the day. Besides, UA isn't the only hero school in Japan. He could very easily get into another hero school with his previous score and for making it into UA to begin with. But I don't deserve this. Really. Toru felt terrible for the idea even being formed, but the idea of the guy who had saved her during the exam doing it was not something she wanted to linger in her mind. He's the one who actually did something to help me in the exam. You'd be losing your chance at Japan's greatest hero academy. Iida added on, hoping he'd convince his new friend to not leave. That's fine in all honesty. Kinda just came here because it was close to my mom's house. Well, that wasn't a complete lie. Lot of the story is tied in All Might and himself being here at UA after all. Besides, if he was right about Aizawa, this was just another test to spring up. Besides, UA is just one of hundreds of hero schools. My goal is just to become a hero, and I can get that done anywhere else if I have to. UA may have been the best, but if it gave you the same slip of paper that any other school could, then it wasn't really a major loss. Training was also another thing. But Toru was trying to form her words together, hoping to make him change his mind. Think of it as a sacrifice of sorts. Heroes gotta give up a lot for people after all, and it only adds up over time, Izuku said, not missing the look sent his way by them. In a way, it had struck their chords. Some looked moved, others looking down with conflicted emotions. It was reassuring to see them not immediately dismissing the idea, even if it would be expected. Are you sure you want to do this? Aizawa asked, his setting on him. I can guarantee that it isn't as you think to simply go to another hero school. Even then, less if you get into another hero course. You'd be on a long waiting list. Then I'll wait. My goal is to be a hero. Plain and simple. Izuku said, grinning while looking into Aizawa's red-eyed glare. Everyone likely thought of him insane by now with how he was taking, yet none of them were able to say anything. Should I leave now, or should I wait till the end of the day to pack up my things? You've got an annoying mouth on you, Aizawa said, his glare finally fading, yet looking tired as usual. However, there was no ignoring the fact he was at least impressed with Midoriya's attitude towards his threat. Too many times had he dealt with whining, tears and completely mental breakdowns during these tests. This was a nice change of pace. But, no, you can stay. That goes for Miss Hagakure as well. Really? Toru questioned, completely surprised, shared by the rest of the class. With how intense their teacher was, they thought he was serious for a moment. No one is getting demoted down to a class or expelled, right? Reiko asked, a side glance sent Aizawa's way. I was so not ready for the stress today and I have to deal with this for 3 years. Well, it was a little obvious that it was a ruse. Momo added on, though she was also breathing in relief. She almost fell for it. I doubt a teacher of UA would dismiss a student simply based on a test. Somehow, I doubt that. Reiko thought, not missing the sinister as hell look on the teacher's face. No, here at UA we have to ensure that our students have the ability to keep up with the training provided. This means ensuring that you all are putting in everything you got, 110%. No matter what. However, I also have to make sure you aren't complete morons with your current abilities either, Aizawa explained, ensuring he had their attention. I had no intention of expelling anyone who actually took this seriously. Call it a logical ruse if you want, but it got results. He then grinned at them. Scary, was the collective word said amongst the field. Izuku could only snicker at their reactions, until he got pinched by his sides and jumped. He turned around, greeted with Jax, pointed at his eyes and Kyoka glaring at him. Izuku said weakly, earning an even harsher glare. He looked over at Reiko for help, only to see him shake his head. Nope, he was on his own. So, what do you have to say for yourself? Kyoka asked, clearly displeased with his performance. I'm sorry for scaring you, Izuku said, deciding it was the best thing to say. Kyoka nodded, her Jax lowered, until she kicked his shin harshly, making him wince. Okay, I deserve that. Of course you do, Kyoka agreed, her glare firm. She had her hand pressed up against her forehead as she let out a sigh. Always gotta be a hero, huh? If it helps, I was absolutely terrified during that whole thing. Seriously, taking gambles with someone like Aizawa was always a risk. But I had a feeling it would have worked out. Reiko stretched out, his ears flicking up a bit. Because you could have totally known that shit was a sham. Ah, you sweet summer child, Izuku thought with a small laugh. He then glanced back at the main building of UA with a small smile. Well, we're in now. 3 years of superhero university and then we can become heroes. This is gonna be annoying eventually, isn't it? As he thought this, a shiver went down his spine, as his thoughts drifted to the villain who wanted to be the Demon King. He really hoped his life would be normal, and he killed that hope immediately. Afterwards, upon remembering who he was. Oh well. Chapter end. Chapter end notes reminder. These chapters are being added from fanfiction.net. Chapter 11. The Battle Trials. Chapter summary. The battle trial starts as everyone shows off what they can do. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. UA. University. 1A dorm rooms. Izuku's dorm room. Izuku could be seen sitting on his bed, his legs crossed and his eyes shut. He was meditating, while having one for all active at its lowest percentage possible. Complete and utter silence was within the room, only the slightest things heard by an indoor fan and some walking outside his door. Damn it, Izuku groaned, opening his eyes and falling back on his bed. One for all, deactivated upon his annoyed huff. Still don't feel like striking up a conversation, huh? None of the users had made contact with him yet despite his constant attempts. Either it's not working for him because of his current control, or they were ignoring him completely. He really didn't know. Maybe the quirk changed and it wouldn't have the ability of talking to the former users anymore. He had to admit, the thought was not exactly great because that day to the USJ would be approaching soon, he believed. Letting out a sigh, he decided to put his focus elsewhere. Like school, UA in canon had more than questionable priorities when it came to their system, at least in his eyes. Only a few hero students, yet so many others were in general education. You'd think it would be the opposite, but the school had very tight restrictions when it came to who was accepted in. For good reason. The same could be said here, but now as a university, it was slightly different. For starters, Class 1A was by all means only together for hero course classes and only for the ones they were required to take. What did that mean exactly? Well, there were certain hero courses that were completely optional, focusing on teaching the students' choice of skills they wish to learn for the future as part of what makes them a hero. An example being, wanting to learn how to use a gun of any kind, you would have to take a course with Snipe several times over, but others wouldn't be required to learn how. They had these courses scheduled perfectly to make sure that at the end of the day, the hero course classes would proceed without question. However, there was also the required add-on of taking on normal university courses as well. Naturally, while staying in one for the required number of years, being 3 in their case, you would receive a degree. They still had to take those non-hero classes considering the schedules set, even with the option of taking classes such as medicine, management, biology, agriculture, ECT. The reason for this was obvious. In case any hero student decided that being a hero wasn't the best fit for them. It made sense. It wasn't uncommon to change your mind on what you wanted your future to be like. If he was being honest, the fact that none of hero course students decided to leave their position after the war was shocking. Of course that was at the end, so no point of actually bringing that up, but still. The point was that the hero game can be scary and it would not always be for everyone in reality. The Paranormal Liberation War was proof of that, having heroes all around give up after the end of it. Their perfect world was flipped upside down thanks to the devastation caused on that day, and it was a true loss on the heroes' part despite surviving it. Some may have called them cowards for it, but he could never blame them for it, ignoring that in the meantime, Izuku himself was still doing the required normal courses in addition to a quirk analyst and maybe into a teacher degree as well. He was an office worker in his old life, one of many who kept their company afloat by working their asses off. Sure, he was gonna be a hero, but he didn't want to just be defined by that alone. Too many heroes in this world pretty much can only be seen as that persona. No secret identities or double lives, just straight hero work. Izuku didn't just want to be another hero, not even number 1. He just wanted to do his job while actually having a life to enjoy. Rolling out the bed, he made his way to his desk. His room was currently as standard as it got, only bringing a few of his hero merch to put up. There was an entire closet, filled to the brim with notebooks. Grabbing one of them, he sat down. The only other thing worth mentioning was the weighted clothing he had stashed in the corner, something he was gonna be using when he did use the gym. Okay, let's get some ideas for the future hero suit. UA had a stupidly high budget, but that didn't mean there weren't limits. First years got what was necessary and whatever they could add on as part of the limit. It made sense to a degree. They were just starting out. Besides, he still could make use of what he was actually able to make thanks to the egotistical, smart quirk having individuals he got information on. Maybe it was a little basic, but sometimes the most complicated issues just had the simplest solutions. He snorted, remembering how the slime villain was taken down by a mere taser. He was now curious on how many times he could get away with that. University, Class 1A, later. So now me and the other students have to wait till next week to start our class. Reiko grumbled, his back against the wall while complaining to both Izuku and Kyoka. All of them We're wearing the standard uniform and we're just waiting for the next class to begin. Can't lie, out of everything I was expecting you to take up, firearms were far from close. Kyoka said, while Reiko snorted. Figured it was a good idea. Have an ace up my sleeve and all that. The rabbit-eared man shrugged. Besides, it's not like I'm going for anything over the top. A handgun would be nice, maybe a sniper. You're gonna be something of a menace. Kyoka said dryly. Teleporting, knives, kicking. And now a handgun. You never did say where you'd learn how to use a knife. Izuku added on. One of my sisters. She works in Russia as part of a security detail. Ah, that explains it all. And yet despite all of that, you still can't tie a tie. Kyoka pointed out with a grin. Reiko actually stopped and looked down to find his tie slightly messed up, tangled. Oh, for fuck's sake, Reiko growled as he started to try and fix it. I swear, these things are not designed for me, or you don't know how to tie properly. Kyoka added on, earning a growl from him. He would have said more, but a slight cough from behind stopped him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Momo there. Hello there, your name is Reiko Usajiyama, correct? My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, it's nice to meet you. Momo introduced herself with a bright smile, catching Reiko off guard. He nodded as she pointed at his messed up tie. Would you like some assistance? What, this? No, I think I have it hand. He stopped, realizing he had accidentally caught his finger in a loop. Oh come on. Here, allow me. Before Reiko could refuse, Momo had already gotten close and started redoing his tie. He couldn't help but to go a bit stiff from the interaction. Thanks to constant fights with Rumi, he was far from afraid of being close to one. This one, however, he couldn't help but to think how intimate it is. There, that should do it. He glanced down and found his tie made perfectly, resting comfortable around his neck. Thanks. Of course, I hope we all become good friends after all. She glanced at all of them as she said this. Oh, class should be starting soon. Reiko could only nod as she walked to her seat. Feeling gazes behind him, he saw the combined smirks of Kyoka and Izuku. What? Nothing. No, seriously what? He didn't get an answer, and upon hearing footsteps coming, he quickly got in his seat, same as the rest of the class. Upon doing so, the class awaited their hero. Course teacher. And here he comes. Izuku chuckled, confusing those around him. And here I enter, as a hero teacher. All Might declared, stepping into the door in a rather bizarre manner. Normally when something like this happens, people would either simply laugh or be weirded out. But this was All Might, #1 hero of Japan in the entire world. Holy shit, it's actually All Might. Kamikiri muttered, shock clear on his face. However, a wide grin came on his face. I wanna face him. No way. I heard rumors, but I didn't believe it. Kirishima exclaimed, all hyped up. I know right. Mina agreed eagerly. Isn't that his Silver Age costume? I'm getting goosebumps just looking at it. Asui said with a shiver. A lot of comments were going around about All Might from nearly every student. With the exception of a few. Why is he standing like that? Reiko asked, feeling his brain reboot just for looking at the stupid looking pose. Welcome to the most important course at UA. Heroics 101. I am Professor All Might. And I shall be one of many that will guide you on the path of becoming a true hero. All Might exclaimed with his fist on his hips. His smile widened upon spotting Izuku and his friends having at him. Yet he had to remain focused. Here you will know the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight for the name of good. Let's get into today's lesson and pull no punches. Today we'll be doing battle training. 1 hour first day. Awesome. Ha ha ha. It's nice to see everyone eager to begin. However, we must not rush ourselves now. After all, you haven't even received your hero costumes. All Might said, pressing a button he had stashed away. The ceiling suddenly opened as several metal suitcases came falling down on the student's desk. Your requested gear and equipment should all be provided for, based around the details provided and to fit your quirk. If you are missing something, there should be a letter inside explaining why. Izuku blinked as he heard this and saw such a letter sticking out. Reading it briefly, he could only pout. The air shoes would have to wait. Now then, there's a lot to go over, but I don't want to keep the next generation of heroes waiting. Hit the lockers and put on your costumes. Afterwards, meet me at Training Ground Beta. All Might ordered as the students could only nod, most unable to keep their excitement bound. Now I make my exit. Do not be late. With that he ran out the room, laughing the entire time. Quote, He's such a dork, Izuku said aloud, earning either gasps of disbelief or snorts of laughter. Being held. Before anyone could say anything, he got up with his case in hand. No time to waste. Let's go. Everyone quickly followed his lead, wanting nothing more than to get started and show off their real stuff. University, Training Ground Zero. Izuku could only hum to himself as he stepped into the room with his costume on. For starters, he had chosen to keep the iconic color scheme that Izuku had originally, though with his own touch on the style, which led to him taking some inspiration from heroes and even some villains when it came to designing his official costume. He had donned a black muscle shirt with a hooded, dark green combat vest with black lining leading to his back, a pair of dark pants with a pouch on his left leg, crimson boots with matching gloves reaching up to his elbow, having padding on both. There was a notable, multi-tool belt around his waist, having various items in it, yet none that any should recognize, and finally was a dark green helmet held under his arm with blank white eyes and no mouth. It was his official, alpha version, of his hero costume. Something well within the budget, while remaining as practical as possible. This one was inspired from Red Hood from DC, something he wasn't ashamed to admit. It was hard to be original when there were hundreds upon hundreds of different heroes. Besides, he did prefer the casual look compared to running around in a onesie. He had some shame after all. Reiko was right behind, having the same idea of a casual look. A grayish hoodie, unzipped, showing a red versus neck shirt, black pants and a pair of gray boots. Around his waist was another belt, holding 4 knives, shaped like kuniyas. Despite wanting to be a hero, he wasn't trying too hard to look the part of one. Do you seriously need all that? Can't you split an island in half or something? Reiko questioned, full of sarcasm. Do you need something so sharp? Izuku asked, rolling his eyes. No, but it at least matches my quirk. Reiko snarked back. As they went back and forth, it wasn't long until more of their classmates came in, their own hero costumes shown off. Everyone looks just about the same. It was true, outside of being older, their choices were the same as their original selves when it came to style. It made sense, especially with the budget in full effect, and that wouldn't be improving anytime soon. Even Nagakena, he corrected himself, was wearing her original hero outfit. Single quote ... What is with everyone? And limited support gear. Single quote ... Seriously, are we sure he doesn't have a quirk that doesn't allow him to summon his shit? Reiko questioned, watching the pen and notebook appear out of nowhere in his friend's hands. Not getting an answer, they went over to a wall where they were joined over by Kyoka. It wasn't long until All Might came running in with a bashful look on his face. Forgive me students, I had to get some extra paperwork done. His smile was strained as he said this, but he continued on before they could ask anything. Today we will be starting battle training. These classes will involve real-life scenarios where you will be paired with a partner to go against another team. The teams as of today will be randomly picked out. What? Aw man. Mina groaned before turning her head to Kirishima. So much for working together. It's cool, Mina. I'm sure there's a good reason. Kirishima grinned. Right you are, young Kirishima. Out in the real world, you can't always pick out who your partner is, and at times you will find yourselves needing help you wouldn't expect. I've even needed to do the same thing when the situation calls for it. I have limits in what I can do, All Might explained, smiling at some memories he had with his protégés and fellow heroes. Some bad, some good, but they worked together all the same. Hence why It's good to know your limits as well and how having a partner can cover what you can't do. Izuku heard the scoff from Shoto from behind, but no one commented on it. As you know, all teachers within UA have had their fair share of cases. Which is why we devised similar scenarios based on our own based experiences. Noticing the confused and excited looks on their faces, he decided to continue. Of course we won't be throwing anything major at you just yet. It's your first day after all. You'll have basic, but different scenarios to perform in order to not give everyone the same ideas to try out. Not just the bomb test. Cool. Now then, I've already had your teams randomized and made up to fight against the other team with All Might said, pressing a button on his board while a TV screen came down from the ceiling. Eyes to the screen please. They did as they were told, quickly finding out who they were paired with, who they had to fight in the subject of the scenario. Heroes Shoto Todoroki and Toru Hagakure vs. Villains Momo Yaoyorozu and Ochako Uraraka. Assignment. Chase game. Heroes Nito Monoma and Kyoka Jiro vs. Villains Togaru Kamikiri and Iida. Tenya. Assignment. Bomb defusal. Heroes Fumikage Tokiyami and Eijiro Kirishima vs. Villains Izuku Midoriya and Tsuyu Asui. Assignment. Building assault. Heroes Mina Ashido and Reiko Usajiyama vs. Villains Yui Kodai and Kana Tsutsumi. Assignment. Hostage situation. Paired with Asui. That can work out, Izuku thought, glancing briefly over to the enemy team. Though they are stacked, both for attack and defense. Gonna need a good plan for them. You're Midoriya, right? Asui came up to him, her expression unreadable, yet as adorable as ever. That would be me. It'll be nice working with you, Asui. She tilted her head at that, confusing him. I have a good feeling about you. Call me Sue. Izuku could only chuckle and nod. It looks as though we are first and with a tough opponent. Momo said, having joined Uraraka. Don't worry, we'll get through it. Uraraka said, earning a smile from the taller girl with her enthusiasm. However, it faltered upon seeing Todoroki's dismissive stare towards them, making her shiver a little. She could hope to win. Yui hummed as she approached Kana. She gave her a look for a few moments before humming herself and nodding her head in approval. A silent agreement made with their partnership. Kamikiri, it is an honor to be partnered up with you, Iida said, coming up to his now glaring partner. Not noticing it, Iida continued. I don't know much about our opponents, but I'm sure if we put our minds together we can wait. Where are you going? Doing some solo thinking. He was not about to talk to one of them. Not right now. Stepping over to the window, he sent a side glance over to the others, specifically in Midoriya's direction. I'll show you all. I'm the next #1 hero. No one else. Alright, it's time to get started with our first test of the year. All Might announced, watching how everyone perked up eagerly. It made him glad to see so many of them ready to go. However, he still needed to be fair as he had been before. The first day of hero classes started now. UA, University, Battle Zone 1, Urban Neighborhood. The chase game was rather simple to understand. The villains, being Momo and Uraraka, had to run away and evade the heroes, who were Todoroki and Toru. The villains could win, either by taking down the enemy team or by escaping them to the checkpoint area, while the heroes had to either capture or defeat them. It was a standard test, but an important one, nonetheless, which led Momo to think about their first move with only a few minutes before they started. While I do not know much about Todoroki and how his quirk works, I know he is the most dangerous of the two. His status as the son of the #2 hero attained to that, and despite his face showing no emotion, there was more than enough confidence in those eyes. I don't doubt our own ability, but our best course of action would be to avoid them completely. Oh, maybe you can make that scooter you had before. We can outpace them that way. Uraraka suggested, only to see Momo shake her head. I'm not sure that going straight to the exit is our best play. We'd likely draw their attention. And that's the last thing we need. Momo explained, debating on their best course of action. Never mind, we'd have to be on the lookout for Toru, if anything, keeping it slow and Steady while moving throughout the buildings would be our best move. Assuming they don't, just wait for us at the end. At that point, we may just have to fight. Well, I'll have your back the whole time. Count on it, Uraraka claimed, earning a smile. From Momo, she at least had someone reliable to work with, and that was more than enough to encourage her to give it her all. Here, this might be able to give us an edge, Momo said, having created a stun gun before. Handing it Uraraka. If things get hairy, don't hesitate to use it if we need to. Uraraka hummed, accepting the device. After Momo showed her how to use it, their teacher could be heard over the intercom. Everyone ready? The exam starts now, All Might announced loudly over the intercom. Let's move out, Momo said, getting a nod in return from Uraraka. Following the basics of the plan, they kept out of sight, moving between alleyways at first due to how quick they were. It did not escape their attention about the amount of civil bots moving around, acting their role given the environment. We should avoid any attention towards ourselves and stay out of sight, Uraraka nodded as they waited for the right time to leave, making their way down a few more street blocks, in hope of reaching their objective without any risk. There was no sign of either of the enemy teams so far, which had only worsened their nerves as they proceeded. However, they were making progress, and that's the most important thing. At least that's what they thought until Todoroki suddenly came around from the corner ahead of them. Without even uttering a word, he swung his hand forward as a small wave of ice came their way. Momo managed to react fast enough, creating a grapple gun and grabbing onto Uraraka before shooting it up. Before the ice could entrap them, they were pulled up to the roof while Todoroki's gaze followed them. As they landed up, they quickly made their way across the roof only for a wall of ice to block their path ahead. Cursing to herself, she turned back around to find Todoroki rising on the roof with his own block of ice. Give up now, I rather not have to freeze you both over. Too harsh. He didn't get the chance to finish upon two wires suddenly striking his chest before a painful electric shock went through him. He glanced up to see Uraraka giving him an intense glare. While Momo was rushing forward with a bow staff already made, he raised his arm up and ripped the taser out of him only to suddenly get knocked back into his ice by Momo. He moved to raise his hand again only for something to land in his lap, and a blinding white light had forced him to stop in place as he held up his eyes to defend himself. Meanwhile, Momo had created a quick blanket to protect herself and Uraraka from the light. Once it faded and Shoto felt his vision return, he was greeted with them long gone. Eyes narrowing in annoyance, he gave chase towards where they had no choice but to go. Meanwhile, both Momo and Uraraka were actually traveling via rooftop in their direction. Combined with Uraraka's quirk and the grapple gun, they were making fast distance. Civil bots could be seen running away from seeing them, but paid them no mind. There was no doubt that Todoroki was hot on their trail, judging by the growing ice spikes behind them. Shouldn't he be slower than that? Uraraka panicked upon seeing the growing glaciers behind them. He's the son of the number 2 hero. I wouldn't be surprised if we only got lucky with our escape before, Momo explained as they found themselves forced to land on the street. They were quick on their feet while Momo was debating the risk of making them a vehicle. If I make something like that, what are the chances that Todoroki won't make something large enough to catch us? Where's up ahead? The gate, Uraraka pointed out as Momo quickly perked up. If they could just make it, they could potentially outpace Todoroki completely. Just a little further and then we can say cheese. That was all they heard before they were blinded by a large white light. Unlike the flash grenade, this one seemed continuous, stunning them in place and not giving them too much time. Momo and Uraraka couldn't even organize their thoughts upon the sudden light as Toru made sure to keep herself at bay from the both of them. Sorry girls. Before either of them could make a move, they suddenly found themselves completely frozen over with only their heads visible. They shivered badly as Todoroki came onto the scene, his annoyance barely stilled despite the capture. It's over. Hero team wins, All Might announced, making Uraraka groan while Momo looked down in shame. Toru couldn't help but to let out a cheer at the victory while Todoroki let out a huff. Not good enough. Todoroki decided for himself. He knew he was stronger, much stronger, than those in his class outside a select few. He very much could have ended the test in seconds, covering the roads in massive ice glaciers. However, he took in consideration the civil bots roaming around upon Toru, quickly spotting them. I need to be better than this. Getting caught off guard like that should have never happened. It will not happen again. Not good enough. Momo thought it was similar to Todoroki. She was going over the test over and over again, thinking about the changes she should have made during it. Maybe she should have taken Uraraka's advice in making a fast vehicle to get to the end, yet the risk was still there. Even when taking account of facing someone like Todoroki, she felt like she could have performed much better than she had. Perhaps even take down Todoroki. Next time I'll find a way to win. That was her promise. University Bomb Building 2. With one exam done, the next was ready to go. The heroes, being Monoma and Kyoka, had to prepare to enter a building with a police bot, whose job was to defuse a bomb. The bomb was planted by the villains, Iida and Kamikiri, both having to protect the bomb to the best of their ability. Both were on the time limit of 5 minutes. If it ended, then the villains won. But if the heroes could get the bomb diffuser to the fake bomb in time, then the win would be theirs. Hello, I am Vic. I will be your personal bomb diffuser unit for the exam. The police bot was just another civil bot with a vest on and a police hat. He also had a kit placed at his side. Please prevent my untimely demise so I may get home to my family. Sure. Kyoka agreed, seeing the whole emotional damage thing that Reiko was talking about. Knowing that their test would start soon, she turned to her partner. Hey, Mono-Marie. One moment. Monoma grunted, his sleeve rolled back as his was glowing. Several items could be seen coming out, from a grapple gun to even some wires, yet appeared much more simplistic. Damn, it's far more complex than I thought. You copied Yaoyorozu's quirk? Kyoka questioned, to which he nodded. Copy can only last for 5 minutes, which is the same as our prep time before entering the building. This was the best I can do when it comes to that. Monoma explained, his normal snark gone at the time. Iida is from a prominent line of heroes, his brother easily currently leading on with their family name. I doubt he himself is weak, nor is he hot-headed, but the building has more than a few tight corners, which we should take advantage of. Maybe, but I doubt he'd just rush in and away from the bomb. If anything, Kamikiri is gonna be the one to do that. Dude looks way too eager to fight. Kyoka added on, being reminded of a much more feral and meaner version of Katsuki. Doubt those blades on his arms are simple either. If he's in the hero course, I wouldn't put it past him to actually be able to cut through concrete to try and catch us by surprise. But I should be able to track them down. He does seem quite irritable. I wouldn't put it past him to ditch Iida either. Monoma added on, sounding surprised. He didn't expect her to think so far ahead. It felt like a rarity. We may be able to have an edge, if we use what we have. Then let's get to work, Kyoka said, relieved to actually have a partner she could work with. However, she couldn't help to ask her next question. So, what else can you do? What do you mean? I've already explained, copy. Monoma said, genuinely confused. Shit, this may be an issue. Later, Kamikiri was snarling as he ran throughout the corridor, his mood soured. Before the exam started, Iida had tried to form a plan, but he didn't pay him any mind and left as soon as he was allowed to. He fully planned on getting straight to the duo in question and forcing them into submission. The win being his and his alone. He didn't think he needed any help at all. Of course, he was actually expecting them to fight and not hide around like cowards. Come on out and take it already. Kamikiri growled out, snapping around the corner with his blades ready. And again, he was met with nothing. He let out another yell, enraged by his lack of progress. However, his ears perked up upon hearing a small scattering noise. Without any other thought in mind, he rushed forward and found himself heading into a room by the corner. rushing in. Instantly, he was instantly caught by several wires that constricted his movements and forced him to fall face first into the ground. The fuck? Kamikiri yelled, struggling against his bindings harshly. However, he felt something prick into his neck before feeling a violent vibration go throughout his body. Before going completely limp, Kamikiri has been eliminated, All Might announced while Kyoka cursed. Did he have to announce that? First test be damned. We better get moving. I don't know how Iida is gonna react. Kyoka said. Pull her jack out of Kamakiri. Monoma could only nod as he brought the bomb diffuser from around the corner before making their way out of the room, leaving Kamikiri where he was, not awakening any time soon. They made their way up the floors, making sure the robot stayed a good distance behind them, just in case Iida pulled a fast one out of nowhere. However, they never confronted him the whole time. Making their way up to the top floor, they stopped at the door as Kyoka pressed a jack against the wall. Muahahaha. Foolish heroes. You may have taken down my pawn, but now you stand before Iida Tenya, the most villainous villain WHO has ever stepped on UA's soil. Prepare yourself. Heroes, for this bomb is armed and ready to destroy all of the world. Muhahahaha. He's a bit overdramatic for a strict guy, Kyoka said, pulling her jack back. He's in there, all right. All we have to do is get our guy to the bomb and touch it for the win. No way we can rush it with how fast he is though. Which leaves sneaking in, but there's not a lot of cover in that room to work with. Monoma said, having been able to take a quick peek. I say we go for a distraction. Least on my part. You sure you can handle that? Of course, Monoma said, confidence radiating off his being. Kyoka could only nod before gesturing to the bomb bot to stay with her. Monoma took a breath before rounding the corner with the biggest, most asshole-related smirk. Iida Tenya. Monoma started off, matching Iida's tone. You're certainly worthy of calling yourself a villain, but you are no match for I, the Phantom Thief of Japan. Oh, are you approaching me, hero? Be wary, for I am the fleet foot of pure villainry, Iida claimed, instantly falling back into his character. This bomb is armed. This bomb is active. This bomb will ruin the world. Foolish villain. That bomb will be destroyed by yours truly. For, you see, a iditoic criminal as yourself could never begin to comprehend the power I hold. I can feel them laughing. Kyoka thought, imagining her friends trying and failing to laugh at the scene before them. She forced herself to focus on the task at hand and lead the bomb bot to its objective. Standing from another entrance, she saw how Monoma was doing pretty damn well with keeping Iida distracted. At least, that's what it seemed like. Because the next thing she knew, Iida was bolting towards Monoma and kicking him into a wall at near blinding speed. The sudden burst of speed caught her completely off guard, more so when he instantly turned around to face her. I'm more than well aware of this tactic. I have you now. Shit. Kyoka barely had the time to react before she got sent flying backwards into the bomb unit. It broke her fall as they crashed into several pallets, but it was officially destroyed. Kyoka tried to get up, but Iida was already on her, his foot stopping by her head as an alarm went off. Enough. NEITO Monoma and the bomb unit are out. The win goes to the villain team, All Might announced. Iida pulled back his leg from her head, and then offered a hand. It was a grand idea, trying to distract me. However, I've heard similar tales from my brother. Unfortunately, Iida admitted, his tone firm, but respectful. Yet you took down my teammates and without sustaining injuries. Given it's our first day, to you I must say you and Monoma have done outstandingly. Quote. Blah. You're lucky. I can tell when people are bullshitting me. Kyoka took his hand as he easily lifted her up. Please refrain from using such language, Iida said strictly while she rolled his eyes at him. Meanwhile, Monoma was still clutching his stomach, trying hard not to puke. Medic. UA. University, False Police Station 7. The next assignment was building assault with Tokiyami and Kirishima acting out as heroes defending a police station while the villains, being Izuku and Sue, acting out as aggressors towards the building. The hero's job was to defend the building for a total of 10 minutes from the villains, who had to officially defeat them and place their flag within the main room. In addition to that, the heroes had 5 extra civil bots acting as police officers. With 5 minutes to spare, Izuku and Tsuyu were overlooking the building schematics. Given it was the first test, there were a lot of notable weak points drawn to them instantly. Between a wide variety of windows to entry, to the vent system that seemed a little too easy to follow. There was even a notable skylight in the center room, but from where they could see, they had closed it with the shutter. I have to say, stealth may be our best play here. Between Tokiyami and Kirishima, Tokiyami seems to be the more level-headed of the two by a long mile, so he'll likely take control and have them focus on defending their point. Izuku began, going over what he believed their best plan would be. But separating them would be for the best in order to take them down individually. Before that, however, those 5 bots have to go down and they'll no doubt have them patrolling. They should be simple enough to deal with before we have to deal with the major threats. Hero. Izuku blinked upon hearing the hum and turned to Fade Tsuyu, who had a thoughtful expression on her face. You're a lot more thoughtful than I had originally believed. I thought you would suggest going in through the front door. We could, but this causes less property damage. Izuku chuckled as he said this. But no, a full-on attack might end badly for us, especially with who we are up against. They won't be slouches, that's for sure. I think Tokiyami would be the more dangerous of the two. Tsuyu believed in what he nodded about. Dark Shadow was something else and never, ever someone to be trifled with. It wouldn't surprise me, but between the two of us we can take both of them down. Izuku said, earning an expressionless nod from her. So hard to read, somewhat. Just gotta be tricky about how we proceed. Tricky. Tsuyu had her tilted as she said this. He only grinned as reached into his inner coat, before pulling out a slingshot coated in black. Hero. Later, perimeter secure, sir. A police bot informed with a salute. 1 minute until report. Very good. Tokiyami approved with hum. He had put the machines to work by having them cover certain patrol routes to watch out for their opponents. If he was being honest, he knew that they wouldn't be able to do much, but if any of them got taken down, he would be the first to know about it and be able to act. Keep in contact with them, no matter what. Of course, sir. The police bot did as asked. Tokiyami could only nod before feeling something poke his shoulder. Yes, Dark Shadow. Tokiyami sighed. Can't we just go out there and get them? Dark Shadow asked, its shadowy form looking annoyed. Before Tokiyami could comment, Kirishima jumped up. Yeah, we should just get straight into the fight. The red-themed man claimed, showing how pumped he was. No, as I've said before, I doubt they would just come in here head first. It would be wise to allow them to come to us. Only then would our fight commence. Tokiyami claimed firmly. He did not want to risk taking any unnecessary moves against the opposing team. But it's so boring. Dark Shadow whined with Kirishima agreeing. Silence, my dark half. We must keep a clear head while we wait. Tokiyami said. Once we know where they come from, Kirishima will be the one to head after them. We must remain here and guard our point, or else all could be lost. Yeah, he kinda does have a point. Kirishima admitted, feeling his fire go down a bit. Doesn't mean he has to be overdramatic about it. Dark Shadow claimed, crossing its arms. Yummy. Minute report is ready, sir. The police bot interrupted their conversation. Report. Yes. All units have completed their patrol. No villains within the premises. That confused them. They should have been within the building by now, or else they would lose based on time. If I may, when this is all over we should head and get some stogies from. He didn't get to finish upon something small, but hard coursing into its head and knocking it over. Whoa. Kirishima yelled while Dark Shadow got in front of them. Tokiyami instantly looked towards where the attack came from and had spotted Izuku on the second floor with his helmet on. That's one down, hero. Izuku said before turning away and rushing for an exit. You're not getting away, Midoriya. Kirishima declared, his body hardening as he rushed up. The stairs after him. Damn it, Tokiyami cursed, quickly using his own earpiece. All officers, remain on guard. There are villains within the building. 3 of 5 officers have been taken down. What? That quickly? Suyu must have gone for them. Yo, are we still hanging around here or are we gonna bust some heads? Dark Shadow growled. We must stay. They must take control of this point in order to complete their task. We can only hope that we outtime them if necessary, and meet them in combat when they must. Come here, Tokiyami said, earning a slight growl from Dark Shadow, but it complied. Nonetheless, all while remaining unaware of someone climbing alongside the wall. Meanwhile Kirishima was running down a hallway, his head turning between rooms he passed in hopes of spotting Izuku. Come on out Midoriya, it isn't manly to hit and run. Hearing some footsteps, he rushed around the corner and pulled his fist up to attack. Only to come to a quick stop upon seeing 2 of the police bots doing the same. Oh, hello sir. We are looking for the criminal. The police bot replied happily. Did you see one of them? The other asked, much more rudely. Not yet, but we'll get him. Kirishima decided. Just stick with me, Robo Bros. I ain't ya bro. The police bots however followed him as they went down another hallway. The halls were dimly lit, the bots using their flashlights to look into the rooms they passed. While Kirishima kept looking around while keeping himself ready to attack. Not so much however as Izuku suddenly dropped down from a vent and in between them. Landing on his hand, he kicked backwards and sent the 2 police bots crashing back into a wall just as Kirishima snapped around. With a roar, he raised his fist and threw it only for Izuku to jump away and make distance. Kirishima rushed to attack, but was surprised to see the greenhead pull out a slingshot with a dark red ball. Usopp tactics. Tabasco star. He released the ball as Kirishima held up his hands to defend himself. It struck, exploding Tabasco sauce all over his face and getting into his eyes. He screamed, unable to help but to grab his eyes. Izuku didn't stop however, reaching to his side to pull out a grapple gun. He fired it as it struck Kirishima's chest before yanking him forward. He swung his arm forward with enough force that should have been able to knock the red-themed man down. But he actually managed to withstand it and glared at him with red eyes. With enough force, he managed to toss Izuku away with a quick throw. He took the moment to clear his eyes as quickly as he could. Gah, come on and let's get right into it. Kirishima yelled, ready to get to the fight despite the pain. His vision was good enough for him to spot Izuku ahead of him and started swinging. His punches were sharp and heavy, yet none landing as Izuku kept avoiding him. While backing away, no time, 5%. Izuku thought as one for all coursed through him. Grabbing the incoming fist, he swung around Kirishima and slammed him into the well. Embedding him into it, he only had time to glance up only as a foot came slamming into his head, rendering him unconscious. Sorry, Kirishima, we can have a real fight next time. With that he started running back to the main room. Eijiro Kirishima and the remaining officers have been taken out. Tokiyami clicked, his tongue at the news while glancing around the entry points. His eyes narrowed around, while Dark Shadow got ready. Quote. Dark Shadow, northwest corner. It didn't need any more with that and lunged forward. Claws first, it tore into the wall and forced Suyu to reveal herself once she moved. Camouflage. I had a feeling. Dark Shadow roared and lunged forward, its arms extending out to catch the frog-themed girl. Suyu in return had jumped away from the claws while quickly making distance from the sentient quirk as best as she could. It was both fast and aggressive, yet Suyu remained agile and evasive from it all the same. However, time was running out and Dark Shadow was doing well with keeping her busy. Stand down, Asui-san. You will not beat us in straight combat, Tokiyami declared, remaining in his position. Suyu jumped upon a pillar while pulling up her goggles while her free hand was reaching behind her. Sorry, Tokiyami-san, but giving up easily is not my style. Jumping up to avoid Dark Shadow's claws once more, it growled out annoyed while Tokiyami gritted his teeth. He could tell Dark Shadow was getting more restless and that was dangerous for all of them. It was at this moment where Izuku made himself known. Jumping from the second floor, his slingshot ready with a silver ball. Usopp tactics. Smoke star. Tokiyami quickly raised his cape while Sue took the time to make her distance. The moment the ball struck, it exploded out a cloud of smoke, quickly enveloping the room. Dark Shadow growled, moving its arms around to clear out the smoke. What it didn't expect was for Izuku to come flying down and landing on its head with a taser. Before he could use it, however, Dark Shadow managed to strike him away as he landed on a pillar. They stared at each other. For the moment, Izuku remaining silent while Dark Shadow's glare was becoming more intense. Tokiyami managed to see them both in the smoke, getting ready to make the command. Dark Shadow gawped. At least that was his plan until he was gripped around his waist by a long tongue. The next thing he knew, he was being yanked from his spot and tossed into a wall, rendering him unconscious. "You forgot about me," Sue said as simple and blunt as ever as she retracted her tongue. "Fumi." Dark Shadow turned to look back in time to see the impact. It growled out, enraged only to hear the alarm go off. Fumikage Tokiyami has been eliminated and the flag has been placed. The villain team wins. All Might announced, making Dark Shadow growl in annoyance as it snapped back to Izuku with the flag on the table. "Damn it, Fumi." Dark Shadow instantly went over to Tokiyami, its expression changing to worry upon seeing him. Lightly slapping his face, he groaned upon opening his eyes. "Yamiko," Tokiyami said, earning an affectionate hug from Dark Shadow, who was babbling on about how worried she was. He could only sigh as he comforted it. "Nice work, Suyu," Izuku praised as she joined him. "Call me Sue," Suyu said, making him blink in surprise. "Sue, good. It was nice working with you, Midoriya-chan," Sue admitted with a smile. "You're stranger than I expected and you look like the type who gets in trouble often." "Not inaccurate, but you'll be a good friend here. I can tell," Sue claimed, getting a smile in return. A groan could be heard as they all looked up to see Kirishima coming in the room holding his head. "What did I miss?" Kirishima asked, noticing everyone looking at him. "What? UA. University Apartment Building 78. The fourth and final segment was a hostage situation with the heroes being Mina and Reiko, while Yui and Kana were the villains. The villain team's main goal was to hold the hostage within the building until the time limit was up. They were not allowed to actively kill the hostage at the start, however if the heroes were spotted with it, then they were allowed. The heroes' main goal was to simply get the hostage out in order to win or defeat both villains. "So, we got this right?" Mina asked as they waited outside the building. "Maybe. Don't really know how well they can fight," Reiko admitted, a bit awkward with how excitable Mina seemed. "Well, it's not like they can't do anything too crazy. It's our first day after all," Mina said, clearly optimistic about their chances. "So, we should go sneaky, right? Considering they can blow the hostages' brains out if they see us, then yes." Mina bristled at his rather blunt and gruesome answer. "What? It's true. Worst case scenario, if they don't think they're gonna get away, they'll take down anyone with them." A bit dark, but true. "Not like they're not expecting us," Mina grumbled. "Not like any sane criminal would do this and not think about actions taken from, right? Say, how good are you at talking?" Reiko asked suddenly, turning to the security bot on their left. "I am well versed in the wall of lingo, as you kids call it," the bot stated, having a microphone in hand. "Good, you'll be doing that to keep them distracted. The building only has a few exits that they can exploit if they wanted to make a run for it, which with their quirks they shouldn't be able to do. Though given Tsutsumi's quirk, they should be left behind cover and within some of the buildings so that they don't risk being taken out." Reiko brought up the order to the bot. It followed it without question while Mina gave him a wide grin. "What? Wow. Look at you taking charge like that. Do you look up these types of things a lot?" Mina asked, only to be met with an eye roll. "Please, I just play a lot of strategy games," Reiko answered before taking out one of his knives and placing it behind a car. "We get in, we locate the target and I teleport us out." No way we can do that without a fight though, so can you handle yourself? Don't worry, I got your back, Mina claimed with a thumbs up. He sweat dropped at her. Before settling with nodding his head. Then All Might spoke up. Okay, the final test starts now. Looks like we're up. Straight to the back door. Reiko ordered, making his way to the back. With Mina right behind him. They could hear the negotiator attempting to speak as a loud shot was heard. Judging by how it was still talking, they were warning shots for now. Mind melting this open. Mina only grinned before taking the door handle and simply melting it. With a light push, she opened it as they quickly entered inside. The shooting had stopped now, but the negotiator seemed like it was trying to get their attention. They might know we're here already. Gotta move faster. They had stopped upon hearing one of the guard bots around the corner. Pushing Mina back, Reiko awaited for just the right moment before quickly grabbing the bot and slamming it into the wall, making it drop its makeshift weapon. It tried to move, but was pinned to the wall by an elbow strong enough to hold it in place. Hostage, now, Reiko growled, making Mina think he had fangs for a moment. Third floor, cafeteria area with 2 more guards. The machine said calmly, "Thank you." He then proceeded to strike the bot hard enough to deactivate him. Wasn't that a little much? Mina asked, seeing the sparking, limp form of the machine. No, let's get moving, Reiko ordered, already making his way to the stairwell. And unsure, Mina followed him all the same, wanting to do her part. Heading straight to the room, no resistance was found along the way. Upon reaching it, they took opposite sides of the door and peeked inside. The hostage was there with the 2 other guards waiting before it. How about we rush in together? Haven't really spotted them just yet. And that was the concerning part. However, he nodded his head while holding up his hand and counted down. The moment he was done, they both rushed in at the same time and caught the attention of the guards. With swift movement, Reiko tossed out 2 knives and forced the guards to drop their weapons. Mina slid forward using her acid and was quick to punch one to the ground. The other T moved to attack her, but soon had itself kicked square in the back of the head. It slammed into the ground, breaking apart while he lifted his leg back up with a scoff. The hostage perked up as Mina quickly began untying him. "Oh, thank you dearly for the save. You are my heroes this day forth." "Yeah, you're welcome," Reiko said awkwardly before grabbing its shoulder, along with Mina's. "Okay, time to move out, huh? Having performance issues?" Mina asked, jokingly only for Reiko to ignore her. Son of a, did they destroy my mark? It had to be Kana, she was the only one he could think of that could perform that shot. I should have left more. Mina looked ready to say something only for something to roll into the room. Acting quickly, Reiko grabbed both her and the hostage before hopping over the table with them as a blinding flash went off. As it settled, the sound of footsteps entering the room could be heard, followed up with the sound of Kana's voice. "Don't bother. This is the only exit here." He briefly peeked his head to find both Kana and Yui in the doorway. Kana had her sniper arm ready while Yui looked to be holding batons. "No eskrima sticks. Surrendering now or else your defeat will be painful." "Dramatic much," Mina muttered before noticing the shaking droid. "Hey, it's alright. We'll get out of this mess." The hostage could only nod, its shaking calming down while Reiko growled out. He couldn't throw anything. Kana would likely shoot it and rid himself of any chance of teleporting. Rushing likely wouldn't do any good, not without bringing any major harm to himself or Mina. Even now, Kana likely would shoot through the table they were behind. Fine then, time for some action, Reiko thought as he tapped Mina's shoulder, along with the table. "Get ready, we're heading down." "Down, wait, what?" She didn't get to finish upon Reiko raising his foot up and slammed it down on the floor. It broke down into the lower floor, catching the villain team off guard. "Oh, okay." Kana acted fast and shot clean through the table, missing through it as they jumped down. Running over to the hole, Yui managed to jump down first with Kana about to do the same behind her. However, Reiko flashed right behind her, gripping her arm and holding her in place. "Do me a favor and give up now before I he didn't get to finish upon her throwing her head back and bashing his nose. Ow, son of a. Kana didn't let up, quickly grabbing his arm and throwing him over her shoulder. With her rifle arm raised, she fully intended to shoot him had it not been for the knife he had thrown at it. The impact made her miss her shot, while he landed back on his 2 feet, looking none too pleased. Well, you certainly got some skill. Same to you, Kana stated, surprisingly reverting her arm back to normal while taking his knife. Narrowing his eyes, he had raised up his own while tapping his foot on the ground. They glared at each other for a few seconds before suddenly lunging at each other, their blades raised up. Sparks of orange came to life upon the first clash of the blades, following up with several more. Make no mistake, Reiko was not a master by any means, though he took more than enough pride in his sister's teachings. However, Kana seemed to take her own lessons, because she was matching all of his moves and vice versa. It didn't help that she seemed a hell of a lot stronger than she looked either. Slashing, jabbing, lunging, they were doing it all in an attempt to wear the other out. Even as they attempted to move around the room, rushing around objects and jumping over each other for an edge, it was nearly perfect with how they matched themselves. It also probably should have been concerning to the teachers in Reiko's eyes given how they were trying to slice each other. Kana shifted around him while her free hand went to his coat, ripping out another knife for herself to use. Cursing to himself, Reiko quickly found himself on the defensive as Kana began her assault. Blocking and backstepping away, he found himself being forced towards the wall raid pulley. Unfortunately for her, he stepped back over a fallen table part, kicking it back up at her. It slammed into her, but only made her go back a few feet, yet it was more than enough for him to throw his own knife at her. She reacted quickly and smacked it away, only for Reiko to appear beside her while holding her arm tightly. He teleported to the one she was holding instead, swinging her free arm at him. She missed upon him, spinning them around before swinging his leg directly into her back. The force sent her off the ground and made her lose the knives. However, she rolled off the ground and jumped back up with her sniper arm ready and fired. Without hesitation, the impact actually struck his chest, but didn't pierce through him like one would think, and instead flung him off his feet and into the hole below. Loading in another bullet, she ran to the hole only to see a flash go off. Instead of heading down, however, she made her way straight back out the door with a determined look. Meanwhile, Mina had managed to stay ahead of Yui thanks to her acid, carrying the not so heavy hostage over her shoulder. She was out the door now, just as Reiko appeared next to her. Hey there, where have you been? Getting shot. Now let's go. They quickly made their way from the alley and towards the police cars. It should have been over from there on, but a loud shot went off as the hostage fell forward while having a smoking hole in the back of its head. Mina and Reiko looked up to see Kana out the window, having made it just in time. It's over. The hostage has been taken out. Villain team wins. Gah, seriously. Mina cried out in annoyance while Yui could be seen walking from the alley with a disappointed look on her face. She had wanted to do a little more after all. Fucking blah. Reiko couldn't even be angry, he should have known better. He was still irked, however, especially with how simple it was to lose. Guess I'll know better next time. Meanwhile, Kana was glancing down at them, her expression unreadable as she quickly reverted back her arm. It took her a moment to move until she heard All Might's voice, reminding them to clear the area. With a deep sigh, she walked back with a slight shake to her hand, unnoticed by all. UA University Training Ground 0 later. Congratulations everyone on your first hero course class. I have to say that this was a successful first course. All Might announced loudly with his normal smile. Of course he wasn't ignorant to the mixed responses, ranging from pride to disappointment, and had quickly responded to it. However, this is merely the first day. There's more to come after this, and the outcome will be dramatically different with each class we have together. No shit, it will be. Kamakiri thought, embarrassed with how easily he lost. Even if he had won, hated how it basically had nothing to do with him. He sent a glare towards both Kyoka and Monoma, given they were the reason he lost. But shouldn't we be better than this? Uraraka asked, feeling down from her loss. It's UA, after all. Now, none of that. You have earned your place here, all of you have. It's our job, as your teachers, to ensure that you all grow into fine heroes. We are not expecting perfection. All Might ensured firmly, his smile growing brighter. You are hero students, after all. For now, it's your job to learn from us in order to become true heroes. Someday, and I can say confidently that each and every one of you have the makings of greatness to achieve that. All right, Uraraka said, perking up and showing off her own smile. We won't let you down. All Might. Heck yeah, I'm not going down next time. Kirishima declared, his shark-like grin. We'll ensure to keep ourselves up to the task, sir. Iida claimed, eager to keep going. Others had said similar compliments while All Might looked bashful from them all. Leave to All Might to give a rousing speech and still feel embarrassed by it. Izuku thought, with a chuckle, I'm just saying it as it is. All Might admitted before coughing and straightening up. Anyway, I say you all have done well. There will be a review about your performance. Send to emails on exactly how well and what you need to improve on. But for now, I say that this is the end of our first session. Be ready, because it's only going to get more intense from here on out. And remember, go beyond. Plus ultra, Reiko said with an eye roll. He got some dirty stares for interrupting while All Might pouted. I wanted to say it. Class dismissed. He then ran straight out the room at high speed, leaving everyone in disbelief. Reiko rolled his eyes at it before noticing the stares sent at him. What? Izuku could only sigh for his friend. He seemed to forget how much people loved All Might, their classmates included. I really hope he adapts soon. Not long after, they were all making their way back to the locker rooms to change back into their uniforms. As they were walking and talking, Uraraka spotted Izuku writing into his notebook once more. He was writing in there since the test started. Even after his own test, he started writing into it immediately. Her curiosity had won out in the end. Hey, Midoriya, He looked away from the book to turn to her. What were you writing in there? Oh, just everyone's quirks. That was the collective sound nearly all of them made. He was used to people freaking out about it, but those people were also annoying for the fun of it. It's a hobby of mine. I study quirks, how people use them and how they can improve upon them. Izuku explained with a light chuckle. That's not too much of a problem, is it? It can come off a little suspicious, Suyu said bluntly, making his eye twitch. It was fair, especially given how there was still the risk of a spy. But it isn't that strange, just unexpected. Momo reassured him, even if it wasn't necessary. However, a loud audible snort could be heard from Kamakiri. TCH, there ain't nothing to improve on when it comes to me. Kamakiri claimed, clearly annoyed. I don't know, last I checked Iida was the one who won the match. Not the guy who got caught in a trap before getting one tapped. Reiko chimed, earning a glare from his fellow student. That was a fluke and a cheap trick. Ain't like I got my hostage killed because he got scared of a little fight. Kamakiri growled back. Thought I had more time. At least I can say I'm a dependable teammate. Can't say the same about you. You wanna get sliced up. I fought a living grenade and survived. I think I can handle you, Butterknives. This feels familiar, Izuku thought before letting out a cough, earning their attention. Can we save the fighting for later? I doubt either of you want to risk serving a punishment for Aizawa. Both of them went a little stiff at that before turning to glare at each other one last time before scoffing away at each other. Ignoring them, Mina suddenly popped out between them with a determined look on her face. Can we see those notes? I wanna know what you got on me. Well, yeah, I was going to share them with everyone. Plus I have a few, not questions on everyone's quirks. Izuku hummed with a soft smile. Technically he had notes on their quirks for years now, but it didn't mean some data might be outdated. The goal here is to help everyone out after all. Really? Yes, Mina cheered, followed up with several of the class. It wasn't like none of them couldn't use the extra help. Isn't that a little much, Midoriya? Tsuyu questioned. Yes, even as a hobby, you shouldn't need to burden yourself with helping us. Despite her intrigue, Momo didn't think it was best for her classmate to worry about others. However, Izuku only chuckled as a response. Please, we're going to be together for the next 3 years. It's only fair I do my part too. Ensure we do well to become the best we can be. Izuku grinned as they stopped by the locker rooms. At least, that's what I think. Well, I for one agree with Midoriya, Monoma said, a smug grin on his face as he wrapped an arm around Izuku. After all, we should make sure to keep ourselves at the top compared to our sister class. Not the words I'd use, Izuku thought with a sweat drop, only slightly weirded out by how nice Monoma was. Still, he wasn't totally wrong. I also wouldn't mind actually training with any of you either. It'll be fun to do. You wouldn't be able to handle what I can, came the once silent voice of Shoto. They turned to find his unimpressed expression as he pressed by. Oh come now, we're all classmates after all, it's only logical for us, Monoma was saying. This, preparing to do the same thing, only for his hand to be shoved away without so much a care. Wah, if you want to waste time being friends, then feel free. I'm only here for one goal and I refuse to waste it acting friendly, Shoto claimed, giving him a cold stare. It was enough to make Monoma take a step back, yet Izuku only remained in place. You're gonna be with us for 3 years. Is dismissing us really the best move? Izuku questioned with a raised eyebrow. I don't need to know any of you. No matter what any of you can do, it won't be enough to keep up with me, Shoto said, entering the locker rooms and leaving them outside. Talk about tense, Kirishima said, unable to help his glare. I mean, he is crazy strong. Uraraka muttered, remembering her match. Doesn't mean he has to be a jerk about it. Toru yelled, clearly annoyed with her former partner. Blah, it's gonna be a pain trying to get him to open up, isn't it? Izuku questioned in his mind. He knew the boy had issues, however he could have a bit more tact. I'm sure he'll come around eventually. Best we clear out though before Aizawa says something. That got them moving to say the least. University, 1A dorm rooms. Izuku's dorm room later. Izuku entered his room happily, dropping his bag while leaving his tie on the stand. The rest of the day went on without a hitch thankfully. His class was good, that was for sure. All a bit more advanced from what he had expected, but there may have been need for work to be done in certain areas. Kamakiri, Shoto, Kana, and I still need to know if the love is still happening or not. Izuku thought while pulling his shirt off. With his hands on his knees, he let out a deep sigh. I'm getting too old for this shit. Spiritually anyway. If only there was someone I could talk to about this. Fine, be stubborn, Izuku scoffed, getting up while grabbing a fresh pair of clothes. He'd try again later with one for all. He wanted a damn shower first. However, before he did, he saw his phone go off and picked it up. Upon seeing the message, he felt whatever irritation he had held fade away as a smile grew on instead. Heyo. Guess WHO got through their first day, this girl, and I'm taking this class by storm. Even if it is a little empty, but the teacher's nice. Wish we had him back at that crap school before. Hope you had a good hero course. Keep updated on all of your new friends. I'll do the same, he typed with a smile on his face. I'll keep you informed on my friends and on Uraraka as well. Closing parenthesis. Quote. He chuckled upon the rapid replies and denials that came through at once. Chapter end. Omake. The training of green-haired men. 950, 951, 952. Izuku counted to himself while lifting up a barbell while standing completely still, which looked inhumanly large. So he can just do that? Monoma asked, clearly stunned. Been training hard since he was 4. Reiko answered, not surprised at this point. Pretty sure that they were custom made. Kyoka added, unaware of how focused she seemed to the others. Quote. And it isn't fake. Sue questioned, finding it illogical. Nope. Tried lifting it earlier. Kirishima claimed, lifting his own pair of dumbbells while sitting next to Mina. It's crazy manly how he can actually carry all of that without his quirk, Sue questioned, trying to see if there was any glimmer of it active. No, one of his rules is to not train like this with his quirk. Defeats the purpose and all that. Reiko explained with a yawn. That shouldn't be possible. Momo muttered, trying to comprehend what she was seeing. It went against the very laws of physics and what the human body should have been capable of. What's the school motto again? Go beyond, plus ultra. Reiko said, snapping his fingers. That's crazy, but isn't wrong. Uraraka muttered, watching him keep going. 989, 999, 1000. Izuku muttered, slowing down his pace, before he suddenly threw up the barbell. The class freaked out with many of them getting ready to try and help him only to see him doing a single handstand and his other arm behind his back. The barbell landed perfectly on his feet, not moving an inch, before he started doing pushing ups while restarting his count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Completely unaware of the looks from behind him. That's all for now. But hey, don't forget to like, subscribe and hit that notification bell for updates on more awesome content. But as for now, see you later.